Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Worlds 2022 at the Hulu Theater in Madison Square Garden. Following yesterday's dominance by the LCK and the LPL, the West is looking to bounce back tonight with G2 and EG opening the day in another NA versus EU clash to fight for survival here in Group B. We've already got one group down, 3 to go as each of our teams moves that much closer to the knockout stage here at the World Championship. I am Dash. I'm joined by Raz, Chronicler, and Emily Rand on the analyst desk for all 6 of our games today. Very excited to be joined by these big brains. We're going to get straight into it, though, as we have a ton to cover, starting with what we saw break down just yesterday. Let's take a look at the groups. You got T1 and EDG. They qualified out 5-1 and 4-2 respectively. We're going to start with T1 as once again they finished first in their group.
Faker maintaining is 100% first place overall. I think T1 really looking like they learned their lesson from week number 1. Still drafts that had a lot of execution, but at the very least a little bit more scaling and a little bit more leeway in case the early game doesn't go quite as perfect as you're looking for.
Yeah, and congratulations to EDG as well, being able to make it out there. Had some incredible games, so we want to start on T1's success.
Yeah. And, oh no, I was gonna say a huge part of that is obviously Zeus, right? I know you really want to.
I really want it, but you can take it.
But yeah, like he's so reliable in the top lane. I think he's the lowest for jungle proximity and then the highest in every other stat. So T1 really trusts him to be able to stay up there, win his lane, and then come to the table with plays like this.
And it makes it really hard for other teams because even if you do invest resources into trying to keep him down, that hasn't really worked out. And here's a 14 in jungle proximity. And it actually, we've seen this. Owner can always hover bot, cover for Guma and Carry, who like to play really far forward because he can trust Zeus no matter what.
Yeah, and that scares not just me, but everybody here.
It should scare everybody, that's for sure. That's
absolutely. And so that's warranted with how well T1 is playing in individual lanes, in team fights, but they're not the only team that has been performing. EDG has as well. And the highlight for me has been Mako. Mako, his team fighting has been spectacular. His Thresh, we haven't seen much Thresh throughout the tournament at all, but he has been amazing during his, just yesterday actually.
Yeah, Mako's flexibility is such a boon to this team. Like I've repeated ad nauseum, I love seeing him on engage picks like the Thresh because I do believe he has the best initiation sense of anyone on EDG. Yeah. And EDG came to the table with some really interesting looks yesterday that I wasn't necessarily sure that they would be able to pull them off, but they were feeling themselves, especially with Scout, even though he played from isolation, looked amazing on Akali.
100%. And I think although all the people really recognize the exceptional laning phase that they ended up having, but the fact that they held on to the lead, the great vision control that they had, and really were oppressive yesterday was a standout. Of course, just yesterday, we also are bidding adieu to a lot of the Western teams as well.
Absolutely.
Starting with Fnatic. And for me, I just love the fact that we got a chance to see upset on the international stage, on the world stage, and I felt like he had some great games. And it was a tough loss for Fnatic that in week 1 performed exceptionally, but then fell down in week 2.
And it kind of gave me flashbacks to what happened at MSI, although that was not as bad for G2, where teams started to figure out what they needed to do against Fnatic in draft. Because once Humanoid was off of Azir, and once Hilly picked up more Enchanters, that's when I think the team kind of started to fall apart.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like, obviously taking the Azir off the table was massive, and then here you see C9, the other team, unfortunately, did not make it out, but did get their first win of the group stage and also for North America as a region against Fnatic to kick off the group yesterday. I am happy that they were able to showcase kind of what they were exceptional at in the LCS season, right? Which is kind of this 5v5 team fighting around Berserker as a main carry.
Definitely a tough ending to the season for Cloud9, but as we mentioned, getting that first win for North America on the board. We'll see if that can be extended today as we turn our attention to Group B. Of course, we'll start at the top of the table with JDG sitting at 3-0. Dotmon Kia not too far behind them, 2-1. G2 Esports sporting the 1-2 record, and Evil Geniuses still hunting for their first win. Nobody out of the playoff picture just yet, but I want to start at the top of the table. Let's set up the giant that is JDG for the rest of these teams to try and take down.
The coolest thing to me about JDG is that they are the only tournament favorite that actually looks like a tournament favorite. Coming in, it was JDG, Gen G, and Top Esports, and JDG is the only one who's delivering.
And it's because of plays like this, right, where the rest of JDG is able to command collapse. You'll see, I've wanted to say on broadcast the entire time, it's toothpaste time for Yagao. So it's toothpaste time. He's looked phenomenal on the Azir. And I mean, Yagao performing well is essential to JDG doing well, in addition to Kanavi.
I just have images of Emily in her hotel room whispering under her breath, it's toothpaste time.
It's
I can't wait
happening.
to say it's toothpaste time.
And it's like, yeah, the cleanliness is one thing. They're just flat out aggressive and bloody. So like, I don't know what brand of toothpaste that's gonna be, but I would not be buying.
That's flossing as well.
Oh, true.
Aggressive and bloody.
True.
True,
Yeah.
I like that. And for me, the star for that team has been Kanavi. He dropped a bit of a bomb on EG. I felt like,
Yo, he popped off.
yes, he did. It was insane to see. I remember seeing like the highest kills of the tournament before Group A started playing, and you see a lot of lists of AD carries and mid laners, the usual suspects when you're funneling kills, and then Kanavi was just suspiciously there, right?
Suspiciously there. Yeah, suspiciously good at the game,
Yeah,
too.
a little bit too good.
He is a monster when he's firing on all cylinders, Chronicler.
What I love about Kanavi is that he's simultaneously a very strong mechanical player as well as creative, because generally you see people kind of slot in one of the two, but he has been on the forefront of the meta so many times, and overall, seeing him do as well as he does, I think is really, really cool with the arc that he's had in his career.
So we've effectively set up the raid boss that is JDG in this Group B, but to discuss the rest of the group, we wanted to take a little bit of a different approach. So welcome to the game of Barons and Elder Dragons.
Okay.
The
All
Group
right.
B campaign. Let's set the scene. It's a Friday. The air is cool and crisp as the rain from the night before tamps down the lingering musk of the city air. As we descend upon a bustling New York City, a band of unlikely adventurers, 3 strong, stumble upon the Hulu Theater. Battle-weary from their previous week-long journey, our group looks for a respite and shelter from the harsh elements of the big city and scrims of the previous days. It is here they hope to rest, regroup, and re-strategize before endeavoring to challenge JDG, the Marauder King. Now, as the party settles in at the nearest analyst desk, it's time to meet our adventurers. Emily, please describe your character.
Obviously, I have to be an evil genius wizard. As you know, I am here with my familiar JoJo to try to take on the juggernaut that is JD Gaming.
A sprightly wizard, considered an underdog by most, but not one that should be discounted. Chronicler, please describe your character.
I am the... Oh, my ears. There goes my ears. Here we go. I am Dumb One, the druid. I turn into a polar bear or Nidalee, depending on the situation. And I am ready to take on JDG here today.
Raz, and who have you come as?
Oh, I don't even think you need to ask. I myself am a samurai. Now, sadly, in this damn country, you guys don't actually have a real samurai sword, but we'll make do, okay? At the end of the day, I'm a warrior, damn it.
Here on unfamiliar ground in North America, we'll see if he can still display some of his samurai prowess. Now, with overly priced New York pints in hand, the party feels a sense of ease wash over them. But only for a moment, as seemingly in sync with their collective exhale, a crash is heard, and the front door of the Hulu Theater splinters open, as a frenzied JDG towers over the room, looking for a fight. Emily, the evil genius of the group, was already acutely aware of something nefarious in the works, and is the first to react. Emily, what do you do?
Well, obviously, I want Thunder to rain down from the top lane with impact on something with zone control. Additionally, I would love Vulcan on something that he can engage on, something with which he's quite familiar. And then I want to put the power and the carry into Inspired.
With your plan in hand, I'm going to need you to roll for the draft.
It's an 8.
She rolls an 8. Unfortunately, the DC was set quite high on the draft for evil geniuses.
Unlucky.
So this is what you are left with.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. All right. No mind, JoJo. We shall take them on anyway.
With your army of familiars at your side, it's time to devise a plan of attack. E.g., what is your approach?
So, in their game against JD Gaming previously, they did get off to quite a good start with some aggressive performances in the bot lane. So I would like to continue to see some of this strength coming out of the bottom, as well as good setups around objectives and some nice engage.
Now, unfortunately, with a shaky draft at your disposal.
You might say that. I say it's a challenge.
We all know North America loves a challenge, so I challenge you to roll again. The DC is set at 19 to succeed in your gameplay.
19.
Oh! Off the table! You're gonna make me roll around.
What are we getting?
No, we gotta roll again. It doesn't count if it's off the table. Everybody knows that. Keep it on the table.
No!
3!
I'm
Even
sorry,
worse.
my party members. I have failed you. Jojo.
A disastrous roll. You release your familiars in a coordinated assault, but Jojo the Eagle, the tip of your familiar spear, is too limited in flight, being indoors. Without hesitation, JDG the Marauder squashes the attack with a single swing of their club, as if to swat a fly out of the air.
Jojo.
EG is subsequently knocked unconscious. G2, I turn to you. Having seen your comrade quickly dispatched, it's your turn. How do you proceed with the draft?
Well, I didn't rely on them anyways. Look, on the draft side, don't make no noises. On the draft side, for me, I would love to see Jankos playing towards caps on a high skill mage. Specifically, I would go for a Silas, right? I want him to be able to roam. So, like, for me, the draft that would come up is a Silas pick if possible. A Sejuani for Jankos there. Top lane, Aatrox, look. Any like strong melee champ on the top side of the map, if he gets a chance to go to Yone, I'll love it. But Aatrox is too damn good in the meta. And then a reliable teamfight carry and Aphelios and Luli on the bot side of the map.
A very clear strategy in mind. Let's see if you can manage to get all 5 picks. For you, the DC is set at 16.
5.
A 5. Unfortunately, you secure only 4 out of 5 of your picks, but your mid laner somehow ends up on Seraphine.
Oh! Okay, can't really roam too much. I can understand that. But we'll make do with what we got.
Exactly. So making do with what you've got, draft in hand, what is your plan of attack?
Look, with the draft on hand, it's going to be a little bit difficult, even if I can't get the roaming down. So, like, if it was ideal, I would want them to be able to look towards bot side of the map and getting Jankos rolling. Look, you can still do this. So Jankos, even if you can't rely on the mid lane position to be able to have a rotating mid, be able to find your way towards the top side of the map. And even if you have a Seraphine in the mid lane, looking for bot lane dives whenever possible has worked for G2 in the past throughout the split. And so for me, that is ideal. And if you do get Seraphine like they have already, you find beautiful plays like this. And so I still think, I'm still fairly confident with how they play, regardless of the handicap.
Well, we'll find out soon enough if you're able to play up to the standards needed. With an ideal comp, the DC would have been set at 15. However, with the Seraphine in hand, I'm going to set it at 17.
Oh!
Let's see if you succeed. Roll for gameplay.
Rigged.
5 again?
Another 5? Wow, you guys are really struggling over here. Overconfident with the draft in hand, Jankos gets caught out and punished by Kanavi on an invade, leaving the top side to collapse in spectacular fashion as the Giant rains down thunderous blows, flattening the Samurai. You are subsequently knocked unconscious. And now, standing tall but alone
Solidarity, my
is
dear
the
friends.
final hope of our party, Damwon Kia. Having just witnessed the destruction of your comrades, how do you wish to proceed?
Firstly, I'd like to verbally state I'm very disappointed in both my teammates, and I expected them to roll better.
No infighting, please.
Oh, that's tough. But I'm a druid. I will call upon the force of natures, except Renekton. No Renekton. Let it go. I don't want to see it. I think Nogri on Jace looked a lot more like what we'd expect. Still, think it's fine if we go for carry picks on the top side of the map.
Camille's nice too.
Camille is the one I'd be looking towards. Jace is obviously not in the greatest of spots, but something that he can exert his pressure on. Simultaneously, mid lane prior for Showmaker. I think that Talia, even though his team fighting on it in the later stage of the game is very good and he can roam, losing early pressure, don't you touch my ears, is something that I think can be very tough for Damwon to really play around. And then the carry jungler for Canyon. I still dream of the one Karthus game that he played that one time, and I would love for that to just come back.
Well, coming from the great region of the LCK, and given that we're entering week 2, your draft chances are quite good. In fact, the DC is set at only a 10 to secure.
There we go. Here, you see what the guy's capable of?
What
See that
you
kick?
want.
Canyon can carry.
Well,
Please do it.
Let's see if you can
go.
get it for the team.
I'm begging.
Roll for draft.
Net
20.
Nat 20s the
That's
draft.
one. That's one. Come on.
Oh my God.
Your opponent, I didn't even
You
plan
can't
for
see it, but it's there.
draft, if I'm being honest. I think in this sense, your opponents also stumble in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
They fail to ban any champions, leaving any and all picks for you available. But of course, with 5 champions and a roster at your disposal, you still have to execute in the gameplay. And so, armed with your 5 champions, how do you strike?
I'm going to be greedy.
Oh.
I'm going to cast a time spell.
A time spell?
A time spell. I will travel back in time and get 2020 Nuggery and a 2021 form of the rest of the Damwon roster.
Looking to substitute out the form of his roster across all 5 players. This is going to be a difficult DC. In fact, you're going to have to roll a second Nat 20.
Oh, no biggie. No
to
biggie.
execute
Yeah, no
on your
problem.
time spell,
You got
my
this.
friend.
We
Let's
got
go.
those.
Let's
I
see
believe
it.
in you.
We got those.
A
We did
15.
not get those.
Unfortunately for you, the time spell fizzles. You put up a valiant effort, deflecting many a blow as you attempt to close the distance on your larger opponent. Now, as you're inches away from dealing a fatal blow to the gut of the LPL, you feel a brutal impact on your right cheek as an unsuspecting left hook from the Marauder King lands and knocks you unconscious. With the party all laying flattened on the theater floor, I'm gonna need you all to roll a death save.
This is a dumb one problem. We get a lead, and then we throw it. I shouldn't have gotten
You got greedy!
Yeah.
That's what it was. You were set up for success with a beautiful draft, and you got greedy for the players themselves. I'm going to need you all to roll a death save. We're going to go 100 or 0 on this one. So above 10, you survive.
I'm good.
It looks like Damwon with a 14 will survive the group stage. Let's find out.
Hey!
Two looking
EG?
good. And a 15 for EG. So while they may all fall down to JDG, they will live to fight another
We have
day
a chance.
against each other.
We have a chance.
For the final spot out of the group. That was a ton of fun. Now on to the next stop of the campaign. In their first matchup, Damwon Kia wiped the floor with G2, but with a Nat 20 roll, G2 might be able to turn the things around tonight in game number 3, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is going to determine if G2 will move forward at Worlds. G2 has put forth a valiant effort in what is considered to be one of the most difficult groups at the tournament.
Targum is looking to turn it around, but only finds one knockup. Oh, the encore's just gigantic, though. Apprehend under 3. Do we get the resets? I think they've just done it. They found a team fight.
But if they don't beat Damwon here, it is very unlikely that they will advance to the quarterfinals. These two teams have a history at the World Championship, and Showmaker remembers what G2 did to them in 2019. He and Damwon exacted revenge in 2020 and have the head-to-head going into today.
But the scoop, the dupe, the dunk, Damwon Kia destroy G2. Showmaker playmaker, my goodness, with the Azir sweep, they wiped them off the map.
Damwon are not entirely secure themselves, and even though beating their old rivals into submission is fun, what will taste even sweeter is winning this decisive game in Group B.
Welcome back as we turn our attention to that game number 3 in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. These are two teams that are ultra familiar with each other, and these are, in particular, two mid laners who are quite familiar with each other.
And I'm going to go straight to the jungle proximity because we look at the mid laners. We also got to mention the junglers because
they're always there.
They're always there. Nothing says how iconic both of these mid-jungle duos are than seeing that stat.
And it's a good place to start, especially for Caps. And the rest of the stats, look, it may look bad, specifically in the EG game. I remember that like it was just a really tough matchup, and he got bailed out of that situation, so that's one positive. But just in general, it's been rough outside of that matchup for Caps and the squad of G2. So it's going to be fun. I wonder what they're going to be coming in, what adaptations they've made so far.
Now, as you mentioned in that piece, Emily, for G2, their chances of making it out of the group largely depend on them taking this win over Damwon just because of where they sit in the standings. And of course, historically, these two teams have plenty of times meeting each other and either being, you know, the obstacle you need to overcome to move on to that next stage.
Yeah, they first met Damwon when Damwon had actually obviously made this incredible run from like challengers all the way through the LCK season and then qualified, went through play-ins. This is them enacting their revenge, right? At the 2020 World Championship, the year that they just went on to kind of raise everyone and win the entire thing. I love this.
One of my favorite.
They're pretending to
celebrations.
chuck Ghost off a ledge.
Yeah, for those of you who may not have watched that World Championship, there's a giant like AR floor, so they were gonna throw him into a sea of water off a waterfall. It was pretty great. Let's take a look at today's schedule. As we mentioned, that's the third game of the day. We've got a few more to get through before we get to that. We kick things off with EU versus NA,
The
G2
juicy
Esports
day.
versus Evil Geniuses. All of the days are juicy here at Worlds, particularly in this second round robin of group stage, because you watch a whole group play out the rest of their games in a singular day. Of course, these are the 6 regularly scheduled matchups. If we have any tiebreakers for this group, they will immediately follow that final game of the day, JDG versus Damwon, which is a banger to close things out. Evil Geniuses, though, they are looking for a miracle comeback run tonight, which needs to start in their opening game versus G2. So let's go ahead and hear from mid laner Jojo ahead of that game.
My name is Joseph Pian. My league name is Jojo Pian, and I play mid for Evil Geniuses. The game versus Damwon, we really hesitated on fights. I think there was like a lot of fights we could have easily won. We were just, I don't know, I guess nervous or scared. Against JDG, we were just on different pages, so it was 2 different things. So I think if we work on that, then we'll be good. I would say EG's performance is maybe a 60. I feel like we're just not playing as well as we did it against Mad Lions. We don't have the same kind of just teamwork together that we had, and we're not all on the same page. This tournament has taught me the same thing as MSI. These top mid laners are prioritizing different things and helping the team. They're also really good at laning, obviously, but they transfer that to help their team and everything. And they're all really good at just pressuring sides and team fighting. I'm just kind of refining my skills from that again. We played bad, but next week we'll play way better, so that's all I'm gonna say.
It's always amazing hearing from the player, specifically from Jojo, because he's very candid, very honest, and especially talking after week 1, where, yeah, it was rough for EG, but it started well, in my opinion. Versus JDG, it started off like for the first 8 minutes, they were firing on all cylinders. They had a great bot lane, 2v2 that worked out well for them, and then it started to kind of teeter off. It started to teeter off around the 9 to 10 minute mark, essentially after Rift Herald, and then it started to be really back and forth. The team fights, it really could have gone either way. Evil Geniuses were stacking Drakes, and it really came down to Evil Geniuses winning this one team fight with the Impact actually having an amazing GP performance, and the later off was like the killing blow to JDG.
And what you also see here is that for EG, I think it's got to happen in the team fights. I think if they are unable to stand up, and at their best moments, I feel like they have actually been able to do so, it'll be really tough for them to ever get a win.
And yesterday on the desk, we talked a little bit about these kind of pockets of things that people brought to the table. For EG, I think it was that Varus TK combination. And I do think, just as we saw from C9 yesterday, they probably are going to pivot off of that and into something that is a little bit more classically EG from what we saw from them in LCS, and also something that's a little bit more in tune with the meta that we've seen thus far here at Worlds.
Yeah, ultimately for me, if I'm to take Jojo at his word that he feels like they've only played up to 60%, honestly, that showing against JDG at 60% leaves me some hope for if they're able to find their top form. But that's always the question, right? These are best of ones. You're reacting on the fly to what you experienced in week 1, but it's not just you who gets to change some pieces around. All of your opponents do as well, and that's where if we kind of work G2 back into the conversation, I have to wonder really what EG's learnings were from the first time around.
Well, they played a really high execution-based composition around Nidalee, Set, and Maokai. You make one mistake, you falter. And even if you had a lead, you basically have to play perfectly for the rest of the game to be able to keep that. So it was difficult, and they kind of pivoted off it immediately afterwards.
Definitely. And so here's the deal. Stakes are also high. You lose and you're out. It's a familiar position for North America because that's what we just experienced yesterday. And while C9 were able to start out on the right foot, you saw how quickly it can falter if you're not to pick up the next game. So momentum starting here in the NA versus EU matchup is going to be hugely important.
Yeah.
And the way I would go about it is, especially for Evil Geniuses, they mentioned the draft, but it was primarily off just being off the same page. A lot of the times when they were able to get early leads versus JD or the basically versus G2 as well, it was just like not being on the same page of getting dove topside while making a play towards the bot side of the map. So yes, make the draft a lot more easy to execute, but also just make the learnings off of team fights and you'll be better for it.
And for me, it comes down to Inspired, right? Who's obviously MVP,
Yes.
coming off a phenomenal split overall. And he's going up against Jankos, who he has actually never on any team beaten in a best-of-1 scenario. So obviously this is, the battle of the two Polish junglers, Jankos and Inspired. Inspired is 0-17 in best-of-1s all time against Jankos. So Jankos, and by extension Caps, have kind of always gotten the better of them.
Yeah.
It happened earlier this year. at
You lose
MSI.
one fantastical fight in a D&D campaign against JDG, and then you bring a 0-17
Hey,
stat to the
you
table
know-
as
Alright.
the EG rep. What
I
are you
have to be
doing to
honest.
us?
I have to be honest.
Oh, Lord, that looks terrible for us.
You know who they said was going to go 0-18?
They said it.
You knew.
But everybody knows
And it
that
didn't happen.
doesn't go 0-18. So that means Inspired can't
Yes,
go 0-18.
Oh my gosh.
It's a guaranteed win. Thank you, Chronicler, for bringing some
I'm here
sense
for the
to
hopium.
desk. I'm glad we didn't deplete our hopium supplies.
Oh
with
my
the game
gosh. Yeah, we
yesterday.
still have the
got
canister
some in
back
the
here.
tank. Still got some in the
Just
tank.
in case.
I do think it comes down to mid jungle as well,
Yes.
too, right? Like we heard JoJo, this is something he repeated coming back from MSI, and again now in this SOT where he was like, I learn so much every time I have to go up against other mid laners because they just do so much more for their team. What I'm really looking for is to see better synergy between those two specifically, because Caps and Jankos, I mean, they move
Yeah.
as one.
Yes,
like they're
they do.
so good together.
Yeah, I know we showed the jungle proximity stat for Caps in the matchup against
Oh, yeah.
Showmaker, but that obviously will apply to this matchup as well. So you've got to be concerned about that mid-jungle duo for the side of G2. Now, just yesterday, for the first time in this tournament, unfortunately, our fans fell short in the MasterCard fan prediction. Their first miss of the entire tournament. But
gotta get better.
they are looking for redemption here in this NA versus EU matchup. Well in favor of G2, over 80% of the vote
Yeah.
says that G2 Esports is going to take the first win and end
I can
all
hear the
hopes
boos.
for EG. Hearing some boos. I mean, people want exciting games, and so you don't want to suck the air out of EG's chances
Yeah.
on game number
Yeah.
one. But that's where the fans stand. This is a moment where I want to know where the three of you stand as well. So we're going to get some expert predictions to go alongside these fan predictions. Emily, I will start with you. Who takes it?
All right,
EG?
so I'm very used to having North American audiences boo my predictions.
Not this time.
Oh,
right?
no.
She wouldn't do it this
And
time,
they're
not on the world
going
stage.
to do it again because I
Oh,
picked
come
G2.
on. No!
G2.
G2?
Yeah.
Oh, there's some G2 fans
Okay,
here.
all right.
Mix
Traitor!
Mix
A little
your
bit of a
boos
mix.
A traitor
and
amongst
cheers.
us. Okay,
Okay.
Chronicler.
Well,
Help me out.
actually,
You were the one who... Oh, Raz, you want
this
to jump
time
in?
I wanted
huh?
to jump in because the moment I heard Emily's, I heavily agreed with her. So actually, I have J2 as well. Look,
Let's
it's a
go,
tough one,
Raz.
guys. It's tough.
Yes.
I was inspired.
That's
No.
more like it.
I
Thank
was
you,
inspired.
everybody.
Up front, I want to make clear, I'm not doing this to get cheers. I'm not trying. I actually think that EG is going to win. I think G2. No, I'm not doing it for the cheers. I think EG have shown that they're a better team than the score suggests.
Yes.
And I think that if we don't see Jankos and Caps pop off, I think G2 has really struggled. And I think this might be the one game where EG finally does it.
So talk to me about what the best look is for EG then against this G2 in terms of composition. Because we've kind of talked about how they've had some wishy-washy compositions, and we want them to start out on the right foot, entering the Rift with the right tools at their disposal.
It all starts with Caps on Seraphim.
Okay, I got worried when you said it all starts. When you say it
I
all
was scared
starts
too.
with,
Yeah.
I was about to throw you off the platform.
I'm joking. I don't think G2 is going to do that. I do think that making sure that you secure a favorable skirmishing topside for EG to me is the key thing. I think Impact has shown that he can actually stand up to the best year after year after year.
Yeah.
And if Inspired, who has also had a great a great tournament so far, can just make sure that JoJo is comfortable. Because JoJo with leads, great player. JoJo without leads, a little more rough.
And protecting dives. I think that's what EG needs to do because at times they've fallen off when Impact is doing quite well in lane, but then you forget to protect them on one dive. And he falls completely on the wayside. That happened in the JDG series, and I don't want to see that happen again.
Okay, so that's the recipe, but now I'm confused, Raz. You don't think it's going to happen?
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, my final question to you, Raz, is why do you hate America?
Hey, wait a minute. I might be Canadian, but I also will support JoJo the Canadian on this one.
There you go.
I'm a pessimistic person. I don't know if you know that about me.
And that's your familiar, JoJo the Eagle.
I know, I betrayed
And
him.
you're dooming him. You're dooming him to have a mark on his forehead. Another, slash there in favor of
Stop those. It was
EU.
too sad.
All righty, there you go. The day is all set up. 10 seconds to go before we dive into game number 1. It's G2 Esports. It's Fnatic. The crowd is here and popping off already. Let's get down to the stage and let's kick off the day.
For now, all is in line, right? We play 3 games, 2 of them back to back. And yeah, our backs are against the wall. So we're gonna have to step it up big time.
JDG will remain undefeated in the group.
很爽吧，因为我之前是没有体验过这种感觉的，但是还是不能太过骄傲，因为第2轮还是要小心他们。
1년 동안 쌓아온 것들이 이제 또 벌즈에서 발휘되어야 할 시기라고 생각해서
There goes 369 now. The flick's fantastic. Another Searing Charge going to be there, but he's denied by Dom who lost on now kill as well. The Riddle's going to be taken and Noguri still up and alive. They dive forward. Oh my god, the AoE is just absurd. The triple kill. There is no hope for Dom 1 Kia.
这3支队都交过手吧，感觉其实我们每一场都赢下来都非常艰难。我感觉就是我跟卡纳宇必须表现得更好才行。
일단 배우는 점은 좀 확실히 우승하려면 정말 죽을 듯이 노력해야 한다는 것으로 되게 저희가 우승하기 위해서 정말 다 같이 노력하고 정말 최선을 다했다면 뭐 그래도 실패는 아니라고 생각합니다. Our worlds has not been too good for EG, even for NA. I felt like the game versus Damwon and G2G was definitely winnable. The other teams will definitely be more pressured. They have so much to lose. We'll definitely have more motivation to play better. 2020년도에 한번 우승을 해봤는데 꼭 이번에도 보고 싶습니다.
然后我们目标就是以小组第1出线。
You might have beaten us, but we are gonna strive to take you down this time. And when we are putting you down, there's no getting back up.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We'll start walking.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2022 group stage. We are here for our first game of the day. G2 taking on EG. And I know Inspired hasn't managed to find a best of 1 against G2 before, but I've brought someone with me who has. Kadril, how do they do it? You've done this before, you've got experience.
That was 3 years ago, Atlas, to take that best of 1. That was a good intro, though. I respect.
Yeah, thank you.
No, it's going to be a tough task. I mean, in best of 5s, Rogue has won against him when Inspired was on that roster, but always struggled in the best of 1s. I think in terms of recency, it's been 0-7 this year for Inspired and EG up against G2. But they looked good against JDG. They looked good against Damwon. Their draft against G2 was very, very, very volatile. I think if they play something a little bit more safe with more scaling, something more reliable and consistent, they should be able to put up a good fight against G2, similar to what we saw against Fnatic with Cloud9, just throwing the game plan out the window, playing more for the mid to late game rather than over-indexing on the early stages.
Yeah, and I don't want to be that guy that just sides with, you know, my friend who I work with over in the LCK, but I do think that this draft was a little bit of a throwaway on the side of EG, and I want to see something that is a little bit more competitive against G2. I don't like the Nidalee so much. I thought, you know, Jojo on the set, while it's a cool idea, they just didn't really have the damage and cohesiveness to make that one work. So I'm hoping clean slate and EG can come out swinging here because no one wants 1-17.
No.
Because that's one away from the 0-18 dream.
It is.
And that makes it even more sad. We want to get above that number, and we'll see whether EG can turn this one around and really show us how they were able to be so dominant coming out of play-ins, right? Like, it was a 3-0 against MAD. They're pretty good against European teams.
It was a shellacking, really, wasn't it? And for EG, I think if they lose this game, they're pretty much out. It's similar to the C9 conundrum yesterday, where losing one game just pushes them completely out of the tournament. It's an NA versus EU, first game of the day once again. And this will be the last time EG plays up against G2. They're going to have to beat G2, JDG, and then Damwon to get to the 3-win sweet spot. G2 right now sitting on that 1 win. If they do take down EG, then they're going to have to take down either JDG or Damwon to get into that race for the top 2. But losing here could be detrimental for G2 as well. So very important game for both these teams.
No, absolutely. This is do or die 100%. For EG, but G2 wanting to get off to the best start possible this week. Let's get into it here, as first off, we will be introducing G2. This is a squad that I think had a bit of a slow start here at the World Championship, but slowly but surely, I've been feeling a little bit more faith for the squad as EG, another North American hopeful here. Unfortunately, we had to wave goodbye to C9 yesterday. We'll see whether EG can do what seems to be the impossible here today.
Hometown heroes, EG here on the red side, going straight into the draft up against G2. A lot of people have had opinions on how both these teams should be drafting. You know, G2 going for Seraphine, questionable bot matchups in terms of over-indexing and making sure they have a winning bot. EG to focus on early game, but now they've seen every team play. They've played 3 games themselves each. Coming into the second week of groups, they must have a final plan for their remaining games, and Yumi's already taken away. It looks like EG taking away Jankos Sejuani, Broken Blades, Aatrox.
Yeah, Yumi banned on blue side is a little bit interesting here.
It is, yeah.
I'm just glad that it's gone, right? That's all we really need. Just no Yumi is fine. Doesn't matter who bans it. Kalista going to be taken off the board as well. Kaori not going to be playing that one. Caitlyn standing out in my mind. There is a certain tree that is still around.
There is a certain tree that is open that I presume EG will drop a last ban on here, unless Sylas Akali or something that's in the back of their minds. Azir is another one that's been going really well for Europe. Haven't seen caps on it just yet, but it's gonna be the tree. So Akali, Sylas, Azir open, Caitlyn open. We've seen G2's Caitlyn, but it's not really been their playstyle throughout the year. G2 did play a little bit of Draven and such towards the end of the regular season, and that looked good for Flacket. Draven was banned against them a lot of the time, but they seem to have dropped that priority now. There's the Azir first pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jojo match that with a Victor or an Akali or an Sylas of his own.
Well, there's the Akali at least hovered for now. The other thing that really has started to come up to a lot of popularity is the Lucian-Nami combo. Hasn't been touched in the ban phase just yet. Is an option for G2 just to lock away if they want to after these picks get through, or Inspired can grab one of them, and then it's not likely you're going to pick away the other. So there's the Akali as the answer to Caps' Azir. And Jojo, I think everyone's just happy that he's on something that can do damage and have agency.
Yeah, not something that'll set them up early and then get them to the mid to late game. Not like Set. This champ will have a lot of impact from level 6 onwards. Trundle open, Poppy open. These are the 2 junglers which have kind of risen back into priority despite Maokai and Sejuani being taken off the board. There's the Lucian that you were just touching on there, Atlas. So that's going to be a Nami on 3. G2 should know the bot matchup they're up against. Question is, what do they play into it? They could go for some kind of a Aphelios lane here, match you with an Aphelios Lulu. Tom Kench on 4-5 with the Varus could work. How much they prioritize their top side here, because they could also lock in a carry top of the jungler. Ornn is another thing that could work. So I think G2 have a lot of options here in how they respond to this Lucian.
I think the Poppy stock just rose an extraordinarily large amount. You see Lucian, and then it does definitely get better. But there is Flacket's Draven. Glad you mentioned that one earlier on. Has been something that's been very popular into Lucian for a very long time. See what Caps is going to lock away, though, because that jungle pool, certainly, it's only really the Maokai, Sejuani, and the Graves. Certainly a lot still available, but the Ornn is going to take it. Broken Blade picking that one up. We'll take it towards that top side, as there is the Nami that has to be picked at that point.
Yeah, Draven was a staple pick towards the end of the regular season for G2. I think it was touched a little bit in playoffs, but it was banned against Flakkit off the top of my head, if I can remember correctly. They dropped the Draven prio towards the late stage of the finals and towards Worlds so far, but they're going to match the Lucian Nami with that Draven, drop support, and pick up the Ornn. So they had a very good balance there in terms of what they wanted to pick up, dropping jungle support. Now, EG... do they counter-pick jungle is the question, or do they value something like a Trundle here on 4, which I presume G2 might just decide to ban away. Of course, works really well into the Ornn, but for now, targeting the support bans, taking away Targamas, Renata.
Yep, Renata off the table. I really do like the idea of counter-picking for Inspired, just because he's been so important for EG. This guy, I think, 85% kill participation currently in the group stage and was 75 at the end of play-ins as well. This is a man that they have been playing around a lot. Actually has higher damage share than Jojo, but of course the set certainly putting a bit of a dampener on that one. So Gangplank going to be taken away from Impact. We saw this do pretty amazing things throughout the tournament so far in the few times that it's been picked up. I do like the respect being put on in Impact's name, and there's the Poppy that we were talking about.
I would love to see some kind of impact to Gragas here on 4. I think that would work really well. I think we've seen Gragas into Ornn a couple times now, and it looks like it works very well. That Poppy ban, quite interesting, because normally Trundle's good into Poppy, so maybe they're looking at some kind of Jarvan or Lee Sin here, or just stopping Jankos from being able to blind pick that Poppy. My eyes are now on... Oh, Mordekaiser, of course. Impact's Mordekaiser, how could we forget? My eyes are now on Targamas. They can pick for lane here and play something a little bit crazy, like a Draven Nautilus, a Draven Karma. They could also go for something like a Draven Rakan as well, but then you're kind of giving up the lane a little bit. We'll see what direction G2 go in, because with the Ornn, they probably do want to play towards the spot side. So EG, top or jungle here. Trundle would work as a good blind pick jungle, or is it going to be...
Shen would be a bit of a throwback here.
Oh, it's a Shen.
There it is. All right, so Shen's locked in, and that is going into the top lane. Is Inspired going to play it in the jungle? Like, what's happening here, Kadril?
I don't think this is a River Shen. I think this must be a Shen top. So this spells to me that Inspired is going to play a carry jungler here on 5, and he wants counter pick. I haven't seen Shen jungle very recently whatsoever. Here comes out the Draven Nautilus, as we expected. Something more aggressive, something with a hook, something that can get onto the Nami and actually have kill pressure. Rakan would work well for fights, but it looks like G2 don't want to give up the lane.
I love the Thresh.
Yeah, love the Thresh, and we've seen Mako's Thresh was phenomenal yesterday. Just has so much playmaking, such a beautiful champ to watch in good hands. Now it's just on Jankos. He must know that some kind of carry jungle's coming out here. You think back to the old school days of the Shen would work with Evelyn, you know?
Yeah.
The submarine to die off the bot lane.
It's a jungle Twitch angle. Is it a jungle Twitch angle? What do you reckon?
Just slam it in.
The full submarine.
RatRL would be happy with a little cheeky jungle Twitch. Red buff into level 2 gank absolutely everywhere. EG have been planning for this. It looks like it might be a Hecarim, so Shen Hecarim, full damage. See what Inspire can get done with it.
This is definitely a bit more experimental on the draft side, but I really did enjoy Inspired's Hecarim during the play-ins. His Trinity Force and the Conqueror style that he was picking up, definitely much better than the tank Hecarims that I have been used to. So EG certainly leaning on Inspired. This is actually what we were talking about before. It's the fact that Inspired has been so instrumental, and now he has so much agency in this composition.
He does indeed, and I feel like the Shen, not only does he have a target of the Hecarim, but he has a double threat in mid and bot, right? The Hecarim will scale up and get a lot of damage with the Conqueror stacks and with those items getting under his belt, but the Akali on side lane will have so much kill pressure into the Azir, given the fact that he has a Shen ult on top of him. It means that Caps and Jankos playing this 2v2 on a side lane becomes a lot more difficult because of the Shen ult, and all-in's bot as well. You know, if Kaori wants to dash forwards with a Shen ult on top of him, with Flakkit having no flash, he's as good as dead. So G2 needs to be very wary of Shen ultimate cooldown. Now, it is a long cooldown, a couple minutes that they will need to keep track of it, but if it's executed upon properly to cover a dive or execute a dive, it can get you really far ahead. Can be hit or miss though, so EG need to pick their windows very well.
Yep, I do like this as an answer from EG, largely because of the solo lanes, right? You've got teamfight and teamfight in Azir and Ornn. You pick Shen and you say, we just don't want to do that team fighting stuff. We're going to try and stay in side lanes as much as we possibly can. We'll see whether it's going to be enough here, because of course Ornn and Azir have been very successful this tournament, and G2 wanting to get off to a great start here in the first game of the day. It's EU versus NA. It's the El Clasico. Yesterday didn't go so well for the Europeans, and we'll see whether EG can offer back another punch like that this time around.
And this is the last EU NA of the group stage, I believe. 100 Thieves doesn't have an EU team in their group, now it does Rogue. So this is the final EU versus NA here at the World's group stage, right onto the Rift. See what happens on the level 1, because bot brush control can be very important in these double-ranged matchups. Caps now hovering around this red buff in case of any cheese. Maybe they're just expecting someone to, you know, try to look for a flag kit on this level 1.
Yep, well, before we get into all of the action, make sure to link your league account with Prime Gaming to receive your free digital goods. All right, guys, you got to make sure you link that one up and just get stuff for free.
Free stuff?
Free stuff's great.
Everything tastes better when it's free.
Oh, absolutely. And also, did you know free fries don't have calories?
They don't?
Yeah, so if you take them from somebody else, calorie free. That's how that one works.
Itself out. I like that. I like that a lot.
My sister told me that when she took all of my fries. It was actually much better for my caloric intake as well, which was great.
It's a net zero for both of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Win-win.
Yeah.
So
conservation of energy doesn't exist. But anyway, let's get back into the game.
So as I was talking about just a couple seconds ago, the bot brush level 1 ward is really important when it comes to these double range matchups. So I'll just bring up the minimap here 1 second. That ward there will help out Flakked a lot when it comes to this lane control. And actually, I'll bring up the minimap once more because Flakked was hovering around this red buff. So G2 have fake leashed bot. They've left their Draven on this red buff. Will come back with a little bit less mana. So that spells to EG's bot lane. When they see the Draven with an axe in his hand with a little bit less mana, they'll say, well, he must have been hitting the red. So Lee Sin is started on the bot side of the map, so G2 doing a little bit of a fake leash there.
Yeah.
They will get control of that middle brush, which is really important when it comes to these range matchups, because the Thresh can always threaten. If you watch Targmas here, you can walk up and then get in the face of EG, which means the Lucian has to step back, so G2 innately gets wave control despite leashing. That's why the level 1 ward in that middle brush can be so crucial. So a little bit of bot push coming in here for the G2 bot lane. We've seen the Akali Azir matchup multiple times this tournament, where the Akali just gets a little bit bullied until the first TP back. And this top matchup will be in isolation, as we expect, with both junglers pathing towards this bot side of the map.
It's been a while since we've seen good old Shen top. Of course, Impact, no stranger to it, having played League of Legends for about the length of time that League of Legends has been around. But certainly just going to be tank v tank, so it's not super exciting necessarily.
It's kind of crazy to think that next year Impact won Worlds 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And he's still going.
Yeah. And he's still extraordinarily good. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Time flies, really, doesn't it? And Impact's still at the top of his game, still competing at World Championships. We'll see what he can get done this game on the Shen. We'll get pushed in a little bit early. We saw the trades going in favor of Broken Blade. The beauty of the Shen matchup, I think, is when the Ornn lands the Brittle from the W, he can't auto-attack you if you pull your dodge towards you. So there'll be a little bit of a mind game there. Ward swept out there by G2, who are being a little bit aggressive onto Inspired's Gromp, but he smartly went blue to Gromp and skipped Wolf, so he could actually get that camp before the G2 bot lane could crash the wave and invade. He has the smite here. Jankos might contest him.
Well, Inspired is going to secure it, so no harm, no foul. I think Jankos did give his position away. Now Inspired just makes his way towards that top grab, and it's just going to be a bit of a trade.
Yeah, this is really good for EG. Jankos actually didn't do his Raptors or Krugs. He had walked in expecting to be able to take away a Gromp to make it so it's a net even on camps. So now he's on the back foot a little bit. Inspired should be able to pick up this top side crab, as Jankos does have to clear out those bot camps. So full clear from Hecarim. We'll see if Inspired decides to take a base or maybe help a push out on one of these solo lanes. But the Hecarim just wants an early game that's even and stable. He wants to get to level 6, farm up twice, full clear twice, and then look for 3v3s and 2v2s.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question when it comes to scaling between these two teams, right? Because both of them in the late game want to be doing very different things, given the fact that we've got a lot of side lane power and control here on EG's side, and then you've got team fighting ridiculousness from Ornn and Azir especially. And if Flakked manages to cash in some of these stacks, he'll also be an extraordinary teamfight force.
And we've got Inspired coming down to this bot side here. EG's bot lane's pushing out a wave, and they're scared that Jankos is hiding on one of the lane brushes, or maybe he's hiding on this tri-bush, waiting for them to step up to crash the wave when the next one comes in. Very, very good gank setup here for G2. So Inspired's here to cover. There is a ward in that brush that might spawn him out. He's hugging the wall right now and just communicating with Kari and Wolf and saying, push the wave in, and once it crashes, you take the base. Targamas is faking it here. He's pulling a lantern saying Jankos is around, you can't crash this, but EG know that their junglers behind them. They're not scared of anything. They don't fall for the bait, and now they could look for something on a dive.
Yeah, could be a potential here as Flakked down relatively low. Let's see where the Vulcan can land the bubble. There it is. Connects onto the Draven. Inspired canters forward. Will he pick up the Rampage kill? No, he won't, because Cowrie locks down first blood for North America. Targamas is now a sitting Thresh underneath this turret. Can this one work, though, is the question. Good flash out of the piercing light. Is it actually the execute onto Vulcan, and EG take 2-0.
Applaud that play, NA fans, because Vulcan executes. It's a clean 2-0 for EG. Inspired was initially there to cover, but when Targamas faked that Jankos was there, EG realized that this is all just a game for them. There's no jungler here behind them. Let's go for a 3v2 dive and see what happens. Beautiful bubble by Vulcan. If that doesn't connect, it gets a little bit difficult to dive, but the chain CC is perfect. The jungling by Vulcan was perfect, and now all of a sudden in this Draven Lucian volatile lane, Kaori has 2 kills under his belt and such a big item advantage.
Yep, Jojo also playing very respectfully, knows that there's a few people around his mid lane. Targamas also hanging around. Vulcan's going to spot him here, as the hook is going to barely go wide. Good play is going to connect, but Inspired will just dance forward. Oh, Jojo's going to follow, comes under the turret. Perfect execution, does not land, but the turret's not going to hit again, and Inspired locks down the kill onto the Thresh. EG get away with another one.
They're off to a very strong lead here, EG, punishing the jungle support of G2 when they're trying to walk into river to get this crab. Kaori's there out of base to help out and cover Inspired so he can continue on the push forwards, and it only really gets better from EG from this point because Impact just hit level 6, so any play that G2 wants to make now, there will be a Shen appearing in those 3v3s or 2v2s. Targamas no summoners, Caps no summoners, Jojo almost gets the solo kill. All of these summoners being down allows EG to look for so many plays when Inspired gets this level 6.
This is definitely a great start, but they're going to have to keep it up. I'm not ready to believe just yet, Cadril, just because G2's teamfight composition is so extremely powerful. It's one of these sort of ease of execution, front-to-back style comps that can just find teamfight wins. And we haven't necessarily seen that yet. It's just been skirmish, skirmish, skirmish. And if EG can keep that up, then it's definitely going to look great. But G2 need to try and find some of these angles because it's getting to the point where it's about 2,000 gold the lead. And at 7.5 minutes, that is big.
It really is, especially with Herald spawning in 30 seconds time. Jankos is coming towards bot lane here, trying to shadow Flakkit and Targamas, but the Thresh loses a lot of kill pressure and setup because normally you think of Threshes and they want the Lantern flash and then play the enemy support, and even if they flash, the gap close is already there, but they don't really have that setup. So EG's bot lane's pushing in, Jankos is hovering around, but they have a Shen ult, so Inspired can stay topside, even start this Herald up if he wants to when he knows Jankos is down there, because the Shen ult will cover this bot lane of EG to make it so they can turn it into a 3v3. We'll see what Inspired can get done, because he's hiding in a bush right now. Caps.
It's a lot of control vision here for G2. Caps going to feel pretty comfortable. Inspired walks on over. We'll be able to clear this one out. Vulcan swims his way towards Jojo, but looks like we're not going to have any biff or anything like that right now.
Now, Inspired level 6 is going to start up this Herald. Kaori and Vulcan are first from the move to bot to cover him off here, because the best way to play against the Shen is play into the Shen, right? Don't give him options to turn fights from numbers advantage with the ultimate. G2 ideally would want a 3v3 topside here because the Lucian is so strong, so EG are saying we'll make it a 5v5. Our strong point is now on the top side of the map. You cannot contest. Flakkit's late on the base. Jojo wants to contest his blue.
Yeah, he's going to dance over as, okay, there's the Lantern right for the Lee Sin, but the ultimate from Inspired is too good, and Targamas is dead again.
EG are matching everything G2 want to do. Look at this swap coming in here. Impact TP spot, covers the tower, has ult in case G2 want to make a play on this top side. Kaori's going to push in, and EG have the Herald. What the hell was G2 even doing there? Jankos just ward jumped in and kicked Kaori, I think, in a 1v3, and then just lanterned away. So maybe he was trying to peel for Targamas, who had no flash, but EG have the gap close. EG get the crab, and EG get everything.
Yeah, and the follow from the Hecarim is just too good, right? Like, you can't feel safe after taking a Lantern when there's Onslaught of Shadows, but here is Broken Blade with the ulti. Carry's gonna have to flash. The wave is gonna go wide, but zones well, and EG make it out alive.
And it's a flash for flash trade. The only reason Broken Blade hit that ultimate was because he flashed forwards to catch Kaori off guard. Then Broken Blade has the TP bot to match Impact. Now there's no globals on these top laners, so Impact will always have a free ultimate towards this top side. Broken Blade can never really respond. G2 have no options in this early game. Their best bet is finding 5v5s around neutrals on 2-item spikes of their carries, but right now this early game is being dominated by EG.
Yeah, and I feel like we don't talk about tempo quite as much as we used to, but with a 1-3-1 composition, tempo is so extraordinarily important, and it is something that Impact can definitely utilize extremely well. He didn't even need to ult in that fight that EG won at the Rift Herald. And so now they hold on to that tempo advantage, and it's like they're an extra step in front of G2, and it's going to be very hard for G2 to find their way back.
Yeah, it's kind of like having a turn, really, isn't it? In a turn-based game, once you get the push in bot, the enemy team's turn is just to cover and catch the wave. So then you have free time, and EG, perfect example of that tempo, was just pushing in bot, having a lead and running towards this Herald before Flacket can respond, and using their numbers advantage to force a play. They're going to get another plate. 2 plates left on that tower. Inspired has a Herald. 1+1 is 2, and they can look for a bot tier 1 crack open here and get this Lucian ahead with the Gale Force already. Could also use it mid to try to chip down this tower so that when the second Herald spawns, you can use the second crash on the mid tower to fully kill the tower, because of course Azir has so much wave clear, it can be really frustrating to deal with in terms of getting that tower. But Inspired's going to start up this dragon. This will be absolutely free. There's no TP on Broken Blade. It's a 5v4 if G2 want to engage this, and they have no vision either. So Caps is looking for a roam top. Here's the cross map from G2. Impact has the flash, but he's a little bit deep here. Has the taunt too. We'll see if Caps can shuffle him into Broken Blade, who doesn't have the ult up just yet.
Yep, he should be able to dash his way out of this one, but Caps is going to come on over, and Impact gets the bad news. Emperor's Divide is going to be available. Phenomenal flash from Impact, and he just walks it out.
Great reaction there from Impact. Also doing a couple backflips as well. Emote's game is strong on the EG solo lanes, and that was just a perfectly timed flash. The second the Emperor's Divide came out, straight towards this tower as well. It's not like he flashed into bot side river there and he would get chased down. He had a tower right behind him. And all the meanwhile, EG's bot lane's been keeping Targmas and Flacket under this tower. They still have the Herald. Only about a quarter left on that timer. Broken Blade.
Ooh. Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here, but Impact not exactly with the most kill threat right now after those empowered autos are used. Up on a shadow wave here towards the bottom side. Carry just going to knock down Flacket. Targamas, he's been in this position before, Kadril, and I don't think it's a good one. Hook's going to go wide yet again. The flash comes out from the Thresh, and the teleport will mean that Targamas survives.
Caps TPing in, but he cannot turn the play. He can't try to dive onto EG's bot lane there. Why? Because they have a Shen ultimate. Here comes the Herald in mid. All the meanwhile, that bot lane is dominating 2v2. Jankos will chunk out Jojo, but that won't net to anything. Broken Blade might be in trouble.
Impact. Okay, not going to be able to find it there. Spirit's Refuge used, but Broken Blade just walks it out.
Inspired's behind him.
All right, okay, so we're just galloping forward towards this one. Is okay. I don't think Broken Blade's going to survive this. Inspired going to have to ult to get himself out just to make sure that is a pretty clean dive there for EG. And Kadril, I wasn't expecting EG to be on perfect game pace at 13 minutes into this game.
Flawless so far, and it all comes from Inspired getting that bot dive off initially that just snowballed the rest of the map, because in top in isolation and your bot lane's ahead and you have a Shen ult, you dictate the pace of the game, and EG are keeping their foot on the gas. Every neutral objective is full, and the spawn so far, 1 minute 40 seconds on this Herald will be able to crack open any tower they want to, because when plates fall, look at that mid and bot tower, 1 plate each, 1 wave and that tower is gone. So EG have so much standing gold on the map that they will pick up soon. Sunfire here complete for Impact, and G2 are now putting caps on this bot side to match Jojo. They put their bot lane mid, EG doing the same thing, and now it just comes down to who can get the mid push, who can get the mid waves in and move to these side lanes first. Shen ult yet to be used, because G2, every time you say in the communication, in the comms, let's look for a bot play, let's look for a mid play, you always say, well, Shen has ult, you know, I don't have TP, I can't match it. You need to be very careful, you need to pick your windows to either instantly one-shot the target or bait out the Shen ult and then get away.
Yeah, and there are some ultimates where you say, well, why haven't you used it? Such as a Shockwave. We've had a few of those issues in the LCK of not seeing them, and they do need to come out. But holding on to an ult from a Shen is actually almost more valuable than using it.
Yep, the lingering threat.
Yeah, the threat is so powerful. It's suffocating, it's stifling G2 right now, and they also have teleport advantage at the same time. So it's the 1-2 punch. As here is the culling. Targamas going to try and soak this one up. It's not so good as Carry picks it up with the piercing light. EG are just all over G2 in this game.
Kaori's having a fantastic game here. The substitute for EG coming in for Danny has had a couple months of scrims under his belt, but showing up straight to this World Championship in the LCS playoffs, having one of his best games I've seen so far. Level 9 on this Lucian, building towards 2 items. Lots of confidence as well, just dashing forwards onto Targamas. Didn't even have the cleanse up if he got hit by a hook, but he has the Shen ult, so a lot of defensive tools ready in case G2 tried to turn. And G2 in that situation, we're looking for a cross-map bot. Jankos and Caps are hovering to try to take this bot tier 1 because Herald is up. That's the idea, play away from EG right now because they're too strong, but now your support's dead, so you can't look for any cross-map.
Yeah, and Impact is just He's like he's lording over the map right now. He can keep all of his team safe at a moment's notice, so you can just play extraordinarily aggressively, and you always know that Impact's going to be there to pick you up.
He is 2,000 gold lead for Kaori on this Lucian, 1,000 gold lead for Jojo now that he's taken down that tower. Jankos now hovering on this top side, Targamas behind him. They're looking to contest his Herald, but I just don't think they can. Caps has no TP, Jojo does. It's the exact same situation as playing against the Shen on the bot side of the map. They can always get a numbers advantage. G2 are struggling to find a pick, but they're looking for Impact.
Yeah, collapsing on Impact, definitely a good move, especially considering the fact that he doesn't have Flash, but they can't go into the fog of war. And this Rift Herald is going to be taken. Jojo looking for a dive, lands the backflip. There's the ult from Caps. Perfect execution, this time's gonna work out. And this is the problem. Impact can be there at a moment's notice, but Broken Blade's going to show up as well. Caps on 200 health, but he doesn't seem to care. The range advantage going to help him out, and EG have to back away.
Oh, Caps just about escapes. I thought Jojo would flash forwards there and try to get the kill, but I guess he didn't have enough range, but he's just forced out Broken Blade's TP. Got Caps' flash, and the Shen ult will be back up before Broken Blade's TP, and Jojo can keep doing this when Impact has that ultimate. He can keep threatening these dives onto the Azir. This time G2 get away, but I fear next time they may not, but they're gonna pick up a dragon here. EG still dominating this map, on pace for a perfect game against the LEC second seed.
It's absolutely phenomenal. This change for EG, especially considering the game against G2 last week. This is night and day, a fantastic look for EG in their first game of the day. G2 certainly not out of it just yet, but this lead is so hard to come back from with a draft like this from EG, because you just have access to more money on the map. You can be in 3 lanes, while G2, if they want to stand a chance, need to group up.
Jojo.
Right. Yeah, 5-point strike going to connect here as Jankos staying in the brush. Jojo not going to be overly aggressive. Vulcan lying in wait.
It's globals, really, isn't it? I mean, yeah. Broken Blade had the TP bot to cover out Impact's ult, but then Impact has TP now. So if you engage top there, Impact would TP to the wave, and Vulcan could show up. No Envision on Inspire. They can't really find that play or just execute a play onto Jojo because they're always scared of numbers disadvantage. NA week 2 showing up big here for EG. Jojo's gonna find Caps again. How aggressive does he want to be though? Doesn't know Jankos is right behind him.
Well, there's the Emperor's Divide. We'll see whether he can get out of this as the kick comes through. The Q not going to be followed. And Jojo wants more. Targamas is actually very squishy at this stage of the game. Another Q lands, and Jankos again not going to take it as EG. They just bear down on this top outer turret. Inspired's going to throw Shirley towards it, and she will help them knock down their 3rd turret of the game.
Oh, Inspired got the Gromp as well. I wonder if EG can look for more than just a tier 1 here. They'll crash this top, this wave in. Will they look for a tier 2? Jojo has the TP, but no ultimate. Needs to be careful of Jankos in this bush. They don't know he's there, but no kick means he has no real threat. Kaori can just do this.
Yeah, the calling's gonna come through. Whirling Death not really going to threaten too much, and that is another charge for the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, there's a cross-map play towards the bottom side. The teleport to come forward as Impact just chasing Broken Blade down. Jojo, can he actually close the distance is the question. I think that Broken Blade will be able to get there. Caps maybe not so lucky, but does shift some sands to get himself out. But getting out is not what G2 need. They need to be able to find some money on this map. And EG are just destroying everything. They grab the inner turret now. That is 4-0.
It's a 7,000 gold lead. It's 7 kills, 2-0. There's really nothing that can be done. G2 don't have options. They even tried to all-in bot there. Broken Blade tried to fight Impact. Jojo TP's in. If they tried to fight top, Impact would ult in. How do you ever get a numbers match here?
Well, there's just fights all over the place. Jankos in trouble, does take the Lantern. And now Jojo looking for his opportunity. Perfect execution is going to fly forward, and Inspired's there to protect the Akali. And of course, he also has the ult from the Shen as well to keep him safe. Flashes over the wall. Now Broken Blade in trouble. Good double knock-up, but there's just no damage from G2, and EG will just back away. They'll steal themselves this Bramble back, and they'll go about their business.
Oh my god, EG are playing with so much confidence. Jojo is playing on the edge. That top play where he got shuffled, I thought he would die when he went in here deep. I thought he would die as well, but Impact bails him out this time around. Just keeping G2 in their base, keeping them on a leash, and EG not letting them have anything whatsoever. And EG's easy win condition this game is dragon stacking. 1 minute 40 until their soul point. Their Baron turn is extremely strong with Nami and Hecarim. It's just a case of when they want to start it up. It will be spawning in 10 seconds. Doesn't die very quickly, but if G2 overstep even an inch There'll be an Akali behind them, there'll be a Shenold coming in, the Lucian culling, the Nami tidal wave. It's so hard for G2 to do absolutely anything. EG playing flawless.
Yeah, the turn is extraordinarily scary, but not only that, but they can also have impact in a side lane the entire time. He's got teleport right now, stands united, halfway through the cooldown, and you can see EG able to just get rid of all the vision. This is an aggressive move, as Caps and Jankos were already there to try and grab Jojo, but who is flanking who? As Impact's going to turn up. Yeah, he's very, very tanky. I don't think that's a Q you want to take. And G2 will make it out, but they have to again invest a teleport. And so that tempo advantage we were talking about, well and truly in EG's hands.
That's one way to bait out a TP. Normally start Nash and then stop, but you just TP behind them. Broken Blade has to match, and now Impact can go back bot, and he has the Shenold, but they're still hovering around this top side. Looking for a pick, Flakkid.
Yeah, seen this one before. Thankfully, there's a minion wave for Flakkid. And Kauri is just so extraordinarily strong. This is a Draven that hasn't picked up a kill. He does not have the items that Dravens are used to having at this stage of the game.
I never thought I'd say this, but I think this is going to be a perfect game here from EG. Unless Jojo...
can't jinx it. You can't jinx it,
Unless Jojo gets caught out here. He's going to go onto Caps. He has to Shenold in around 5 to 10 seconds. Needs to be careful.
Yep, the ult has been used. He can use that defensively, but goes into his Shroud. More than happy to just wait for that one. Get out with the perfect execution. There's a turret. Q not going to land. Oh, and okay, lands the backflip. Yep, there we go. There's the Shen delivery system. And yeah, the taunt's great onto Jankos. He has nowhere to go. All 5 members turn up. And EG get their 8th kill of the game.
It's going to be Baron as well. They're just going to push Caps away. He's on the wrong side of the map. Inspired will chase him down. There's no real point in flashing, but he's going to try his best. Inspired will get the kill. Oh, will he get saved? Yes! The Lantern saves Caps, and G2 will get a Dragon, but EG are going to get a Baron.
Yeah, you'll take that trade any day of the week if you're a fan of the North American representative. This Baron is going to be taken down. That is some bounty gold as this Ocean goes over the way of G2, and that does stop the perfect game, Kadril. So we don't have that anymore. Still, EG could go unkilled.
Unkilled. That's also quite,
definitely do
that's
that.
also quite a good achievement, is it? Unkilled. EG.
I mean, honestly, I think you take a win.
A win as well. That always helps. Jojo thought he had the all-in. Jankos is constantly covering Caps. Shenold's on cooldown here still, but if it wasn't, Jojo would have dived in. Impact has the Shenold. I think Broken Blade might have tried to stop him, but he blast cones over into the Dragon Pit and then Shenolds from there, avoiding Broken Blade as much as possible. Actually, the ult invested to try to stop it, but wasn't in time. Manages to land on top of Jojo, and then they get the kill onto Jankos.
Yep, the ninja delivery system. I remember when having 2 ninjas on your team actually made you lose 1 HP point. It did. For everyone. And so every time I see Shen and Akali, I'm like, oh, anti-synergy. But it actually works out very, very well having an assassin that can bring a tank in.
Didn't there have something if you had Sunglasses against Leona? She did 1 less base damage. Vayne did, I think.
Yep.
Small one. So
I was always wondering whether you had to actually put your sunglasses on, though. You know how Vi has the toggle where you can wear them or not wear them, and whether that actually eliminates the sunlight damage. But yeah, let's get back to the game.
Always keep it on. May as well. Nothing to lose. So G2 have a tower and G2 have a Dragon under their belt. Not sure if it was an objective bounty on the tower, but it certainly was on the Dragon. But EG, 1 minute 40 seconds on this Baron buff. Looking for the bot tier 2. Again, they have Shenold up in 5 seconds. Jojo has TP. So no matter what kicks off in bot lane, both the solo lanes will arrive at a moment's notice. And all the meanwhile, they'll be pushing in lanes, which G2 have to respond to, so that EG can finally get this bot tower. Flakkid will have to catch mid wave, Caps will have to catch top wave, or vice versa, and then the bot tier 2 will die. So good setup here by EG, going for a 1-1-3 with double global.
Yep, the onus entirely on G2 to make something happen, otherwise they will just lose things. As you can see, Kauri very comfortably will take down this inner turret. That is going to be tower number 6 for EG. They are cresting that 10,000 gold mark, and the Red Bull Baron power play sitting on 2K of that margin as well. And sad bees coming out from Flakkid. This game is looking extraordinarily doomed for G2 right now.
24 minutes in, 11,000 gold. The EG are just playing so good. G2 just holding on. Zero Ornn, Draven, Lee Sin, good in team fights, but EG aren't giving them a single fight. They're just choking them out of the map, constantly getting picks, and now the waves are slowly crashing in. Broken Blade's matching top, he has the TP, but Kaori's looking for...
Yeah, the culling. Oh, Jankos almost just dies to that back massage from the Lucian. This inhibitor turret taken down to about 50%, but EG, they don't have to use everything in order to just siege this turret, right? None of the onus is on them. They can continue just stretching G2 around their base. and they will eventually crack it open.
They will, but only 10 seconds left on this Baron means that this wave is the last one they can really play on before the Azir can start to clear out of these waves. So Kaori wants to get a bit aggressive, but he knows if he dashes forwards, Caps can shuffle him. Has to be very careful. Top and mid pushing in. G2 will respond, so Baron buff is off. EG best call now is just to back away, reset, spend gold, set up for the next dragon. It looks like that's what they will do, and take away a couple jungle camps all the meanwhile. Sieging without Baron just becomes really, really complicated. Overstaying, waves dying too quickly, wasting time on the map. But you can see at the bottom of your screen, the gold lead between Blackhead and Kaori was around 5,000 in just one roll.
It's insane. And it's about a 70 CS gap as well. Kaori's just been able to pick up more farm around this map. Of course, if you're Caps, it's much safer to farm. Targamas wants to be trying to protect when G2 are making these plays, and so therefore it's just so dangerous for Flak to be farming on this map.
Really is. Can't overstep, no tier 2s anywhere. Wards littered in your jungle, TP's ready. You can be flanked at a moment's notice, so has to catch waves very safely. Look at that gold difference.
That is not beautifully linear, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Not too many dents really, is there? Can't fault EG for this game. Almost perfect, and Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. That'll be an easy pickup for them. I think they'll have about 2 minutes before they start sieging onto the base again, unless they can find a pick. It becomes really hard to crack open base towers at 26 minutes of the game against Azir and Ornn. You don't really want to overstep. There's no point in giving them a window for you to make a mistake. So I think EG will set up with the Dragon, look for picks, and then they will set up the Baron in 1 minute 30 seconds.
Jankos thinking about trying to make a play here onto Jojo, but he's not going to give him too much of an opportunity. 19 seconds on this Ocean Drake, get themselves to Soul Point. EG can then utilize that power to try and close out this game. Of course, Baron going to be up in 1 minute and 20, as well as the knock-up. Not going to connect there onto Jojo. And he hasn't even gone into his Shroud just yet. Does eventually get in there as there is the Ornn Horn blown. They get the knock-up. In comes Impact. Doesn't find the taunt, but Inspired's here as well. There's the shutdown onto Jojo, but can they win the fight is the question. Impact flashing to get himself out of there, and Inspired, he's very, very fast, thinking about whether he wants to protect the Shen, but he does make it out.
Off screen there, Vulcan just used both summoners. I think Targamas must have hit a hook and ulted him there with the Flay, so Vulcan had to flash away. That's a shutdown onto the Ornn. What can G2 get done with it? 30 seconds on the Akali respawn timer, 40 seconds on the Baron. Dragon's up, but they want this top tower by the looks of it.
Yeah, there is the taunt onto Broken Blade. He's pretty tanky, but that's a great knock-up onto Impact. Gets into the Spirit's Refuge, and he just takes 0 damage. Inspired's going to turn up Kaori. The culling does so much damage. Caps now limping out of this one. Broken Blade leading them as well, as now G2 trying to get out the flash forward. And Kaori is indeed dominating. Impact looks for another taunt, doesn't get it.
TP. Yep. TP coming in from Jojo.
This was all part of the plan, Kadriel. Jojo looking for the backside of this team fight now, and G2 have been routed. EG have found their team fight opportunity. It's a double kill for Impact, and now Jojo is looking to get his revenge. 1 kill for G2 so far this game, and G2 may have their base broken open.
TP from bot there, from Impact there into bot. He's getting the waves in. Inspired's proxying waves. Top waves coming in too. 15 seconds onto Caps. I'm not sure if EG can end, but they will crack the base open, and they have a Baron up if they want to move towards it. G2 trying to fight back here against Inspired. I don't think they can get the kill. They don't really have the damage. They're just trying to slow EG down as much as possible, but EG are steamrolling G2 right now.
So good. The answering play there from EG. Now they can move back towards the Drake if they want to take that, but also there is a Baron available. Here's the call of the Forge Guard as Vulcan is going to avoid the ram. That was expertly sidestepped. The listing lazily to the left tactic. You never expect it to work, but it absolutely did.
Easy clap there from Vulcan. Didn't have the flash, so maybe Broken Blade thought they could get a pick. But Vulcan doesn't get hit by the knock-up. EG now going to look for this Dragon. Kaori is doing so much damage in these fights when he arrives, and G2 realize that they need to try to win the game here by just going for a Hail Mary Baron. There's nothing left to do on the map because EG dominate the top side, but they're too scared to do it. EG pushed back against G2. Not too much topside vision here for EG, but the fact that Kaori is running through mid means that G2 are scared of getting flanked by the Lucian. A lot of creeps to catch in the base as well. Kaori actually didn't start up that Dragon, he just moved towards mid to cover off the Baron and has a Guardian Angel now, so this Lucian is practically unkillable. This all comes off the back of G2 getting a pick onto Jojo. They realize that the longer they hold on in their base, the more they're just going to lose the game because EG control the map, so they get the pick. Looks good initially, they get the shutdown to BB, but then they look for a tier 1 top, and Kaori with this flash forward, look how much damage he does here onto Caps, just instantly kills him with the E and the passive, and then Jojo comes back for revenge, TP's behind G2, and they have nowhere to go.
Yeah, the answering play, absolutely fantastic. First kill for G2 in this game. I was expecting it to be a lot sooner than this, but this EG has performed extraordinarily well. Second week, North America looking fantastic. Of course, for EG, it is their third. Picking up that play-ins buff, and finally, we are seeing the rewards.
And this will help EG a lot in terms of momentum. They're playing up against JDG next game, and they need to 3-0 to start contesting their way out of this group. This is a fantastic start, and they'll be in very, very high spirits going up against the LPL first seed. Just need to close this one out very cleanly. They have all the tools to do it. They can push in waves, turn towards the Baron, secure that in case G2 try to step up, and then start sieging onto this base that's already cracked open. Here comes the Baron start. G2 have a couple TPs to work with, but they have absolutely no vision. A little bit of vision on the entrance red, but it won't really spot anything around this Baron. One ward above EG here, but they don't feel threatened. Dravenult will come in to spot them out. G2 looking for a pick onto Impact here. They realize maybe we can look for a kill onto the Shen, but Impact smartly backing away.
Yep, there could have theoretically been some sort of double teleport play or something like that, but G2 not going to go for it. And EG will take their second Baron of the game, already up to 1,600 on that Red Bull Baron power play. And this should be the final one. Kadril, yeah, this gold lead, this is starting to look like EG playing with their food. But you could imagine, it feels pretty good to be in a winning position after what happened last week. And there is another culling, going to be cancelled a little bit early there as Targamas. They're going to have Mercy on the Thresh.
And this is Kaori carrying the game, right? This is Kaori stepping up for EG. Jojo, as much as he's been fighting Caps and trying to push him back, he hasn't had that much impact in terms of looking for these picks, snowballing the lead. He's been around for the fights, he's been at the right place at the right time. This is all Kaori and Vulcan showing up, diving bot inspired, finding Broken Blade.
My goodness, the W just healed him for 1 billion health there, from the looks of it. Emperor's Divide gonna go straight into the stopwatch as Jankos gets a kickback, but there's the ult, and Jojo's just gonna pick up the kill under Caps. This is looking just too good for EG. The final team fight is gonna be a double for Kaori. Can we get in more? There's the triple! EG will take their first Nexus here at the group stage, and they do it against G2, and they do it after losing only 1 kill and 1 dragon and 1 turret the entire time. Just dominance from start to finish from the evil geniuses, and this is what we wanted to see.
The crowd in New York erupts for the hometown heroes. The LCS managed to take down the LEC. NA getting the better hand of Europe here in the second week of the World's group stage. Nobody beats Inspired 18 times in a row. Finally gets his best of 1 revenge. EG finally get their best of 1 revenge against G2, and it's about damn time they finally pull it off. Now it's just 2 games ahead of them, level-headed, keep calm. C9 were in a very similar situation yesterday, but they fell flat in that second game that they played up against. Now it's just JDG ahead of EG. Yep. 10-15 minutes to prepare, back on the stage, and run back. What I think, a similar composition. This Shen pick was just so phenomenal in threatening G2 in any play they wanted to look for. You want to dive bot, you want to try to counter-gank bot or anything towards mid, side lane pressure. Shen's always there to respond.
Impact has been so instrumental. It's now another one of these pocket picks for him. Of course, the only one really playing Mordekaiser this tournament, and is now bringing out the Shen that he used to be so extraordinarily good at.
Yep.
This is the kind of EG that we really wanted to see. And then if Kaori steps up like he has, this is a very different situation. You mentioned yesterday and what happened. It was Fnatic that had to get off the stage and then immediately get back on again. After that loss, that's very, very difficult to do. This time, EG has all the momentum when they return to the stage now against JDG.
They really do. And I think JDG are the ones backstage watching this game and saying, hang on a second, do we really want to play against things like this Shen, these looming threats that... These are champions you don't scrim against very often, right? These are champions where you're kind of caught off guard to the point where you don't know the limits of it. You don't know if you want to force it or anything like this. So JDG needs to be very careful in drafting against Impact.
Yeah, no, exactly. No one's really played against 1-3-1 all year, to be perfectly honest. But if you can't make it to San Francisco, ladies and gentlemen, for the finals, you can watch it on the big screen with friends and family at select theaters near you. Use the QR code below to grab your tickets. And while you grab your seats, we're heading back over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Let's go! go!
Let's go. Thank you so much, Atlas. You know, here at the World Championship, they always provide me with sharp analytical minds. I'm glad that today they provided me with one NA analyst in Chronicler.
Oh my God.
He kept the faith. EG delivered. They're on the board. But while Chronicler will come out correct in the predictions, Emily, you were the one who had a lot of draft demands when it came to EG and finding success today. How did you feel about this one here?
Yeah, so if people could cut through my flowery Chunibyo language in the D&D section, this is a lot of stuff that I really like for EG, right? We talked about the Hecarim being a power pick for Inspired, something that he can carry on. The Lucian Nami, obviously it is a risk because you do have to execute that lane. You do have to make it a kill lane and get that push, and they were able to do that. Another thing that's worth mentioning is that Lucian, in my opinion, is the pick that Kaori has looked best on overall.
Yes.
The pick he looked the best on in Chicago. And then additionally, Impact always has these pocket picks where he can randomly kind of pull them out on stage. The cast mentioned Mordekaiser. Shen is one that goes all the way back to his OGN Champions history. So this is just such a great draft for EG.
And additionally, we talk about the Lucian having to get ahead. If you flip that around, I think the same's the case for Draven. And that's why the early impact was so important, because if you're playing Draven and you're not two-tapping an Akali that's going to come in with a Shen on top of you and a Hecarim that's ready to look for the dive, any misposition can also be hit with a Guild Force dash-forward Lucian. So the moment that that early presence came through from AG, I think that for G2, things looked very dire.
100%. I want to really emphasize the confidence that Impact has, because it was EG that was levying the top lane bans to start. Aatrox, Maokai, and Sejuani were the first 3 bans from Evil Genius aside, and they were so confident, it's like, you know what, we really want the Nami not to be banned and taken away from the Lucian, right? So we're going to go into 4-5 and still allow opportunities for bans on G2 side. So the fact that he loses all those champions, including Ornn that was picked away, and he finds a really good angle with the Shen because he can utilize it with Akali. Beautiful.
And I love that call because we heard Atlas mention as well, right? Also one of the players to pull out the Mordekaiser. Like, he has a deep champion pool. Don't forget, this guy's got a Jack skin. He's a world champion. He's been playing for a decade at this point. Okay, he's got no shortage of champions, but it's about when he'll find the right time to reach into that pool and bring out that creative pick. It pays dividends here, the Shen, this time around. But let it be known that no one beats our 1+ OP player of the game 18 times in a row. It's Inspired on the Hecarim in that head-to-head matchup. He will get the win on the Hecarim, and boy, does he goes off from minute 1.
This dive in particular was beautiful because he had top lane camps that were spawning. Lee Sin went there too, but on the stacking wave, he was there for the dive, and this kicked off the action for Evil Geniuses.
I know, I was going to say, I thought you were going to go.
I was like,
I also want to shout out Vulcan here, right? Because he's kind of someone that we didn't mention, but he was such a crucial part of this lane. The way that they juggled aggro to make sure he actually ends up being taken out by the turret, so it doesn't even give the kill over to G2. That was instrumental in getting this Lucian Nami lane ahead.
And even in this play as well, Nami being able to start off the action, not really, extremely confident, even if Vulcan were to get picked, that Inspired and the rest of the team is there. So the fears that they had in week 1, not being on the same page, not the issue at all here. They rotated here for this play and just made it work. Thresh goes down. It feels like they were playing a perfect game. They were at that point.
Yeah, for me, there are kind of 2 big things here, right? Number 1, it's just seeing Inspired on that Hecarim. Securing the pick, something very comfortable for him. But number 2, it's with this win, I think the kind of allowance it's going to give him to push forward, to be the tip of the spear for EG as he ults in more and more often. It's something that they're going to need to take down their future opponents as well.
100%. And I think a lot of fans from G2 side are going to be saying, well, where was the action? Where, like, they weren't really pushing for any plays. They were there, just a little bit too slow on the part, of course, when they were getting killed near mid lane, near Rift Herald. And on top of that, they wanted to invade blue. But actually, that was warded as well. And so it was Hecarim that was getting covered off of that one ward that was covering the entrance. I just felt like Evil Geniuses covered their weaknesses incredibly well this game.
Yeah, and one thing you didn't see about the Herald setup, that first Herald setup, is like how they actually were able to do that. How they were able to, as Raz pointed out, through vision, through the way that they just snowballed this comp in general, kind of collapse on G2 multiple times. Whenever G2 did try to make a move, either cross map or contest on the map, EG seemed to know exactly where they were and where to come in.
Yeah, and I mean, we are singing the praises of Inspired for sure, and of the whole team. We did the same with Impact. We have to do it for Jojo, and on top of that, Kaori. Kaori had his best game, I would say, since joining the roster, the main roster. I felt like he, yeah, you're right, Dash, was on his best pick in Lucian and had the best combination of Lucian and Ami. But when he got the lead, I didn't see an issue of him throwing it. In fact, they had a 2v2 dive where they were able to get Draven off the back of it. And I felt like, as you can see through the goal difference, a very smooth game. It started to get a little bit murky on the top side of the map, but it felt like this was EG playing at the best in this tournament.
Also want to highlight is that after NA's lackluster, I'd argue, week 1, they were unable to take tier 2 turrets. You know who hasn't taken a tier 2 turret yet? In the second week of groups?
EU.
It's EU.
It's EU.
Yeah, it's evening up the scores.
We're leading the charge on that
Trading
one.
places, but in all honesty, I think both regions would like to stop, you know, going at each other and maybe start taking games off of the Eastern teams. And that brings us to our standings here in Group B. EG is on the board now at 1 and 3, but still plenty of work to be done as they try and close the gap on both Damwon Kia and JDG. They're up against JDG in the very next game. It is still do or die for EG. If they lose, they would need other results to go their way, in the sense of they don't have control over their own destiny, right? So you got to keep putting the wins on the board. If you lose, you won't have control anymore. Now, JDG, on the other hand, they lock quarterfinals with a win, moving to 4-0, so they can get it done right here, right now. So from that point of view, I kind of am curious, Emily, like, what do we take from this game 1? How does that maybe change your level of confidence in an EG stacking up against a JDG that they actually did compete against to a degree in week 1?
So I'd obviously still favor JDG, if only because I do think their mid and late game team fighting and setups has generally been a lot better. Like, when it looks like JDG are going to lose or going to get taken advantage of, you know, they pull something out, they work really well together. And that is going to be the key. If EG want to off JDG, they need to have a performance like this, right? Where it's not just that they get all of this comfort that they can play around and execute. It's about, oh, now that we are going into the mid game, now that we do have to set up properly around objectives, we need to be patient at certain times. That's what I'm looking for.
Because if you give even little openings like Jojo getting killed and the shutdown going over, I think if you do that against JDG, that's just it. That's all they need to get back into the game. So if they play the same game that they did just now, then I think there's a shot, but you really got to clean it up.
Raz, I'm going to put you on the side of JDG because we heard Cadrel talking about it. They've been sitting off stage watching that game. There's a whole lot of things that they now need to consider. The idea of that Shen pick. Will the bot lane go for something aggressive like the Lucian Nami as they did here against G2, or will they flip the script? What would be your concerns, or what would be the couple key points that you're looking out for on the side of JDG rather, following that game 1 of the day?
What I think G2 didn't do too well on really early in that game was being able to sniff out that dive with a stacking wave. I think they should be able to, JDG's not going to have that issue.
Okay.
And one thing that is going to work really well for JD, not a lot of people sing his praises, missing on his Thresh. When he ends up rotating, he moves often. He oftentimes works alongside Kanavi to make plays towards the mid side of the map. So I feel like that is going to be the key to JDG's early success, is missing, basically playing to his name.
EG gets it done for North America in game number 1, but still plenty of work to be done. Now check out Awaken on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can check out that classic and other League music like it in the League of Legends hub on Spotify. Give it a listen, and on the other side, Evil Geniuses look to continue their momentum to take down JDG and keep their quarterfinal dreams alive. See you there.
Never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may
It's time to get fired up for this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. Just as things were getting mad, Kaori fired up the Infernum and absolutely scorched the teamfight hopes of the LEC squad.
Logan tries to make the play. The hostile takeover, though, absolutely wild out of Kaiser, and Unforgiven is going to find the kill. But Kaori with the turnaround of all turnarounds. Inspired is just too strong.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
This is the tale of a young hunter and his greatest battle. Together, the hunter and his love, the archer, defended their homes from the monsters that threatened it. With his Entofos in hand and his love by his side, the hunter felt invincible. But there were times, many times, when the archer urged the hunter to temper his skill with strategy. Unfortunately, the young hunter couldn't see that there is no monster greater than pride. And so, the archer moved on to other adventures, but he left behind one final gift. The hunter could finally see his monster. Arrogance. The archer had been right. His pride had torn them apart, but they finished the hunt together. And that is how the young hunter defeated his greatest monster.
Welcome back. You just got to look at the newest champion, Cassante, a master hunter who hunts down monsters of every kind. He's got a distinct style and brings with him a brand new melee weapon in the League universe called Entofos. And I actually, in fighting games, it's one of my favorite weapon types.
Is it?
Yeah.
I saw him he had two spikes and they changed to different weapons. So
Yeah, I feel like you can incorporate elbows a little bit more.
get the elbows in there.
I imagine Lee Sin does
Go
that
for
as
a
well.
couple clotheslines.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Just calm down. All right, let's get into our second match of the day. This one is EG's second test, and GDG, being undefeated in this group, are definitely a formidable opponent.
Oh yeah, undefeated so far. So stakes for this game for everyone out there at home and in the audience. If JDG win, they are locked quarterfinals. EG are not out mathematically. They will be sitting at 1-4, and Damwon is currently at 2-1. Now, what EG will need if they lose this game is for Damwon to go 0-3. But if EG win, they're definitely in the race here. But of course, like you said, tough task. JDG look really strong right now. They're looking like one of the World Championship favorites. We'll see if EG can put a dent in their domination.
Yeah, the easiest way to look at it, guys, is you can now have the 2-4 three-way tie at the end of the day. JDG would have to go undefeated, and then everything else can line up. However, it does just mean that EG not eliminated if they lose this game, and JDG will be locked if they win. So Azir and Caitlyn to be taken away. I think the Azir ban extremely important. Yagao has been just amazing on that champion. And the Aatrox Yumi, obvious bans on the red side.
Something I found very interesting about JDG is, on blue side, JDG is 26 wins and 5 losses in summer. On red side, there's 16 wins and 11 losses. Ooh. Now they're on red side here, so they're a very strong blue side team, but EG have taken that away from them. There's the Talia ban up against Yagao. We'll see what this last ban coming in here for JDG is.
Yep, I have a little bit of experience with blue side superiority, being an LCK commentator. All about it. As the Sejuani going to be taken away, the Talia ban I really like. Maokai. Kanavi just requires a little bit of extra flex respect, as Maokai is a big one. And could be Impact, could be Inspired. Kind of like it more for Impact, just because Inspired on carries has been very, very good.
He has really strong flex here. I wonder if EG want to lock in Maokai here and pick Lucian Nami on 2-3. JDG have been scouting them, and they might decide to take Lucian Nami away here. Yeah, smart decision here to deny Kaori Vulcan that dominant lane, that dominant 2v2 with 1 item spikes. We saw what damage they were doing last game up against G2, diving in the 2v2, so don't want to give that over to them. I hope was playing a little bit of Lucian in Champions Q, so Lucian Nami not dead just yet. The nerfs to the electrocute buff on the Nami E does hurt a little bit, but the Namis are going things like Airy, so still really, really powerful in that mid to late game. And also can pick up a different pick here. Can pick up jungle, can pick up a mid lane or something like the Victor with Azir being down and then picking Nami on 3, similar to what we saw EG do.
Yep, a lot of the big AD carries got nerfed as well. Like with Zeri now completely out, she was gutted. I feel like even though Nami got nerfed, things were brought down around it as well as, all right, we've got Kalista Renata locked straight in here for Carry and Vulcan, and there is the Sylas as the follow-up. I thought maybe that would be coming in second just to make sure that that doesn't get picked away. Doesn't actually matter, as Inspired and Jojo Puna just going to lock away that bottom lane. Carry and Vulcan straight out of the game.
This draft just went from 0 to 100 real quick on the insta-locks. So EG were prepared for JDG to take it away and already had a response. Yagao's going to pick up the Sylas and ban away the Akali. We'll see how LC bans could target another mid laner, could deny a flex kind of top jungle from EG. We've seen things like Mordekaiser banned up against Impact. It depends on what 369 wants to play. 369 a very kind of heavy Renekton, Gnar, Sion player, so could be worth investing in a ban depending on how JDG want to play this game out. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Kanavi is not a tank jungle player. He will play carries only. Do you know who else is not really a tank jungle player? Inspired. Both these junglers will probably prioritize counts picking carries here, so we're in a situation where JDG might look to last pick jungle. We'll see what they do. Bel'Veth is another champ that I have in the back of my mind, is a very, very strong one. Elyoya has shown games on it so far. Incredibly strong champion if it can get rolling. There's the Ornn ban up against 369.
Yep, we saw the Bel'Veth not necessarily used to perfection yesterday, but there is the Gangplank. That is going to be up against 369, certainly one of his best in the past, as we are just cycling through a few options. Kanavi probably going to lock away jungle here.
Yeah, Graves is the one that I'm thinking about here for Kanavi.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
That's something he just wants to insta-lock here. Viego is a very LPL-esque jungler. We've seen some of them prioritize it, even banning it on blue side. But I think Graves is just so powerful in the meta right now. One of the strongest carry junglers. We'll see what Inspired can counter pick it with. Could take the Maokai right now and pick something for Impact in that top lane. But I really want to see Inspired match this with a carry. The problem with Graves is he's got such a good kit for dealing with AD junglers that AP junglers are innately his counter. But it's going to be very hard. I mean, we've seen Seth Nidalee come out here against Sylas before. It's Seth Fiddlesticks! I love this from EG. So much more team fighting. Screw the Nidalee, get the Fiddlesticks in there. The set is good into Sylas.
I like
their plan.
Yeah, this is actually exactly what we were asking for after that Nidalee game. We're like, oh, but what if there was more damage? What if there was more AoE teamfight control? Well, yeah, Fiddlesticks, he'll definitely be able to do that. The Pro Storm to dive in on top, and I'm so glad that you already mentioned that you probably want to get one of the AP junglers up against the Graves. Well, there we go, there's Fiddle.
Couple things. Now we've got 103 champions picked or banned here at Worlds with Fiddlesticks being locked in. This is 369's first Fiora game of Summer of Worlds. We'll see what he can get done in the isolated matchup up against Impact. But Inspired wants to get all his camps full clear till 6. And the beauty of the Fiddlesticks is you leverage this set pick into Sylas, not so much as an aggressive pick, but as a pick that can cover your jungle. You know, Graves can't really invade you if he never has mid-push, so Jojo needs to keep eyes on Yagao, push in the lane, keep contesting him, and keep defending his jungler as much as possible. Bridge Inspired to that level 6, and man, Inspired will run rampant in teamfights. But Jojo Pure needs to be on the money when it comes to using this ultimate, making sure he gets the right target into the backline so he lands next to Inspired. JDG need to ward their flanks as much as possible. I really love what EG have done here in the first 2 games so far. Pick the Shen. G2 haven't played against Shen probably all year long. Pick the Fiddlesticks. Has JDG played against Fiddlesticks in the LPL? I don't think so. So they're going to be very conscious of how to play against it, when to ward, and maybe they're a bit unsure of the limits of it. We'll have to see, but I think catching these teams off guard with picks that they haven't played against can be a very powerful thing.
Yep, I've got a Chronicler in the back of my mind talking to me right now saying that this is finally his time, finally the Fiddle. He's been asking for it all year. He's been incessant, it's been frustrating to deal with. Thankfully, Inspired has now put him out of his misery. We do finally have the Scarecrow picked up for that jungle position. Can EG find themselves some control in these lanes? Because the setup after level 6, man, it's amazing for Inspired on this Fiddlesticks.
Everyone will remember, here comes the Crow Storm. Inspired, one of his pocket picks. I think he's 3-2 on it right now, 5 games total. He's actually playing Predator on this Fiddlesticks. So he's looking for gank setup. He's looking to make plays when he gets those boots, gets towards level 6, can pop the Predator, pop the ult over the wall and chase them down. And we'll see what JDG's level 1 plan is here, because 369 is getting already aggressive onto Impact. The late invade topside from Graves Fiora is really strong. EG need to be very careful here, because if Inspired starts on his Wolves and tries to do some kind of double camp shenanigans, Kanavi will be there to shut it down. So JDG think that level 1 is the way to deal with this. He's hiding around the corner here. 369 trading really heavily.
Yeah, the wraparound is so scary. Impact is actually just going to face check the Graves, just going to flash, get himself out of dodge, and immediately Inspired is out of there, going to be starting on that bottom side. But JDG not wasting any time, just early invading this Fiddlesticks to get him off to the worst start possible.
Yeah, look at what Inspired's doing. He's just running to the enemy blue buff. 1 minute, 30 seconds in, he realizes if he gets triple quadranted here in jungle and loses 3 buffs, then he's basically screwed. So he's saying, let's just force our way in here. Graves is topside. It hurts the EG bot lane a little bit because they have the hard trade to push the Lucian Nami back, but it covers Inspired so that he can actually get 2 quadrants of jungle and look for that full clear up against Kanavi. So we have a split map right now. Inspired will do blue and Gromp, move towards Wolves. We expect, because he has the mid push, so Yagao cannot collapse on him. And we expect Kanavi to do Gromp Wolves and full clear his top side as well. So split map, I think, favors EG because they have a tank top. And they don't really mind too much about putting Impact behind. The only worry is Impact has no flash. Needs to be careful on stacked wave dives or overextending in this lane.
Yep, just fantastically mitigated here on the side of EG to make sure they don't lose out on everything. Like you say, just going to clear out the entirety of each other's blue side. It's Carry and Vulcan going to be pushing forward. This feels nice for EG as well, considering the fact that Carry and Vulcan will have a lot of control in this lane, and now they know that their jungler is going to be always towards that bottom side for that first clear. So an opportunity to really put the screws in, try and play out this early game aggressively as Inspired looking for the river. Get the 3-lane view. Facebreaker coming down onto Yagao. He's just going to dash his way out.
Yeah. Good trading here by Jojo in these early stages. Set dominates the Sylas in the level 1 to 5, of course, because Sylas has to walk up for the creeps, and that's easy for the set to pull him in and get some damage down. JDG freezing this bot wave here, winning out on the trades against EG as Kaori tried to crash the wave. No mana left, and JDG have a lot of sustain with the Nami. So EG in a bit of a precarious situation on this bottom side of the map. There is a split map though, so they don't have to be too worried. The W doesn't connect there. Jojo maybe had dive pressure there if that actually landed with the true damage.
This is a lot of value here from Jojo, and a lot of pressure being put on early. We've spoken about mid-pressure throughout this entire tournament, and yeah, Evil Geniuses certainly having a heck of a lot of it this time around. Wave's going to meet yet again, but EG, decent start, and they had a decent start last time. They met JDG as well last week. See whether this time it's going to work out, because JDG, their ability to transition from early to mid-game in a phenomenal gold advantage has been brilliant this tournament. Inspired, coming down, spotting what's going on. This is what we mentioned, babysitting capability of the Fiddlesticks certainly there. Kanavi just going to grab himself another camp. Slightly, oh no. Still, you farm very, very quickly on good old Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, Graves, Fiddlesticks, Nidalee, these champs are really quick at clearing out their camps. So Kanavi's on a full clear. Gromp is the next camp to respawn on EG's side, but he wants to put a ward down and hover around here. We'll see if he sticks around for the respawn. It's still around 20 seconds till it comes back up. Yeah, looking for something towards the top. EG's bot lane getting a little bit pushed in. Inspired as base. Look at his first item. Sorcerer shoes with Predator, and he's running bot. If JDG cannot crash his wave, he could look for a gank. You know, Predator running at them, Flash Fear, something like this onto the Nami. Could be a really free kill. First blood here. Kanavi is going to wait around for that respawn Gromp and get a second clear going. Watch Inspired, watch Missing. He's the target.
Oh, handshake's fantastic. The bubble connects, though. As Hope taking half of his health bar for now. Inspired, Predator, he's booking it. After Hope and Missing, gets the exhaust already. Immediately the cleanse comes out to get rid of the fear. And Inspired will say thank you very much, but here is the turn. Hope now trying to get himself out. Marshall Poe's going to bounce carry after them. And oh man, Missing just barely out of range of that handshake. That could have been first blood. Crabbrave coming through. And now Yagao dancing after Jojo. Kanavi makes his way to the mid lane. There's the flash forward. Gets the flash to answer there from Jojo Pyun. So, EG losing out on some summoner spells, but no first blood yet.
Even across the board, it's basically a heal for cleanse trade. EG win out because the exhaust was used. Flash for flash trade between the mid jungle. Inspired really wants to look for Missing there, I think, but I think he realized his team doesn't have enough gap close. I'll fear the Lucian, get his cleanse and force that out, and then we'll call it a day. Very close on that handshake. 369 has been freezing this wave on the TP back, and Impact's been struggling this game. You know, he's been on a split map, he's been in a very tough matchup in the isolation. It's expected that he falls behind in the lane right now. EG just need to leverage their mid and bot side now. Jojo up in creeps, Inspired slowly getting close to that level 6. Needs a level and a half before he arrives there, but that's the sweet spot for EG with the set and the Fiddlesticks to start making plays around mid or around side lane.
Well, 369 actually will throw down the ult here. The grand challenge has been issued as Impact just puts his back to the wall and says, nope, you're not getting this one. That is going to deny the healing field. And 369 still going to win out on the trade. Still, not the end of the world for the Maokai, who just wants to survive as best he can.
So Inspired's just wandered into Kanavi's top side, took his Raptors, taking his Krugs. He knows that bot crab's up, so he's sacrificing his bot lane a little bit. I wonder if he looks for a top gank. He has the Predator. Do they have the damage to kill 369 is the question. If 369 wastes W, he could be in trouble. Inspired lingering, no red buff. Not a lot of damage. He's just going to call it off and say, I don't think we can make this happen. I do want to keep farming. Blue buff is spawning, but EG's bot lane needs to be careful here. They could get a stack wave on top of them and look for a dive. The Graves is still up in experience right now. He's just been full clearing on cooldown while Inspired looks for that bot gank, but he's going to turn it into a dragon instead.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster there for Impactors. Another handshake does come through here on the bottom side. Hope, piercing light, a lot of damage. Dashes after Cowrie. He just turns it, and they're trying to get the reset. They don't quite do it, but it's a 1-for-1. Hope being alive is definitely important here for JDG, but Vulcan wanting to try and fight it. Not going to work out here, of course, not with the damage availability. Kanavi going to take themselves the Drake. JDG, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but I think you'll take it if you're the LPL representative.
Vulcan needs to be careful here. He thinks he has kill pressure on the Hope, but it's all a bait. Kanavi's coming.
Oh dear, smoke screen comes down. Handshake once again going to get sidestepped. The flash has to come out, and at least Vulcan will survive.
Really nice try there by Kaori on the turn with the bailout, trying to get the kill onto Missing, because then they maybe could have turned onto Hope. But the Ignite takes Missing down. Here comes the level 6 for the Fiddlesticks. Do we have a mid play here? Missing is hovering around and will show, so Inspired will call it off. They're looking for Jojo though, so Inspired can turn this if they overextend. Bubble misses. Yagao wants to catch the wave. Inspired will look for plays around this map right now. Doesn't have any extra AP, but with these tier 2 boots can move around the river extremely quickly. And with no flash on Missing, I think that'll be the window that EG look for after Inspired finishes these bot camps.
Yeah, 369 looking for an opportunity here. There's the repose, doesn't get the stun. Good timing there from Impact, not wanting to give any extra CC over to 369, who's just having a great time in this lane, as you can see. The farm is extraordinarily in the Fiora's favor. Expected, but also not great news here for EG.
Maokai will be stronger in just a straight-up 5v5. So let's take a look at this bot play again. EG trying to stop the bot wave from crashing. The bubble connects onto Vulcan. He's the initial target, but Hope actually focuses down Kaori. Gets a lot of damage onto him, dashes forwards again. The bailout connects, so Kaori just says, let's go forwards. Just about misses the kill onto Missing. Doesn't pick that one up. I think he flashed there as well, which kind of stinks, but 1-for-1 is not the end of the world. Jojo now contesting mid waves. Vulcan behind him. Inspired is clearing out his camps. And I think what we might see towards the 20-minute mark is the Fiddlesticks catching waves and the set just being there for presence on mid waves. We'll see if they try to funnel this Fiddlesticks a little bit more gold, because right now he's behind. But Herald fights is where EG want to be. Hostile takeover, the settle, the Fiddlesticks ult, the Crowstorm. There's so much to work with in such a tight space.
Yep, I really like your idea as well. Give Inspired as much money as possible. His sole AP source. And that is going to mean that the Fiddlesticks extraordinarily important as far as damage is concerned on a later stage. He's thrown down some scarecrows as well around this map also. And here we go. So they managed to lock down the Rift Herald. That is definitely great news, but Hope looking to try and answer back with a couple of plates. We've spoken about this many times before. A couple of plates is the price as Vulcan. Oh, he's going to get tidal wave. That is not the surfing trip he wanted. And Missing's going to be able to lock down the kill on his opposite number.
Jojo running bot here with Kaori, trying to cover the dive in a 2v3. Impact almost has the TP up, so this could backfire for JDG if they try to overforce it. Looks like they'll take the plates and back away. Inspired can be the one to catch this mid-wave, while Jojo is the one juggling these lanes. Does have that lead over Yagao, who just ticked over to that level 8. And Kaori should be able to catch his wave very safely. You can see what JDG do when the Herald started up. They just go so deep into your bot side jungle, knowing that you're top side, and Vulcan face checks into the wrong brush.
Yeah. Certainly feels like EG just bleeding a little bit at this stage. JDG now moving up to a 2,000 gold lead. Impact taking damage here from 369 as well. And I feel like EG need to be able to find an angle in this game. They haven't quite got to just yet. Presence lying in wait in the brush here on the top side. But JDG just not giving them those windows, not giving them those mistakes. And this is kind of what happened in JDG's series against Darmonkir, right? Like, they just spent so much of the game not giving anyone any opportunities. And it's happening once again. Grand Challenge being issued. There it is. Able to get all those weak points. But Impact, yeah, he's a pretty tanky tree.
Should be able to catch his wave and TP back. The question is, does 369 go for the dive onto him? Gets the Demolish proc. Will decide to back away. Impact needs to base the TP here, but you're completely right. EG need to find avenues back into this, need to find plays. Missing's flash just came off cooldown, so he's feeling a lot safer. And he's been warding his bot side jungle so much that JDG are using information. If he's bot side, we see him. If he's not bot side on the wards, he must be top side. 369 really close to finding the dive here. Impact's dead.
Yep, the flash lunge is going to pick it up. Weak point in the right position. Gets the dab out as well as 369 will just move into the brush and look for the back.
Does he get there in time? Inspired. He could go for the Flash E here.
Yeah, Flash E is definitely going to be the option. Oh, doesn't even need it. There we go. The answering kill, and that is on the most important member of EG to get kills as well in this Fiddlesticks.
I wonder if EG, you know, they're probably happy with that. You know, Fiddlesticks getting a kill always helps out. Impact dying, not the end of the world. Good play by 369 to get that 1v1 kill under tower. Big CS lead for him as well. It's only going to get worse. Inspired now around mid. Konami spotting him on the ult though.
Yeah, there's the Crowstorm. But yeah, Yagao just going to flash. Not wanting anything to do with that one whatsoever. As now Jojo in a little bit of trouble. Does still have Haymaker available for a bit of shielding. Drain comes through. Yagao. Oh, that is a scary ultimate to steal.
That is a very scary ultimate, because now JDG can run bots and try to threaten the dive with a Fiddlesticks ult. EG need to wait for this Fiddlesticks ult to come back up on Inspired to be able to contest, but Yagao can just ult over this wall if he wants to, and then just start running at the EG bot lane. Has the E as well if he just wants to dash over and just full commit. This is going to be a scary Sylas. EG needs some help down here. They have a TP.
Yeah, the teleport is coming forward. Impact doesn't have his. But at least Jojo's going to turn up and deter JDG. Still, JDG picking themselves up a teleport for their trouble. And Impact now fighting against 369. This is, it doesn't get, the news doesn't get better on that top side unless Impact can find himself these team fights that we were talking about. JDG just going to move over, take themselves this second Drake of the game, see what the soul is going to be. Of course, I'm hoping for a Cloud. It's going to be a mount far more relevant as Inspired looking to turn up. Finally, giving Impact some assistance. Trying to turn it here. It's a lot of CC available as the drain's going to come through. 369 going to struggle with this one. He's still fighting, but Inspired will be able to grab that kill. So, EG now, they also have the Rift Herald, and Shelly is going to grab some plates for Impact. Some much-needed gold for the tree.
I just loved how Inspired played that. Just walked up to 369, heralded in his face, and then feared him and started using the drain. There was not much 369 could do because he couldn't get through the health bar. So the crash comes in, Kaori's actually lane swapped up here. JDG's bot lane moving towards mid, and Yagao is here to respond. He's a bit scared of getting dove though, so he's going to look for Impact and Inspired, who has the ultimate coming back up very soon. Contesting the red buff, will take it away. Kanavi.
Yeah. Kanavi's just going to get hand shook back. There's a lot of CC available, but there's a lot of damage on the side of JDG. There's the showstopper into the backline. Kanavi's going to get picked up. Haymaker to the face, and now Vulcan's looking to just exit this one if he can. Kaori in the front line, that's not where he wants to be. Flashes to get out. Vulcan not so lucky. There's EG running for the hills now. 369 dashing forward. Yagao doing the same. Yagao picks it up. The repose comes through. It's a decent ulti, and it's a double for Yagao. There's the ace at 14 and a half minutes.
EG are wiped in the top side jungle. They get the red, they get Kanavi, but they do not get out. Inspire tried to turn with the ultimate there onto JDG, but there was no follow-up left. All of EG was falling, and now JDG can focus down this top tier 1 TP bots from Yagao because of the death timers to look for the bot tier 1. Hope's gonna get the mid tier 1. All 3 altars might just fall on top of that ace.
Yeah, it looked kind of good at the beginning for EG, and then immediately afterwards did not. Yagao showing the power of Silas into Fiddlesticks. Wow, that is a lot of damage, and yeah, like, give him an inch and JD will just win the game, as it turns out.
Yeah, they really will. So the bot tower, it looks like it's alive, but it's extremely low. So Inspired doesn't have the ultimate. They pull Kanavi in, and they get the Ignite on top of him. Vulcan flashes out. Yagao's trying to chase, so Jojo has to peel. He then pulls Kanavi back in, uses the W true damage to get the kill. But I feel like Jojo and Impact are just a little bit too deep here, and Vulcan's just too low. Yagao kites it out while he's waiting for 369. Kaori is on the front line, so he has to flash away. Vulcan falls, and Inspired's ultimate is back up. He's looking for an angle and decides to turn on the top side here, but EG are just way too low. Kaori can only get a couple auto attacks in on top of that ultimate, and they all fall.
Yeah, it just wasn't the damage you expect from the Crowstorm, and of course it's early in the game as well. Yeah, things not necessarily going so well in that fight. Still, EG not down and out just yet. And we've got a bit of a split map. 1-3-1, certainly a possibility here for JDG with the Fiora and the Silas. Their side lanes are very, very scary. And they're also going to take the Herald. This feels like cake and eat it too, you know?
Yeah, we'll see if EG can cross-map that bot tier 1. No TP on 369 means they should be able to pick that one up, but that's a guaranteed tower with the Herald, and it might be a guaranteed tier 2 to rub salt into the wound of EG. Where's the response? Vulcan's base. Kaori's on his way up. Inspired's next to Vulcan. 4-man on the way to defend this tier 2. Herald popped. Yagao no TP. This could be a window here for EG to try to turn if JDG overextend. They have the numbers advantage, and JDG are unaware.
Yep, Bounty Gold also going over to the set here is now Impact. Looking for an opportunity. There's the Crowstorm immediately going to get knocked up. Oh man, the counterplay here from JDG, just too good against Evil Geniuses right now.
They're playing at a perfect range. The Fiddlesticks ult just out of range. The hostile takeover cannot connect. Hope's pushing in mid. All the meanwhile, these towers are going to start to fall. Bot tower's going to die as well as Jojo moves towards mid. EG need to look for a fight, but they just lost 3 crucial ultimates.
Yeah, it's so difficult, and JDG just going to move past this tower. Impact taking a fair bit. Hope going to throw down the ult. Jojo just walks past him, realizes that he's not really going to be able to fight this one out. Haymaker, a lot of damage is now Inspired. Just going to give them a drain on their way out. Okay, missing, going to get Twisted advanced. But it's just no damage available here from Impact. The Grand Challenge is going to be issued. I don't know whether it was necessary at that point in time. As the handshake onto Kanavi here in JDG. They are just too strong, and you can see EG just feeling that desperation right now.
The way EG's comp works is it's like an explosion on top of all the members of JDG, right? You have the Maokai ult, the Fiddlesticks ult, the hostile takeover, the set ult. There's no real room to work with. But when those ultimates are on cooldown, or if you fail the engage, JDG have so much mobility and chase potential and DPS that EG just can't keep up. So despite Impact finding missing there, no one can really do any damage, barring Kaori maybe if he's in range. It's really hard for EG. They need to make sure they land their shot on top of JDG, but it's so hard. JDG, so much mobility.
Yeah, finding those windows is so difficult. It's a 9,000 gold lead as well, as we've got things moving up to like 40 CS advantages for 369 here on the top side of the map. And just the leads are extending all over the board. 369 also able to take away this blue buff. And this is a guy that has been so scary, especially this year, but for so long, just in general. This player has just really found his angles and EG are bearing the brunt of it right now.
They are. EG need to look for a neutral objective fight. They haven't really found one yet. They need a dragon fight so that it's actually around the river, so the Fiddlesticks can find many different angles to get this ultimate across onto JDG. But no vision means it's so hard for Inspired to walk in. Looks like they'll give this one up, so JDG will put themselves on Soul Point. The cross map coming in for EG now as they all run towards this top side. Top tier 1 is an objective bounty. 369 is just constantly pushing these waves in right in front of Jojo despite being on the weak side, so no cross map available for EG. They give up and go back towards mid. And it's all JDG this game.
Yep, you saw 369 just slink into Fog of War and then pop out again as soon as this streak was 100% guaranteed, and they got the information that they needed. A fair few wards down here for EG, but while we have a second of your time, I have to just remind you that our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is up next. Damwon Kia taking on G2. G2 desperate to bounce back. And then JD Gaming waiting in the wings afterwards against both of those teams. We'll see whether they remain the raid boss.
That game is do or die for G2. Up next, if they lose, they are out of World 2022. But JDG with this almost 10,000 gold lead need to close this one out to put themselves 4-0 and to lock themselves into quarterfinals. EG now on this bot side, 369 top with no TP. EG could try to force a numbers advantage, but Jojo doesn't really have anywhere to TP in. No wards behind JDG.
Yep, Yagao finding himself a Maokai ultimate here as well. 369 almost killing Jojo underneath the turret here. There's the flash forward. Showstopper comes out, immediately flashes over him as well, and Jojo will survive. But 369 can possibly just do that again as he walks back to his minion wave.
Ult and flash trade on both sides, but yeah, the Fiora just destroys the set on side lane right now. There's a Sylas Maokai ult used to just zone EG away so that JDG can get this bot tier 2. 6 towers for them. Now all that's left is the base to crack open. Baron is up 20 minutes into the game. JDG will transfer all their pressure towards this top side of the map and then dare EG to walk into them as they try to start it and turn. They have so many tools to do so. Things like the Nami ult taking away the Fiddlesticks ult on the Sylas. It's going to be very difficult for EG to find an angle. It's going to be very difficult to even find vision.
I mean, Hijack is just so much value this game as well. I mean, Crowstorm and Nature's Grasp, not to mention Showstopper being pretty good if you can find the angle into the backline. As soon as Yagao hits level 16 and being able to use a couple of those ults in a team fight, that is very, very scary. EG wanting to deny a Baron take here because, of course, still relatively low range is JDG. So sieging things out becomes a lot easier with that Baron available.
That's a scary Lucian though, isn't it? Hope just picked up the Infinity Edge, 60% crit, i.e. one dash forwards with the mandate on the Nami, and he is going to shred through EG. So EG realize we can't get vision, but we need to find a way to contest this Baron. If JDG get it, the game is as good as over. Jojo no flash on the side. Impact matching 369 right now. Just doing his best to weather the storm. 2 levels down. I think 369 will just push the next wave and then ignore the Maokai and start hitting onto the tower. EG have 2 options. Try to collapse on the Fiora, get the kill, and then invest their double TP to match the 4v4 top side, or try to look for a fight on this top side with Impact TPing in.
Yeah, they're just getting stretched around the map though. You can see Jojo, he went for the back. 369 getting collapsed on. Can they actually find an angle is the question. Kaori just getting shredded as Inspired dashes forward. The fear is just not enough, and Hope has the damage back. He flashes after Kaori as well, and that is just a double. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, they're trying to kill 369, but it is taking so much effort, and now Yagao looking for it on the backline. Does lock down a hostile takeover for himself, but in the meantime, there is a Lucian just obliterating the base of EG. Hostile takeover does just glide by without hitting anyone, but EG, they're trying to flash to get back to their base if they can. Impact now just routed. There's the flash twisted advance, looking to try and lock this one down onto missing. It's just the Nami though. The Haymaker does so much, and at least they're able to get the Bramble Blight smashed down to lock up the Nami. Yagao goes golden. Now 1 versus 3, looking for even more. Meanwhile, we do have Lucian now backing away from the Nexus turrets as Bailout going to be utilized here. Jojo not able to get that reset, the flash out from Kanavi, and he's just doing cleanup. There's the chain, it's going to miss. And Impact makes it out.
It's an absolute bloodbath, and EG are really grasping for straws, trying to find 369. They get the kill. The rest of JDG collapse. The destruction has been done to their base. They've lost the mid inhib. They've lost their bot 0-3. They might lose Inspired here.
Yeah, Inspired just trying to throw down the CC to get out of this one, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Tries to drain tank there as best he can. The 369 just does so much damage now.
And I think that's the nail in the coffin now. JDG just so far ahead. They can get a Dragon Soul, they can get a Baron, they can crack open a bot inhib. They have a plethora of options. That was EG's last stand. Tried to pick off the Fiora and then use TPs to invest to defend the Baron, but JDG don't even walk towards it. They just collapse back on top of EG. Looked like they could turn the 3v1 onto Yagao, but then Kanavi arrived and just shut them down. Down goes the Baron. Impact maybe looking for 369 here again. Doesn't have the flash up just yet. All of EG running down here looking for a single pick. Dragon's up in 15 seconds though, and they won't have time to secure that because JDG, the second this falls, will move down towards that bot side you expect, or just start the siege on this top tier 3.
Yep, Baron's going to be taken, and now they can move towards that top side if they would like to. They don't have to go for this straight whatsoever. They can just let EG have it if they would like to, or take it a little bit later. They can just try and break open the base. Jojo Pure, oh my goodness, 369 does so much damage here. Grand Challenge was issued, but it was not by the set, and now JDG with 4 strong push down the top wave. With Baroned up minions, this may just be the end of the game, Kadril.
It is just the end. It's Inspired Zult that is left to save them, but Yagao wants to take it away. Predator pop, there's the ult, but Yagao just pops the stopwatch. There's nothing left for EG.
Yep, the Zonya's going to be used there. 369 actually taking more damage than he'd otherwise want, but now we're going to get the celebratory kills. We've got hostile takeovers everywhere, and now onto the fountain go EG. JDG just too damn good as they move to 4-0 in this group, looking like the best here by a large margin.
That's a quarterfinals lock there for JDG, moving to the next stage here in New York. 25-minute game, incredibly one-sided. I liked what EG came out with. I liked the idea of the fiddlesticks. They wanted to run back the set, but they just slowly bled out like you highlighted.
Yeah.
And JDG just took over the game.
And it's I'm starting to understand the Fiora priority, Kadril. We saw a few times that the Fiora wasn't able to get off the ground, but if she does get into a position where you can sit in a side lane and give the rest of your team that flexibility, oh my goodness, 369 really utilizing it beautifully. And this JDG, definitely favorites.
Yeah, looking really, really scary right now. And Fiora is not a pick that I associate with Flandre or 369, but both of them just pulling it out here at the tournament and having exceptional performances. So this carry top meta for the LPL looking strong.
Yeah, I actually associate 369 with Wukong. Getting those sick Wukong outplays.
Yeah.
His Kled as well has also been fantastic in the past, but like you say, hasn't necessarily been that big split pusher. But yeah, he definitely is. He can definitely do it, don't you worry.
And like we talked about during the game, next game, G2 Damwon, I think if G2 lose, they're out. If Damwon win, I think EG might be out as well. I think the Western hopes rely on G2 now because the West needs Damwon to go 0-3 if they want to have a chance at forcing a tiebreaker to pull themselves back up through this group stage. But it's looking dire. Yesterday, 2 teams were knocked out for the West, and today could be a similar story.
Yeah, exactly right. Actually, all of the hopes now, even for EG, resting on G2's shoulders. Pretty ridiculous that, you know, EG put themselves in the position by taking down G2. Now they're going to have to knock on their door and say, hey, by the way, can you win so that we can have a chance?
And then if G2 win, they need to knock on EG's door and say, you need to be down one as well, buddy. So need to join forces here with the handshake. But it's going to be a really, really, really tough task. JDG, though, looking flawless.
They are looking absolutely amazing. An opportunity to go flawless in their group as well. In a few minutes, Shox will be speaking with JDG's Hope. But while they ready up, we're heading over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much, Atlas. JDG continued to look like a formidable opponent as they take down EG, keep their undefeated streak alive in the group stage. Important to note, EG not quite out of it yet when it comes to the knockouts.
Technically.
Technically.
We have
but
hope.
no longer in total control of their own destiny.
Who else has hope?
I don't want to hear it.
And we'll be talking to him later. All right. Let's take a look at the draft because once again, EG pulls out a couple of interesting things. Obviously, a lot of people are going to jump to that fiddlesticks for Inspired in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I actually really like this. Like previously, we've seen like I was a little hesitant around the set mid due to damage in the previous composition they played in, which I believe was also the Nidalee comp that I did not like as well. But here you have like Kalista Renata, super strong, and then obviously Inspired's Fiddlesticks, a pocket pick for him, something we haven't seen in a while. I actually kind of like this for EG. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a great stream. It's a great teamfight option alongside the set mid. This is the second time that we've seen set mid into the Sylas pick, and in lane, it actually has performed really well. Even when he was ganked earlier on, he was able to still keep up in lane. Problem was the side lanes.
You gotta be able to have the pressure. And if this plays go the other way, which is something we said for top esports as well, maybe if they're on the same page and Vulcan flashes forward, gets the reset, then something could have happened. But if your Renata Kalista lane doesn't get leads and gets shoved in early, it becomes incredibly hard to play.
Well, more importantly, we've talked about top laners that you can just kind of leave on their own and dominate lane, right? And even though Inspired does come in, get the tap for the kill in the end here, 369 is one of the top laners we've talked about as potentially one of the best top laners at this event, along with Zeus that we mentioned at top of day. And he did so well in this lane with very little interference.
Yeah, even just living a little bit way too long in this situation. But yeah, like the build up to that dive that he had versus Maokai, he had a stun, picked up a good ulti, like he was just chipping at Maokai throughout the entire lane. So it was just a pretty large advantage in both side lanes, and it made it really difficult for Inspired because, yeah, you're going for a pick that kind of requires support, kind of requires the setup around objectives for you to fire off a great ulti, but then it was mostly JDG taking over. In fact, especially the Sylas pick.
Yeah, I appreciated the aggressive looks and the attempts by EG showing quite a bit of fight, but as we've seen time and time again with a number of LPL squads and JDG in particular, once they get that early bit of a lead, they are so comfortable just running it forward.
It's also understandably for EG, they're like, maybe this is a weakness, maybe we can get him, but with a pick like Kalista, you need to have good setup, otherwise you're not going to be able to do anything in the fight.
Well, as was promised just a moment ago, we're now heading down to join Shox and Hope on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much indeed. After a flawless run by JDG so far, my first question would be if you felt like you had to change your game plan in any way, shape, or form after the Fiddlesticks lock-in, which was quite the surprise.
那首先恭喜你们，现在也是4战全胜。第一个问题要问到的是游戏当中的一些内容。其实对面也选出了一个不常见的一个打野英雄，也是稻草人嘛。所以说，可能看到稻草人之后，整体的一个队伍的思路有什么改变吗？
因为卡纳维选手比较强嘛，所以就不需要什么改变。
Because Kanavi is just a very strong player, so to be honest, we don't have much changes in our game plan.
Okay. Over in the LPL, you're known to be a very aggressive player in the lane as well as outside of that. How much do you feel you've been able to play towards your own style, even against the best in the world at this World Championship?
其实，在 LPL 后备选手也一直以非常有进攻性的打法被大家所熟知。那来到全球总决赛、世界赛的舞台上，你觉得你面对那些非常强的对手的时候，你觉得你整体的打法风格有什么样的一些改变吗？去适应？
就是每把的 BP 阶段出来之后，队伍需要做的改变是不一样的，所以就看阵容改变风格就行了。
Maybe I would like to say like my playstyle is really depends on the needs of the team, the needs based on what draft. So I would like to change my playstyle based on what draft.
Based on that, it is your first time at Worlds, but your top side of the team has some experience. Is there any way in which they help you to feel more comfortable and to be able to be comfortable in these games?
那其实这一次也是后备选手第一次的一个全球总决赛的征程，但其实你们其他的队员像上中也都是有过一些经验的，所以说他们有怎么样去帮助你，可能更好的、更舒服的来在台上打比赛吗？
就是他们会一直鼓励我们下午2个嘛，因为我们都是第一次进现在，就是给我们进场上的支持，还有游戏里的帮助。
So both Missing and I, the two of us, is a rookie towards championship. So the three of them will just give some help to us inside the game and outside the game.
Okay, and final question, undefeated so far. It would be huge if you can go undefeated throughout this group stage. How confident are you that you can pull off the 6-0?
现在是4-0，其实距离全胜6-0也只有2场比赛，所以说6-0全胜出现，你有多大的自信呢？
就是按照这一把的状态的话，应该是很大概率吧。
we can maintain a very good form like today's game, I believe we still have very high potential to go off the stage with a 6-0.
Definitely do. Thank you so much, and thank you as well, Wendy. We're going to kick it over to a quick break, but when we come back, we have our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, G2 Esports versus Dalmon Kia. Be right back.
Oh, really? Is Shen your best champion of all time, if you could choose one?
I think so.
Damn.
You know which one's Kaori's?
Which one? I don't know.
Mars.
But his Lucian is pretty whatever, no?
Yes, Lucian's alright.
Lucian's alright.
Is EG running for the hills now? 369 dashing forward. Yagao ready to spin. Yagao picks it up. The repose comes through. It's a decent ulti, and it's a double for Yagao. There's the ace. And now we're going to get the celebratory kills. We've got hostile takeovers everywhere. And now onto the fountain go EG. JDG just too damn good as they move to 4-0 in this group, looking like the best here.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
And welcome back to Worlds 2022 and our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's G2 Esports versus Damwon Kia. Now this is a do-or-die matchup, not just for the LEC champions, as a loss would mean elimination for them, but also for Evil Geniuses. So the West must unite here and rooting for G2 to take down Damwon Kia to remain alive. Of course, JDG, with their 4-0 record, they have already locked themselves a spot into the knockout stage. So let's go ahead, Raz, let's reflect on the last time that these teams met up just last week. G2 Esports, Damwon Kia. I didn't have you here last time. So for you, how did the game break down? What was the defining moment?
It was tough. I think a lot of G2 fans definitely scrubbed this from their memory because it was contentious up until the Rip Trail fight, and then Damwon just took over. It was a beautiful Azir Sec shuffle play from Showmaker. He actually just made a huge humongous play that set up for Nuguri's Camille. So just being able to see it again, it was exceptional. He was playing it slow initially, sees the Seraphine ulti go wide, and then is able to just hop in.
And what you also see here is something that Damwon have been lacking throughout the regular split, which is cohesion. Because the moment that Shuffle comes through, Canyon goes in, finds an end of the line. Nuguri's there to back it up as well. And that's really the big difference maker.
Hit him with the whoop-de-scoop.
I also appreciated the joke you made on Twitter, I believe, when this was happening. You're like, oh, Damwon are just drafting like it's 2020 again. It's perfect.
Yeah.
But I do think this draft against G2 also just points out, even though I know a lot of people didn't like it necessarily, objectively, I think it points out how many things there are that they are very comfortable on in this meta.
Yeah, that's kind of bringing me all the way back to our little D&D one-shot where Chronicler's over here trying to roll a time spell to get back older versions of the Damwon.
It didn't work out.
They're good enough as is. I don't know why I did that.
I know. I thought it was a greedy play, my friend. But speaking of the older versions of both of these teams, again, these teams aren't strangers to each other, I should say.
And I know that we talk a lot about the Damwon versus G2 rivalry. I just want to remind everyone the last time that it looked close was when Nuclear was still playing.
Calm down. Relax.
I mean,
hold yourself back. I thought you were a kind person.
But that's the matter-of-fact statement. That's how it's been looking thus far. And I think Damwon, after what has been a kind of an up and down season, is still very clearly interested, if you look at their last game against G2, to make sure to show them who the better team is. Because Showmaker in particular has been extremely vocal. He really, really wants to take him down.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for me, it starts again with the junglers. One of the reasons why I actually rated Damwon so highly going into this tournament is because I still think Canyon, despite the fact that he had a down split, is one of the best junglers in the world. And this is him versus Jankos because they have met so many times. I will say, as a caveat, you already pointed out some of those wins are from that first year in 2019, when G2 did make it all the way to the World's Finals. However, it's really interesting to see, in particular, I think the kill participation really, really points to how Jankos wants to play with his lanes, especially Caps, and then the CS difference on the side of Canyon, right? Because he is so good at farming up into relevancy and being such a massive carry in teamfights, like we've already seen on the Graves.
We've also historically seen that Damwon even flip it around where Showmaker's playing for Canyon. Canyon isn't playing for Showmaker. Showmaker gets prio so that Canyon can farm more camps and get ahead.
So which of those styles do you like better in the current meta, though? When we talk about like the KP jungler, you know, the one who's trying to get more into lanes versus the CS jungler. Obviously, first time around, it worked out for Canyon in the matchup. But stylistically, just in this meta, Raz, what do you prefer?
Stylistically, I do want the junglers to be, you know, Sejuani, there's Maokai, being able to play towards what is more easier lanes to play for. Mid lane, top lane. And it works really well for G2 because that's naturally who they are as a team. The execution just needs to be better.
Now, Chronicler, somebody we haven't talked a ton about is Kellen on the side of Damwon Kia. The bot lane as well, something that shouldn't be ignored.
I already highlighted earlier that the cohesion for Damwon Kia was the problem, or in my opinion, the biggest problem that they faced throughout the entirety of the split. We would see moments where this team still looked good individually, but then the moment they got out of laning phase, it became much harder. And I think Kellen really syncing up with the rest of his team was one of the biggest difference makers.
Oh, I was just going to do the KT series. Because as a KT fan, it still lives rent-free in my head, sadly. But
if you don't know what happened, KT definitely would have won that game if they didn't.
Showmaker just came at it.
If they, I always does.
Broken out of the screen.
If they didn't just leave open the highway to
I'm a little worried.
Sorry, my KT fandom is showing. But yeah, I mean, on the flip side, I know you asked like what kind of jungle style would you prefer. I actually think it depends on the team. I do think Canyon can do both, right? Like he can be a carry, but he absolutely can play towards his lanes. Chronicler already pointed out how they can flex that with the mid jungle. And then for G2 specifically, I think because the meta is open enough that you can play both ways, I absolutely think he should play the way that G2 are most comfortable with, him playing with caps, playing to his lanes, and getting them ahead.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people are going to be focusing on the draft to make it as easy as possible.
Of course.
Especially be able to fit the style that you can see the people in front of you right now, Caps, and G2 as a whole. But execution matters so much. I love the point that you guys are making around cohesion and how the team fights have gone. Damwon has just been the cleaner team. And I just want to be able to see G2, when it comes to Rift Roll play, what really broke them the last time, being on the same page, because the Seraphine ulti coming out as they're disengaging, that was a clear issue for G2 in the last team fight.
This guy right here, I know we highlight the jungle matchup, but Caps Showmaker is another one that I think we could go deep on because, again, this kid has the potential, and he has not even just the potential, he has the ability, we've seen it in the past, right, to solely take over a game. Set up with the right champion and the right kind of resources, he can actually bring the fight to a player the caliber of Showmaker.
Absolutely, and to me, that is both a strength and weakness for the current form of G2. I think if Caps doesn't do that, that's when they struggle. We know that he still has the possibility to, but with some of the issues that I think G2 has faced in terms of both top and specifically bot lane in standing up to some of the stronger opponents in the entire group, to me, Caps popping off is not something that you maybe rely on. It's a necessity. It has to happen.
Yeah, and I expect it. I really do. He's just that good of a player. He makes these games interesting for us, and I think it reminds me of that EG game that even though people expected them, I expected them to beat EG, and they did. When he was put in that really tough counter matchup, the way he played around that stealing of the set ult, flashing immediately so he can get the repositioning. Like, he is a playmaker. That's who he is. He can instantly flip the switch on you as claps. Like, that's what I am expecting, and I think that's going to be the focus here for Damwon when it comes to the draft.
Real quick note for our viewers at home, we're currently experiencing a delay while refs investigate a peripheral issue on stage. We will update as soon as we know more.
It is what it is.
One thing I'm curious, I'm going to ask you, Chronicler, about, since you, I believe, know the team personality is the best on this desk, being an LCK caster, with them having to play from isolation, how much do you think it will affect the team? Because yesterday, we were having a lot of caveats being like, I don't know how well EDG is going to do with Scout playing in isolation, and Scout absolutely popped off in almost every single one of their games. So I'm wondering how you think that will affect Damwon, if at all.
I don't think it necessarily will. I think Damwon, of course, we've had a rough LCK year in that regard with a lot of similar issues, have actually built up a reasonable amount of experience in dealing with things like this. And to me, with how cohesive they've looked this entire tournament, I'm not too worried that just them not being in the same space anymore is going to be the difference maker. Because to me, it feels like they finally found their style after an entire year of them never being bad, but never, ever really making the claim towards a Gen.G, towards a T1, these two teams that have Spring, obviously, T1, Summer, Gen.G, just been completely running the entire LCK.
Yeah, and in this event, I remember in Mexico City day one, we actually already had that kind of issue, and EG made it clear. It was like, no, it wasn't an issue for us. We can still be able to communicate pretty easily. So I don't find it to be a big deal. I will say that for Damwon, a lot of people, I see them as a dark horse in this tournament just because they're a team that I know domestically. I wonder your experience. What?
Raz, didn't we do 1950-10s together?
Oh,
I had my 10% as Damwon winning worlds. Can you remind me?
You did do that.
Can you remind me maybe some of your?
No, I will not.
No, you will not. Okay, well,
I will keep that.
Hey,
don't worry.
I already
If you want to dig,
said my hottest take was that Damwon were going to.
I'm sorry, what? A flaming hot take?
Flaming hot take!
I'm sorry, is that a flaming hot take?
Yeah, they're not going to do
their fingers weren't on the trigger. That's all right. That's all right.
But like, that's the thing. With Damwon, the reason why that exists is that everybody already knows about how Canyon and Showmaker are going to perform. Nuguri has always been that question mark because he hasn't been playing consistently domestically. And the fact that he is now here being able to play and showcasing what he's done on his picks, it's going to be fun.
Except Renekton. We
can
let the Renekton go.
We've heard you complain about the Renekton before on World Broadcast.
Yes.
You have a thing against the crocodile.
I don't want to get into this. I don't want to be negative
Don't
on
worry,
this.
I'll shut this conversation down with another quick update. I'm being told that the peripheral issue has been solved. Still need a few more minutes to ready up. But while not all of Damwon Kia has tested positive for COVID-19, enough of the active roster is required to be isolated that the entire team will play from isolation, will not appear on stage today. So that is just the understanding of why they're not on stage. With that, sounds like we're ready to dive into the game. So it's going to head over to the casters with the fate of 3 regions hanging in the balance. We're handing it back off to Atlas and Kadril for the call.
Thank you so much, Dash. Thank you for holding down the fort. We are not wasting any time. We're jumping straight into it. Damwon on the blue side, G2 on the red here for the draft. And Kadril, I know our regions are going head-to-head, but we remain friends, right? No matter what?
We'll see.
Oh,
we'll see.
man.
I'll let you know after the game how I feel.
I shouldn't have volunteered for this particular 3 games. There's Silas band, the Yumi's band as well. Again, in New York, if we could just hear it from you. Yumi's band, it's absolutely fantastic. Excellent. Good.
Yeah, Yumi's band, I'm going to cheer for you. Let's go, Yumi's band! Woo! Azir's band as well from G2. Maokai and Silas taken off the board. Now let's not forget, this is it. This is the Western hopes of Group B resting on G2.
All right, so let's see what the final bands are going to be. The Maokai on the blue side, an interesting one. Aatrox still looming, and the Caitlyn as well. As far as our permaban champions, they are definitely 2 of the options. Graves also, and that one is going to see the ban against Jankos, so not going to see the gentleman with a shotgun.
The last ban here is going to be the Aatrox. I feel like on red side we're seeing Aatrox, Yumi kind of like the locked bans these days, especially against teams like Damwon, but that's going to be a Sejuani insta-lock here. And I think that might be Nuguri's Sejuani. We'll see. Canyon can also play it if he wants to, but Nuguri, when I watch him play Sejuani in the LCK, he always has to push and he always goes for these crazy dives. It can backfire quite quickly, but he does like to pressure in that lane despite being a weak side top laner. Now G2, Lucian Nami is something we've seen behind a lot of success today. Is that something G2 want to run? We've seen the Draven from them, didn't really work out. Senna Seraphine is a G2 classic in keeping their bot lane stable and having really good scaling.
Yep, that's a scary one. We've actually seen Damwon ban this before as well. Not going to be the case this time around, gives G2 the option. They are going to lock it away. And will Seraphine just follow alongside? Could certainly be an option. Could also hold it, because it's not likely that Damwon Kia are going to pick that one away as a priority. Will give them the opportunity to have a little bit of a custody battle there on the bottom side with Lucian versus the Senna.
So they've locked in the Senna Seraphine. That's going to be the Flakkit Tower Gammas special. How does Damwon respond? Do they pick their bot lane here? Or do they look to focus on that top side with the Sejuani? G2 here, I think an easy 3-pick for them is going to be the Silas. Their solution, Nami, that I think is 2-0 today, which is looking extremely dominant.
Yep, just going to lock that one away. This is something that Dr. and Kellen have found a fair bit of success on. It was really Ruler and Lehens that brought it to the LCK and really showed how dominant it is, especially with that first strike option. And Dr. and Kellen certainly picked it up and ran with it.
So G2, Trundle could work, Silas could work.
Bel'Veth's being considered.
Jankos' Bel'Veth? Yes, it is. I will hold my breath for a second, and I will say, I'm not sure if this is Jankos' Bel'Veth. Could be a Bel'Veth mid. I've seen a little bit of it. Caps wouldn't surprise me if he's pulling something out of a wheelhouse, so we'll see what the draft rounds out to be. But for now, we'll just assume that it's going to be Jankos' Bel'Veth. His first Bel'Veth game ever, I think. And we'll see what he can get done. So moving into the 4-5s here, it's jungle bot lane for G2, Sejuani flex and bot lane for Damwon, Silas Akali still up, Victor still up for control mages, Ornn still up if Broken Blade wants to get his hands on a tank, but I think G2 probably want to play a carry top here given that they have such a defensive bot side.
Yeah, we'll see whether they actually ban something away like the Trundle. Of course, not necessarily the most fun into Bel'Veth, but if they want to pick on taking that one away, certainly a good move. Jace to be taken away here. They're not believing that the Sejuani is in the top lane, making sure that Nuguri lacks as much comfort as possible. As this first ban here in the second phase will be the Ornn.
Yeah.
Damwon don't want to see it.
As expected, yeah, Broken Blade's played a couple of Ornn games so far on the world stage. I wonder if Camille is worth a ban here as well, if they're set on the fact that it might be a Sejuani jungle. We saw the damage Nuguri's Camille can do to G2 specifically, and it pairs really well with the Sejuani. Renekton is another one that pairs really well with the Sejuani that Nuguri could pull out. I mean, he really struggled versus JDG on it. Was a little bit of a 4v5. He was soaking a little bit of pressure, but wasn't as strong as they might have wanted. There's an Akali ban. So Sylas Victor still the mid lane pool that we've been seeing coming out. Talia is one of those champs that could also be picked. We saw Showmaker play that if they want to play some kind of Talia, Sejuani, Renekton top side. Yep, see how hard they over-index on it. But for now, they have a very strong bot lane that they can play to, and their fallback option is to just put Sejuani top and pick a carry jungler for Canyon.
Seems like it makes a lot of sense. The Victor is going to be the ban. I was half expecting the Sylas just because the Akali ban coming in does kind of scream. We want a fourth pick Sylas. May not yet be what Caps decides to go with, as they can continue flexing that Bel'Veth if they would like.
Yeah, we haven't seen any Bel'Veth flex in pro play, but I'm just not sold yet. We'll see what happens though. It could be a Swain here for Caps. Very strong mid laner in the mid to late game team fights.
Yeah,
and
also
G2 are playing Death Ball here.
It also flexes the Swain into the bottom lane, theoretically, alongside center as well. It feels like every mage is potentially a flex at this point in time. All right, Showmaker going back to a potential old favorite here in the Zoe. The LeBlanc also something that he's had a fair bit of success on.
Has a lot of kill pressure with all these squishies on G2, Senna Seraphine specifically. If that gets locked in, no, it's going to be the Sejuani top. Viego carry jungle here for Canyon. Showmaker still thinking about his pick a little bit here. Things like the Talia would work in roaming around. The Sylas would work in terms of just skirmish heavy as a champion, but G2 have a lot of sustain right now, a lot of healing. Maybe something with burst and pick is what Damwon wants, and that's going to be a LeBlanc lock-in. So, Broken Blade sees the Sejuani top. We've seen picks like Darius come out of him. GP is another one that could work here, but he's up against Sejuani. What is his carry top laner here? I feel like they do need a little bit of a carry because G2 lack a tiny bit of damage right now. Very heavy AP, and it might just be the Fiora.
All right, considering it for now, hovering. See whether it is going to be locked away. Certainly does give them that 4-1 option. So the Fiora is locked in. Certainly something that we saw in our last game have a lot of success, but whether Broken Blade can make this one work for a second time is going to be the big question.
And it will be Jankos' first ever Bel'Veth game in competitive play. And it will be the Swain mid and the Seraphine for Flakkit. Targamas, really, really powerful, really, really good Senna in the LEC. Domestically, one of the best Sennas we have. So that's why it was such a staple pick for G2, because it neutralized bot lane to the point where Targamas could get a lot of souls, scale up to mid to late game, and roam around and help G2 while the Seraphine farms in isolation. So very, very strong carry top side for G2, specifically top jungle that they'll need to accelerate. But a very tough mid lane matchup to deal with, I think, for G2, because the LeBlanc's so mobile against the Bel'Veth Swain, might be very hard to lock him down.
Yep, also feels like the amount of damage in the bottom lane early is not going to be too high. And so Dr. Armankellum with some opportunities to get some shove, and with mid lane priority, it's going to be pretty scary here for G2. And a lot is going to be on this man's shoulders here. Jankos on his Bel'Veth for the first time. Going to be pretty important. Not to mention the fact that Broken Blade needs to be a threat in that side lane. We saw what can happen if a Fiora gets out of control against a tank. Something that she can definitely do. But we just want to remind everyone that you may have noticed that all of the Damwon players are actually off stage. They have enough players that have contracted COVID for none of them to be required on stage. So they are going to be in isolation the entire time and will not appear on stage today. So that's going to apply to their next matches as well.
But we are ready to jump into the game. Damwon are ready to play, G2 are ready to play. And one thing I was going to highlight actually is the fact that Nuguri is playing Sejuani, because he joined this roster in summer and everyone was like, the carry is back, the Camille extraordinaire is here. Sejuani is his most played this year, and in their finals in 2020, he played 3 games of Orange, so he's no stranger to these tank tops. The only problem is, I mean, you can see it already with the Ignite, he plays them a little bit too aggressively sometimes, so needs to be careful up here, Nuguri, if his team's focusing on this Lucian Nami lane, not to try to, you know, what I've seen, dive Broken Blade or try to dive the enemy top lane. We'll see how much of a leash Nuguri's on to try to control himself, but Broken Blade now hovering on this top side, Jankos behind him. I think they were considering some kind of top side late invade there, but Jankos will back off towards his red buff.
Yep, Nuguri actually invented the 0-2 power spike in 2020. he's definitely not afraid to go aggressive, even if it's a really bad idea.
Yep.
He's done it many, many times, and what he does is he creates a lot of pressure around the map. That was something that Damwon Kia used to be able to utilize very effectively when they became world champions in 2020, and it took them a while to sort of figure out what Nuguri was going to do for the team now that they have Dokdam, who's far more of a carry player towards that bottom side. Of course, it's kind of interesting that they're across the other side of a Senna, because Ghost was a phenomenal Senna player. That is not the MO of Dokdam and Kellen.
Yeah, the style changed, of course. Ghost is also a fantastic Ziggs player along those lines, and things like this set up for Damwon where they could focus on this top side a bit more and have Nuguri on those carries. But Nuguri training aggressively onto Broken Blade now, who's getting the better hand of those trades, and Canyon pathing up towards that top side. Jankos pathing down towards the bot lane. And of course, the Sejuani Viego really good to have a melee jungler with the Sejuani to reset those E's, to get the stuns in. And the ward being down there will spot Canyon out. He's gone for Red Raptor's Grom, so he'll level up to 3 after this. Jankos has done the exact same thing, except Damwon do not have information on it.
Yep.
See what Canyon does though. Will be look very hard to lock down Broken Blade, especially with the W with the riposte.
Just putting a lot of pressure on towards Nuguri here. Certainly something that you'd somewhat expect, as Cap's taking a bit of damage, but Showmaker also taking a bit in return. We mentioned the importance of this mid lane. It certainly is there. Winter's Wrath not going to find Broken Blade. The Fiora doing a great job pushing out on this top side. We have to remind everyone that G2 are fighting for not only themselves, but EG's hopes as well in this group. They require Damwon Kia to go 0-3. They have to lose all of their games. If G2 are able to win here, they then rely on EG themselves.
It's a tag team really, isn't it, for G2 and the West. They'll take down that one first, EG will take them down second, and then hopefully JDG can clean it up. But that's a long step process, you know. G2 are the first in line to make this happen. It's going to be very, very hard though. Damwon look incredibly strong. Their game against JDG was very competitive, so despite that one loss, they are here at Worlds to play, and a lot of people have them as the dark horse to win the whole championships. So Canyon now hovering around Showmaker, looking for a kill onto Caps.
Yeah, the chains are going to land there as Vision of Empire just on top of Caps to deter anyone from sticking around underneath that turret. Just a lot of extra pressure. No Summoner spell is going to be blown on either side, so all is now calm once again on Summoner's Rift.
It is, and Broken Blade there pushed in top wave, crashed it into the tower, took a base, ran back out towards top and saved his TP. Caps under a little bit of pressure here, so Targamas, this is what you do on the center. You move towards other lanes, help your jungler out, take the souls from the camps, help your solo lanes push out and take the souls there too. Broken Blade will freeze this wave, which means Nuguri will have to TP back, but no, Nuguri stays and says, I'll push this one in. These are the kind of risks that Nuguri often tends to take. His jungler's on Krugs right now, opposite side of the map, and he's fighting Broken Blade to try to crash the wave, so he might just die. We'll have to see what happens, but he's playing like his jungler's behind him.
Yeah. No, he was playing like his jungler was standing right next to him. As Jankos is now here, so it's the opposite of having his jungler. In fact, it's the enemy jungler that's here, and he's still here.
This is Nuguri in a nutshell, really, isn't it? Just still sticking around, doesn't want a base and TP yet. Maybe he wants a little bit more gold for his item, but he's going to walk back up here and take a couple more creeps. Broken Blade has the W up and available. Canyon's basing, but G2 don't know that, and that's the information Nuguri's playing with. He's saying, maybe Canyon's behind me. Need to be careful here a little bit. Jankos deterred from a gank still. One ward will help him out. Caps yet to TP back. Showmaker similarly. And Blackgate has saved his TP still.
I like the bluff from Damwon here, able to put on a bit more pressure than they would otherwise be able to. It's a bluff that's not necessarily actually real, because Nuguri's going to play the same way no matter what.
Yes.
But it is still, I guess, theoretically a bluff. The goal going to be completely even, as now we're looking for a first blood. 2v2 in the mid lane. Jankos going to zigzag, and then zigzag again. Get himself out.
Canyon came out of base there, has the Sheen and the longsword, but Jankos deters the gank as well. He's going to base. Nuguri will finally crash this top wave after having TP'd back. Very slow game from both sides. I think both teams are pretty happy with it. The Lucian Nami needs one item Spike. Nuguri needs level 6 if he ever wants to have kill pressure in this lane. And Showmaker will always try to threaten mid with Canyon. On the opposite side for G2, Senna Seraphine always likes to scale. Swain similarly wants to get towards more of a defensive item like the Merc Threads, so he's a little safer in this lane, and Broken Blade will win out in isolation the longer this game goes on. Team fights will be very interesting though. See how they play out. Damwon have a somewhat front to back, but with a LeBlanc, Viego, who are very flank skirmish heavy and focused on resets, and G2 are almost like this death ball with the wildcard factor of the Fiora. Nuguri's going to miss the charge there.
Yep. Tidies up the minion wave quite nicely, and Yeah, I'm glad that you talk about, you know, the scaling aspect. Both of these comps certainly okay with the late game, but I imagine that if it was infinite time into this game, G2 have a heck of a lot of scaling as we get to, you know, 6 items and things like that. Damwon definitely wanting to play around this mid game that I think it's going to be on Caps to try and deny as this game goes on. Of course, 2 items, 1 item on the Swain certainly can be very, very powerful.
Yeah, Damwon's mid game stronger, G2's full late game is stronger. We're looking for Broken Blade here, see if he goes for the E. The W won't come out, and penetrating in bot.
Yeah, fantastic. Bubble is going to connect there as Targamas just going to walk it out. And Dr. and Kellen not able to get any kills, but are at least putting on a fair bit of pressure. Also, keeping this wave underneath the turret, wanting to get their first plate if they can.
Mid and bot will always be the pressure point for Damwon, and they'll always be the lanes that they can get kill pressure in. If Broken Blade goes up towards this, if Canyon goes up towards his top side and tries to shut down Broken Blade, then Jankos can secure Drakes when not having bot push or mid push, and that's not what Canyon wants. He wants to secure these neutral objectives and then play towards top side on the Herald spawn. We'll see how Damwon fight around that Herald, because Dragon's up, they have the bot push, they could start this Dragon right now if they want to crash this wave, but they could also try to crash the wave together and then base and move to that top side. So it's on Damwon to make the first move and G2 to respond.
See what is going to happen here. 100 gold separates these 2 teams, just looking for our first neutral objective. Canyon's just going to walk on over and start stabbing it. And as you can see, Jankos in the area of the Herald. And you mentioned the fact that Damwon Kia have 2 pressure points in bot and mid lane. It'd be great if you could tell Noguri that, because he is still trying to fight against Broken Blade. Grand Challenge does come out. The Ignite comes through as well, as Jankos is going to zig and zag and try and find his way in here. Does manage to throw Noguri up towards the sky. Is this going to work out? Is the question. Is Broken Blade's going to be taken down? It's a 1-for-1 in the top lane. First blood goes over to Broken Blade, but they managed to get the Drake on the other side.
So much damage coming out of that tower. Canyon's base will get stopped there. Jankos cannot do the Herald caps.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's going to get rooted, but not going to have enough damage to follow this one up. Showmaker just going to let him live for now.
Has the heal in the spellbook as well, so was safe regardless. Damwon keeping these bot waves pushed in, and G2 wanted to get that top dive going, but Broken Blade had to crash the wave by using his ult initially. Dashed forwards, gets ignited, and he gets pushed out. Jankos had to drop the tower aggro, so Broken Blade falls victim to the death after getting the final auto attack in. So Jankos gets the knock up, gets an auto in, I think, and then pops the E straight away. Tries to negate a lot of the damage, but he drops the E very, very quickly, and then Broken Blade has to finish him off as Jankos tanks the tower max range. Now we've got a Herald start here from the side of Damwon. We'll keep an eye on their bot lane here, because Noctam and Kellen are moving up this river. Flacket just TP'd bot as well, so I think G2 have to give this one up, but they're on this top side of the map.
Yep, Targamas is going to be rotating over here as well. Does have Jankos in tow, as now Caps could be in trouble. Doctam does get the double tap, but the Mnemonic Ascension is going to be in there. It's not enough though, as Kellen blocks down that kill. Now G2 looking to get underneath their outer turret in the mid lane. This should give Damwon enough control to go back towards this Rift Herald that was actually already secured there by Canyon. So actually did more damage than I expected in a shorter period of time.
Yeah. Herald and a kill. There's the W to Broken Blade. Nice sidestep from Nuguri. Herald and a kill over to Damwon. Great play. Their bot lane moves up towards mid, and they're just there to stop G2 from being able to contest. But Caps overstepping. Maybe thought he was a little bit safer than he initially was, because Jankos and Targamas were around, but they were a little bit far away in that topside river and weren't able to collapse in time to save him. Had the heal too, but Damwon have enough damage to get the kill. Cap still has the flash though. Broken Blade trading really hard up in this top side. Might look for a kill here onto Nuguri.
Yeah, Battle Pig continuing to get some work done as he had the fadeaway Glacial Prison just to make sure that Fiora gets the message.
Showmaker was...
go home.
Yeah, Showmaker was hovering up towards that top side after mid-wave, so Broken Blade did not want to chase. So let's take stock. Both neutral objectives over to Damwon. Pressure in mid and bot still there. Small lead for Broken Blade, but Nuguri's been able to negate a lot of the pressure by trading in these 1-for-1s. Next play for Damwon is where they use this Herald, and Jankos looks like he wants to build towards that Blade of the Rune King as quick as possible. That'll be the spike for the Bel'Veth, and it's just going to be mid-bot focus all game long for Damwon.
Yeah.
G2 look like they're going to match it.
It's feeling a little bit like it's going the way that G2 want it to though, right? Because it's still underneath a 1,000 gold lead, and we're just trying to get towards that late game. 4-1 and potential team fighting to try and get them across the line. Someone, if they can stack the Drakes, definitely scary. Is now a bit of an attack towards that bottom side. Doctam very far up as Targamas slinks into the mist. Vision of Empire doesn't find Kellen. He throws down the heal just to get them out. And now the rest of the cavalry have arrived. Showmaker trying to dash after Caps there, puts him on the leash, and he is going to get rooted down, but not going to be able to get any kills onto the Swain. Here is running so fast. Demonically ascends here as Doctam is their target. Can he actually get it though is the question. There is the flash away from the Nevermove as Canyon gets knocked up, but not going to get taken down. And now Damwon, is it their turn to try and go on the offensive? Showmaker throws down another chain, connects it, but it's broken immediately. Caps now just trying to get back towards this mid lane as Showmaker distorts, but defensively, no one dies.
Nobody dies in that exchange. It looked like Doctam was going to fall, but he flashes away. The turn onto Caps was very close, but incredibly tanky. Merktrex Giant Spelled on his first buys. And yeah, that was all coming from a lane gank. G2 never really locked down the bot lane of Damwon. They dodged basically every spell, and Flakked was holding on to that Seraphine ultimate because Doctam has the cleanse. Not really looking for a plate here, and he's gonna get it. So actually getting the better hand of Broken Blade right now. Broken Blade really needs that Divine Sunder and start fighting back. Caps will push out mid. We'll probably take a base here and TP back, but that one aren't done on this bot side. Canyon's getting the wave in. Looks like they want to drop the Herald.
Yeah, Canyon, it was yeah, decent time there, so needed to make sure that he got rid of it as soon as possible. So 3 plates going to be picked up here in this particular push. Damwon going to be very happy about it. Callan also getting a bit of money for himself as well.
So Jankos will go up towards his top side and take the red. I think he's just waiting for the Blade of the Ruined King. This play was basically inevitable from Damwon the second they picked up the buff. And just what I want to highlight here is looking at Showmaker's build with the TP and the Lucidity boots. I think a lot of pressure. Hang on a second.
Is that going to kill it? Kill? There it is. Okay, Broken Blade, you can't riposte and ignite, and that is just a solo kill from the pig.
Well, that's a counter pick top into a first pick Sejuani, and Nuguri is now solo killed. Broken Blade will get another plate in this matchup. We'll get another wave in. We'll be ahead in experience. We'll team fight better. So this side lane's just falling apart for G2.
Yeah, that's a battle ball right there. Wasn't expecting it. Now Broken Blade in a real rough spot. Like you say, 2-1-0 now for Nuguri.
He's only going to get stronger, Nuguri, in team fights. His job was just to weather the storm and try to go even as best as he can. Trades 1 for 1 in the dive, gets a solo kill, and now he's got his mythic already. Broken Blade has the Divine Sunderer, but this is the second dragon that's spawning. No TPs on either top laner. Broken Blade TPs back to the top lane to push out. It's a 4v4 again, 4v4 stare down for both of these teams. No mythics completed on the side of G2's 4v4, but Doctam has the Gale Force and the Serrated Dirk, and a lot of pressures on Doctam to carry through on this game. Canyon's on a carry, yes, and we'll look for resets, but Nuguri and Showmaker are more so setups this game, but that bubble's beautiful.
Bubble is going to connect, the tidal wave follows through, and Canyon is going to lock down that kill. Can he find more is going to be the question. Heartbreaker to get himself out as Showmaker dives forward, and G2 not going to be able to contest this Drake now.
Great setup there by Kedden. Really, really good bubble across the wall into the tidal wave. Easy follow-up for Doctam's culling. And that's another kill over to Damwon. That's another dragon over to Damwon. And that might be a bot tower over to Damwon. Everything going in their favor.
Yeah, this has all of a sudden become a very difficult game for G2, and it felt like the early game was relatively close. There were a lot of trades that were quite even, but ever since, you know, that mid lane play with the Herald, it's been Damwon, Damwon, Damwon. And another ulti to come through from Nuguri. Very happy to press as many buttons as he would like.
Yeah, and the pressure point of the map was this top side, but it's just fallen apart since the solo kill. Jankos is around, but I don't know if they can even get Nuguri down on a kill here. He's actually playing with respect. Nuguri in the LCK would be jumping on top of that Fiora looking for a kill on his Ignite coming up, but he's actually playing quite far back, waiting for his team to come out of base. But the Ignite's now back up. He has a lot of kill pressure onto this Fiora if he can get the riposte.
Yeah. He doesn't have ult though, so not ready to go for the solo kill yet again. And I wasn't actually expecting him to play with that much respect. He does have a control ward in that bottom brush, and he's normally pushing the enemy turret, you know, no matter what, without any vision. As we're going to check this one out one more time, the double bubble, just beautiful.
Yeah, just beautiful. Into the tidal wave, into the cutting, into the Diego. He's down, and you can see on the picture on the bottom right. That's a tower for Nuguri. In the 1v1 isolated, he's going to pick that one up, and with the top push, Damwon feel confident enough to start up this Herald. They have the mid push from Doctam as well. Showmaker going to dash forwards here.
Oh, Alchemist in a lot of trouble, as that's a good knock up there from Jankos. Gets the flash out of Showmaker as well. Tidal wave is good. Encore doesn't find the mark, and in the meantime, Canyon is just going to stick on that Rift Herald. They go for it, try to make the play, but don't quite get there.
And Showmaker invests the flash. Doctam going to dash in here.
Good exhaust is going to come through. Caps throws that one out. Now Damwon looking for a bit of a siege. They have the Rift Herald here as well. Shirley's going to come down and try and knock down that turret. Now, teleport does come through, and Nogari's going to turn up as well, and now Damwon just going to brute force this outer turret. Can they get another charge is going to be the question. Good knock up onto Dokdam as they do manage to get the charge. Oh, the Glacial Prince is fantastic at the same time, but with Dokdam being CC'd, they're not able to actually follow through.
You can see the power of Damwon's 5v5. Just lock down one target. The LeBlanc and Lucian can follow up so quickly with their single target damage to get that target down. They're not actually done here. Jankos and Caps have based. It's a 5 versus 2 under this tower. Damwon will pick it up, and I think they'll be able to get out as well. No TPs for G2 to force the play. No real hard engage either. Their best form of engage is just Caps running forward with a Seraphine and a Senna ult on top of him. So Damwon gets so many objectives, 4 towers to 0. Broken Blade will push in top, but Nuguri's just in time to catch the wave.
Yep, full health gonna walk on over there. He's absolutely fine. Showmaker also paying a visit to Caps. Does connect a lot of chains, but fair bit of tankiness here on the side of the Swain. Broken Blade gets the turret, but will he be able to get out is the question. Dawning Shadow flies through. There's the flash out for Broken Blade. Now trying to find these weak points as well. Gets the heal. He's just chilling on the outside edge, but it's just not going to be enough. Nogari picks up the kill in the end, and he also has an ulti available to lock down Flakked. Canyon grabs that kill, and now Showmaker's here. Knockup comes through onto Jankos. He's not able to return the favor himself, as Canyon playing a pretty good Seraphine here, as he locks down the kill on the Bel'Veth, and Dokdam gets the kill.
Damwon collapsed too quickly. G2, Broken Blade wanted to get that top tier 1, and Flakked thought they could look for the turn in the 2v2 with his teleport. Broken Blade gets the vitals and the ultimate off, but the healing just wasn't enough, and in comes Showmaker, in comes Canyon, and Kellen's tidal wave was fantastic. Knock up Jankos doesn't have the evolved form, so he can't jump over the walls, and Damwon pick up easy kills. Objective bounty over to G2 this early on, that's what he was focusing on, but Canyon on the collapse. And just watch mid lane here, Dokdam and Kellen pushing the wave, they then move up, and the Senna ult keeps Broken Blade alive for a little bit longer so he can proc these ultimate charges. Manages to get a little bit of healing, but Nuguri just instantly gets that kill.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I dared to believe for a moment there that ultimately just wasn't quite enough. And just always being able to have that first move on the side of Damwon. It's not enough here.
Yeah. And now Damwon with this big gold lead, 7-1 in kill score, gonna push into this bot side, secure their third dragons, put them on soul point. And we'll say it again, if G2 lose, they're out of the World Championship. They'll still have another game left to play, but it won't actually mean anything, and this will also mean that EG is out. So Damwon and JDG will be our teams going through, and they'll be playing last at the end of the day. As Damwon pushing in bot here, looking for this bot tier 2. Dokdam pushing in mid, will rotate across. Capsule catches midwave, has the TP if he wants to join his team. Broken Blade.
Yeah, he is just going to get chain CC'd here. Finally gets the riposte off. But a lot of just random AoE damage being thrown down here. It's very difficult to stick around underneath his turret, especially with Showmaker available. Encore is still there, but it's just very, very hard here for G2. We mentioned the power of Damwon here in this mid game. Well, that has only increased now that that mid inner turret fell down. It's exactly what Damwon needed to be able to put the screws in on this game, and they are definitely not letting up.
Mid-game is so strong for their comp. Lucian, Nami on 2 items. The Viego at level 11, the Sejuani frontline who actually won the lane. Damwon are just outclassing G2 right now. And they're gonna pick up that dragon that just spawned. Bot waves are coming in. They're slowly chipping down this tower, and G2 really want to defend it.
Oh dear, Cap's gonna get caught out. There's a tidal wave. The bubble is gonna follow up as well. He does manage to go golden. As Dokdam needs to use the heal to get himself out. Showmaker waiting to strike, waiting for his opportunity. In the meantime, I mean, Canyon just wasn't there, as well as Nogari. Sort of 3 versus 4 as Broken Blade holding down the fort in the mid lane.
Damwon have a lot of sustain with the Nami and the red buff on the Lucian. They're just going to keep pushing in these mid waves, going towards bot, keeping up the 4-1. Broken Blade tried to break their setup there by proxying up that mid wave in front of Damwon, but they won't allow him to do that. Canyon will be the one split pushing. I think the Sejuani is stronger in the group because of the hard engage. If Flakked walks up here, he'll get hit by a Sejuani. Oh.
Well, there it is. Not exactly going to find it as the Encore also goes wide. Damwon here just using that as a zoning ult. The inner turret falls down now. As Showmaker going to have to try and get out of here. Broken Blade doesn't get the riposte. Not out of the woods just yet, though, as Showmaker finally distorts to get himself out. Jankos very, very close to death as Canyon finds himself the backline. Can he get the reset, though? Is the question. The answer is absolutely not. But still, it is so much damage from Damwon here. They are so far ahead, and Caps just couldn't do enough. Bel'Veth also going to fall down as now Broken Blade just trying to lunge his way out of this. It's not going to be enough. The chase potential just too high from Damwon Kia. And Riposte comes in. Showmaker says he doesn't mind.
4 for 1 for Damwon. Canyon tried to get the kill at the back end of the fight, manages to get it, but doesn't get the reset. Damwon can't translate this into anything because they're on the wrong side of the map before the Baron start, but G2 have no chance in these fights whatsoever. Damwon just rolling over them right now, and I think when they come out of base, they'll start setting up this Baron. Flecken misses the Encore there as Dokdam dashes away. Showmaker almost dies here because Broken Blade manages to proc a couple vitals, then W's onto Nuguri to get the stun. Caps and G2 just decide that this is the only fight that they can win. Canyon behind manages to kill Targamas, trades into a 1-for-1, but from this point onwards, Nuguri is just too tanky and Dokdam is just too strong.
Yeah, just able to provide as much space as Damwon would like. I really like the Relentless Pursuit flash from Dokdam to get rid of the priority targets.
Yep.
And lock this one down. Really does feel a little bit like dotting I's and crossing T's here for Damwon Kia as they push in the rest of these waves.
And this is a great sign for Damwon. Dokdam being able to step up and just carry through games when they're replaying tanks. Gives him a couple more styles. Jankos.
Oh, he's just dead, I think. He is going to be able to mitigate a lot of that damage, but it's not enough. Tidal Wave comes through. Broken Blade doesn't have enough riposts in him in order to keep himself alive, as it's a double kill picked up here for Canyon. Just transforming into every member of G2 right now. This inner turret gonna get taken. That is 6 turrets to 1 in favor of Damwon Kia, and they can just go back towards this Baron if they'd like, and I don't think there's going to be any answer, especially without Jankos on the map.
Yeah, this game is as good as done. Over a 10,000 gold lead, Baron secured, Souls up in 2 minutes time. Now just touching on the styles that Damwon have shown us, they've shown Nuguri on champions like Camille and Jay so far this Worlds, and seems to work. Now they're showing Nuguri on tanks and Dokdam being the one carrying through with Showmaker on this LeBlanc.
Nuguri on the Sejuani, the early game and split push threat, Sejuani.
I love it. He's 3 levels up right now against this Fiora, winning on side lane, winning the lane, winning in team fights. And there's an Infinity Edge picked up for Dokdam, 60% crit coming through. G2, I mean, their comp is good at 50 minutes into the game, but Damwon's mid game is just so much stronger, and they're just steamrolling over them, taking absolutely every tower, and their team fights are just so much better. And now they're just going to push in to look for the end. The safe option here for Damwon is to turn towards a Dragon in the next minute while they have the setup in the lanes, while they have the push, and G2 basically have one last fight as a Hail Mary. We're going to look at this top dive again. Jankos tried to step up to clear the wave, pops the E here to try to get a little bit of damage reduction to live through it, but Canyon gets the kill, gets the reset, turns into Bel'Veth, and Canyon's a pretty damn good Bel'Veth. Manages to take down a double kill and then gets another reset.
Yep, I believe his time spent in Bel'Veth form was actually quite low. Still looking pretty good. As Damwon, just trying to keep G2 away from this Dragon Pit. But honestly, feels like they could just start sieging on this turret, especially with the Baron available. Showmaker dives forward. Oh my goodness, Broken Blade just getting ripped to shreds. Dokdam is so strong. Caps, not as tanky as he wants to be right now, but he is going to survive for the moment. Siege Minion going to be there. In the meantime, Canyon splitting in that mid lane as well. They will be able to take that down, as well as the bot inhibitor, and then move back towards this Drake if they would like to.
Looks like 30 seconds on the spawn. They want to play through mid. G2 think they found a pick onto Canyon, but all of Damwon are ready to collapse. Nuguri is on the way. Doesn't have that ultimate, but Dokdam.
Oh dear, Cap's just going to get exploded. It's the Lucian damage here. The riposte is decent, but he doesn't have it available for Blackett, and Broken Blade now has it on cooldown, so he's just dead. A double kill now for Dokdam. Lucian Nami today has just been absurd. And it's no different in the hands of Damwon Kia. Jankos just looking for that top lane. And you could see it's just Targamas trying to escape. And in the meantime, Damwon Kia just going to take down these Nexus turrets. What a ridiculous game here for the LCK representatives against G2. And unfortunately, we now have to wave goodbye to both G2 and EG as Damwon Kia take down the Nexus.
Eastern domination is here at World. Damwon take down G2 in just over 25 minutes, and G2 never really stood a chance from that early game snowball.
Yeah.
Mid and bots winning, top 1 from the solo kill. And G2 have 1 game left to play, similar to EG. I think they have a game left to play as well, but that's it. The West is out of Group B, the West is out of Group A. It's Rogue and 100 Thieves left for the West. But right now, that's 4 teams from the East basically locked in the knockout stage.
Yeah, a very good performance here for Damwon Kia. That is 4 teams from the East that are definitely going through, and it's about what seeding is going to come in. So what the rest of the day becomes about now is JDG and Damwon Kia, which is going to be our final match of the day. If Damwon Kia are able to go undefeated in their remaining games, JDG the same thing, then it could be a potential tiebreaker as well if Damwon are able to actually take them in the rematch.
I would love that, you know, because then we get a best of 3 between JDG and Damwon in the group stage. To see, I mean, their first game against each other was just so incredible to watch. So much skill expression from the best players in the world. We'll see it again at the end of the day. You know, if Damwon get the better hand of them, we'll see it again. So that'll be exciting.
Yeah, it could also potentially be, you know, a semi-final or something like that. You never actually know. But while the West may be eliminated, there's still plenty of room to play spoiler. So while G2 readies up for their next match, we're breaking it all down on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Atlas. Well, yes, this is the end of the road for the 2 Western teams in this group in terms of qualifying towards the knockout stage. We can pull up the standings to take stock of Group B. It is still a 2-horse race now between JDG and Damwon Kia. With that win, Damwon Kia still keeps themselves within striking distance of JDG. When it comes to seeding, assuming both of these teams win out to that final game of the day, Damwon Kia would be playing for the opportunity of a tiebreak for first place against JDG. Of course, either of these Western teams could still play spoiler to the rest.
Yeah.
I just want to talk very shortly. That previous game between Damwon Kia and JDG is still my favorite game of the tournament. Okay. And I'm sure Emily was going to say
that is actually exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
The brain cell again.
Of course.
The brain cell.
Yes. Yeah, whenever we're on the desk, just
today
always goes to the same place.
Self-raz in the brain cell.
Perfect.
Too good, too good. All right, well, let's talk about how Damwon Kia got it done here against G2. We'll start once again in the draft because, Chronicler, I'm coming back to you on this one. When these comps were locked in, you weren't so confident in the side of Damwon, or at least weren't that sold on the draft.
So what I said was I think that they've set a very high barrier for themselves, but I don't think it's going to matter. And I think that's what ended up playing out. I do think this Damwon comp, in terms of skill execution floor, is way higher, because if you just try to default 5v5 against the composition that is available for G2, and you ever fall behind, it becomes this unstoppable death ball that will have prior on objectives and basically be unbreakable because of all the sustain that's available.
100%. And I felt like G2 just wanted to be able to scale through the Senna Seraphine, right? We've seen this in North America, and I mean, and anytime you see Senna Seraphine, it's very clear what they're trying to go for. And so I just really enjoyed what Damwon was doing bot lane. Rift Herald, bot lane. Every time they were playing for either Dragon Pressure or Rift Herald really early on, they were playing through their bot lane. So a lot of the times, G2 never felt like they had a window to take a fight because they never really could fight into Damwon's vision.
Yeah, and I'm so happy you brought up Rift Herald too, because with the Belveth in play, Rift Herald, actually both Heralds, becomes absolutely massive if they had been able to get this Deathball comp off. Another thing that you're going to notice in a lot of these skirmishes and a lot of these fights, obviously this is just Noguri, you know, taking advantage. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But a lot of the times you're going to notice is that both of these teams, whenever G2 kind of wanted to start kind of rolling over DK, man, Noguri really. I keep
love
getting
watching
distracted.
You get distracted by
Noguri just beasting it. He did actually like more damage than almost anyone in the game by the end of it.
Bonking kids.
It's a big pig.
More importantly, a Deathball comp like this, it's really good against if you have like a ton of hard engage, if you really, really want to go in. But with the way that Damwon played out this draft, they're constantly poking, they're constantly making sure that someone is low health, they're constantly making sure that they can pick one member off with their CC and with their poke. And I think that was really important in the way that they kited back in a lot of these fights.
Now, made that pig look like an actual carry. Nuggery is back, and it's just amazing to see.
Well, and I think that this, honestly, it demands a larger conversation to be had about some of the top lane picks and matchups, particularly when we consider East versus West, because we started this conversation downstairs in the green room, but it does feel like, to a degree, there's almost no good answer for our Western teams. You either take the Fiora away to not allow your opponent the opportunity to style on you, but now you have to live up to the counter matchup.
But here, they didn't have to. They opted into it voluntarily. And that's, to me, is one of the
But you don't think
issues.
they feel that obligation to punish the Sejuani?
Well, yeah, I think they do, but we have already seen that Nogri this tournament is playing just incredibly well. Yeah. And I think trying to outscale with the gap that we've seen thus far in terms of individual performances in side lane specifically is a call that at this point you can't afford to make.
Yeah, and I mean, you hit one aspect of what makes the Fiora part difficult if you just get outplayed in the matchup, right? But the other one is, of course, like on bouncing waves away from you, being able to get covered. And I think they got that one solidly done. The other problem was just executing on the dives that you have for yourself. And so like that dive execution was poor. They were able to like basically take aggro while Fiora was pretty far away from it. So I felt like they're going to look back at that dive and feel pretty badly about it. Sure, they got the kill off of it, but you definitely want to be able to snowball off the time that you're getting basically in that jungle proximity top side. So that one was rough to see, but I still love the fact that they're trusting in their own individual strength, and I love the comp objectively. It was just a failure on the execution point.
I'm glad you brought up the snowbally nature of it as well, because in order to play to the side lanes, like a Fiora wants to, right? Like you want to separate her from the team, so she always has pressure on these turrets. Like you want to be able to hammer on tier 2 turrets while the rest of your team is setting up for objectives or distracting your opponents and stuff like that. You want to be able to leverage it cross-map. If the Fiora doesn't get ahead, even if they are trying to cover it, Nogri had such a strong performance in this lane that once he wasn't ahead, you then can't contest, right? You can't make those cross-map plays.
Now, Damwon, they kick off their second round robin with a win, but as G2 prepare for their final game here at Worlds, check out their pick Our Way as the song that represents their play style now on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen. We'll see you back here for G2 versus JDG after the break.
Maybe. This is where we start our story, our history. This is the game. Yeah. This is where it all starts, guys. This is where everyone's gonna remember. G2 came back.
Yanko's very, very close to death as Canyon finds himself the backline. Can he get the reset though? Is the question. The answer is absolutely not. But still, it is so much damage from Damwon Kia. They are so far ahead, and Caps just couldn't do enough. It's the Lucian damage here. The riposte is decent, but he doesn't have it available for Blackett, and Broken Blade now has it on cooldown, so he's just dead. A double kill now for Dr. Arm. Lucian Nami today has just been absurd.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
People fear what they cannot understand. Gracefully.
It's already over.
Die with grace.
Don't care much for your kind of wisdom, Yi.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022, where it's great to see G2 fans cheering from Berlin, gearing up for their team's final game of the day here in the Worlds 2022 group stage. Now, as we dive into this JDG versus G2 matchup, Rouse catching the camera there on that one. I want to recall the last time these teams met. And Emily, I'm going to hand things over to you. It's a play we took a look at the top of the day, but I think it's good that we get a refresher on it here.
Yeah, so I do want to revisit it. This is G2 playing with the Seraphine again. And when you are able to just land ult like this in a choke point, it's just perfect, right? And they were actually able to win some of these fights. It ended up looking a lot closer, and I think people might have expected. The problem is, obviously, JDG, we know them as a team that can visibly make mistakes, right? And still come out ahead due to their cohesion, especially in team fights around Kanavi and Yiga.
But I just love the creativity, specifically the Darius pick into the Renekton.
Yep.
It's something that we know from Broken Blade from quite a few of his games. If he sees a carry option and he gets the draft resources, he's going to go for it. And I think plays like that are rewarding. So I want to see more of that. I want to see, especially now that they have that liberty of just like going for it. Just kind of start swinging and making a point to the fans in Berlin, of course, fans back home that are watching in watch parties, that they were strong and at least have that last hurrah.
I think they can go for the exact same draft minus the Fiora against JDG and at least
from the previous
game.
Gotcha.
And at least have more than a shot, because I think that Dalmon's specific brand of aggression matched up really well in what they're trying to do there. But if you play against JDG, not to knock them off, and their team fighting is still exceptional. But I think at least you get a little bit more time to maybe scale into a position where you can get to those 5v5s. And we've seen that, especially if you get a really good comp around it, maybe you can find an angle there.
Yeah, I mean, then I think it comes down to the way that JDG set up for objectives, especially around Heralds. Like we said, if they do slam the Bel'Veth again, Herald just becomes such a high priority thing.
Yeah.
But obviously, I mean, you're looking at this man on the screen, 369, cited as one of the best top laners here, in addition to T1 Zeus. And JDG just seemed like, even in a fight like this, where it's like, oh, not really sure if this is gonna work out, Kanavi has to flash out. They end up coming back from it. And in this game in particular, Hope was absolutely a star.
That's what I was going to say, Chronicler. My fear is we didn't really talk much about Hope throughout all of the week one first round robin. And so when we talk about G2 needing to get it done against G2 here, I'm like, this seems like an even higher level JDG than we looked at last week.
Well, that's the problem, because Hope can simultaneously hard carry when he gets Sivir Yumi, or he hard carries when he gets Lucian. It's like, what do you do? Can't deny everything that is strong to this player, and I think his consistency to me has been a really large reason of why JDG is so consistent in the first place.
Yeah, and that's what makes this team so fun to watch, because when they do make team-wide mistakes with advantage that they have, they can just rely on Hope to be able to just come out and have that teamfight performance on the Sivir game. Like, that was a great example of it where, yeah, they lose in that red side jungle, that team fight, and it gives G2 some hope where they can play around Baron.
By the way,
and everything.
Horrible name for a player who's undefeated at a World Championship. No, because they don't need to rely on hope. They just rely on being better than everybody else.
Very true.
Confusing word.
Very true. So, like, that's where I feel like Hope is such a damn good player, and now they can put resources. They keep drafting.
How do we get Hope to NA?
Yeah.
That's my question, really.
I also think the other thing to point out really quickly in those stats, he had, what, 4 kills and assists before 15, right? So like that also means that JDG is getting kills in this bot lane, whether it's Kanavi coming down or whether it's just Hope and Missing playing really well. And Raz, you already mentioned Missing, how he can flex between Enchanter supports, and we saw him on the Thresh play making on that as well.
Yeah, Hope is picking up kills, Missing is missing from the bot lane and killing the mid laner. That's pretty much how you face GDG. It's a scary team comp, communication gets hard. The teams are ready. Freak, Gazelle, and Dagda are subbing in to take over on the caster desk for the rest of the day. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. We realized Cadril was simply cursing Europe too much, so we are here to give G2 a fighting chance here in the group stage. Might be a 0-5 start here for the LEC in the second half of the group stage, but today we find G2 get that win.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they subbed in the Irishman for the Welshman. That's where I feel like we're really going to be strong here. But I'm excited. I mean, JDG versus G2, I'm hoping should be a really good matchup, especially when you kind of look at like how Yagao is performing against Caps, and then also seeing what Broken Blade can bring it against 369.
Well, I'm just really interested to see what kind of approach G2 are going to take to this game, right? Because they are now eliminated from the event. We saw yesterday, once it happened to C9, they went with a little bit of a for-fun draft. Are we going to get a serious draft here for G2, playing for pride, of course, still wanting to get another win in the group stage.
And I think the important thing on the playing for pride angle, because again, G2 cannot go to quarters, is finishing above EG in groups, right? They are both 1-4. They both have one game left. EG, DK, gonna be a tough one. G2, JDG, obviously tough one as well, but at least ending like, still more wins than you. Like, that is pride, that is still we did better than you, and so I feel like G2 should have a shot at, trying to win this one.
Also, honestly, JDG's wins haven't been the most big, like the stomps that we've expected at Worlds, right? They have looked vulnerable, so if there is a team that G2 could go against, it feels like it's JDG.
At the same time, G2's 2 games today have been rough ones. They have been getting absolutely stomped thus far in the games today. So we're going to have to see if they can have a little bit of a bounce-back game here, salvage a little bit of pride. First pick, Maokai here, has been very, very popular for Europe. Working best, of course, I think, for Rogue. Most people looking at Odoamne and the performances that they have had. Still a big hope for Europe. But we are expecting this probably to be mid or top. We have seen a little bit of Maokai support, but not very much, especially once we've actually gotten into the main group stage.
And taking them out as we get the Kalista and likely Sylas here locked in for JDG. Talking about their stakes here, they are basically battling Damwon for top of the group, right? The expectation is you win out, and then game 6 is 5-1 battle, right? If DK takes that game, you're tied, you tie break for first, you make a battle afterwards, but they're basically racing each other for the most wins in the group.
Absolutely, and I actually really, really do like the pairing with the Graves. I do think when you're gonna go Maokai top, you want to have some sort of a heavy damage pairing on the top side, right? So that you actually can have a little bit of setup. When people are doing these double tank, jungle tops, I just don't think you actually have the damage to kind of punch through. This makes it pretty risky for any sort of a carry top answer that 369 might want to go towards, because then you have the lockdown from the Maokai, you have the damage that's going to be brought in there by the Graves as well, and it gives you a pretty strong top side.
And I think especially when you look at how short range the composition that JDG are going for here is something like a Maokai setting up for Graves, even for the Akali as well, is going to do really, really well. But we'll have to see now as JDG go towards a hyper-aggressive bot side. I expect Kanavi to be playing very heavily down here to make sure that this Kalista and Renata can pop off.
Absolutely, and now they could even throw a couple more bans down towards Flakka and Targamas, right? Because that is the expected last 2 that they have to draft. Theoretically, it could be Maokai support, but I'm working under the assumption this is a Maokai top. Throw a couple more bans down there, try to weaken up that G2 bot lane, and really look to punish here. Draven taken away as kind of that big early game answer, but Senna, Yuumi, Kaylin all off the table. They can go to something like a Felios or whatever, but it is very vulnerable how strong this lane can be with Renata and Kalista, and it's one of the big strengths. We heard them talking about it on the desk, but Hope really impressed me so much because he can play all the hyper scaling carries. He can also dominate with these early game picks as well, and it's given JDG such tremendous flexibility throughout the LPL.
And we've even seen it at Worlds as well, right? This is his 5th new pick as well at the World Championship, and that's been paired with something unique as well in Missing. This flexibility in the bot side has been a big standout performer, but we're still seeing Hope having these pop-offs like the desk was talking about earlier, so we'll have to see exactly how they want to try and play around this. This is a bit of a Kanavi special if he wants to go for it, but Kanavi has been a main stage carry for JDG. Highest goal per minute, highest damage percent of any jungler at Worlds, at least at the start of the day.
I think we're getting Renekton on 5 then.
Yeah, we are. There we go.
We're going to get the Renekton in Italy, so they don't even care, man. They're just going to slap it down. We'll have to see how it can work out because Renekton Nidalee is about as early game as you can get. Renekton, Nidalee, Kalista. This is a game that if G2 can survive the early stages, they massively outscale when you're looking at Graves, Maokai, Tristana, Rel, all these picks that are going to be very, very strong in the later stages of the game. It's going to come down to execution here for JDG. Obviously, we saw Nidalee come out once already. Inspired did run it against G2. It did not look good whatsoever. But this is Kanavi. It is another beast. And this is 369 Renekton, which is so terrifying. 369 in playoffs on Renekton. It felt like anytime he locks it in, it's a guaranteed solo kill.
And it feels like at the moment you really want to try and get Missing to be working alongside Kanavi as well, right? So it feels like trying to push in on bot side, then unlock Missing so he can actually play with Kanavi, set up for that vision that JDG have been so good at doing all year long. It feels like that's where they're going to be trying to support Kanavi and again see if they can go for those dives on top side.
And while it is a bit of a surprising pick to actually see the Nidalee slap down here, Kanavi is not shy to stray away from the meta. This is a guy that was bringing out Morgana when no one was playing it. He's bringing out the Bel'Veth when no one was playing it, and now bringing out the Nidalee here. And you have to wonder, are they trying to bring this out against G2 to make Damwon worry later on, about these picks, to make future opponents worry about the possibility that they could go full on early game and just run you over? I think it really could be helpful, coming into that BO5 stage for the drafts, but they have to be able to execute on it. They have to be able to make it look terrifying here against G2 if they want people to respect it later on in the tournament for pick and ban.
And I think it's great to see Kanavi kind of going back towards this style, right? We kind of talked about in the LPL in summer how he'd shifted to playing more towards his lanes, more so than what we'd seen in 2021 or even 2020, the last time JDG were at the World Championship. But now we're getting kind of go back to that 2020 style where in spring he was a big Silas jungle player, the Nidalee jungles, the Graves jungles. It feels like Kanavi's getting back to that position where he can show what he is worth and how to play carry from the jungle.
Oh man, I love the banter. Yankos in all chat. Damwon Nidalee, wow. Yankos with all the Nidalee memes about himself as well. But will be a scary one. I mean, definitely, if Kanavi can really push the pace here, this could be terrifying. He is playing Electrocute, so definitely going to have the early game burst here potentially. I'm interested to see, how much it's going to be about, looking for the invades and looking, to try to steal away those camps.
Alrighty, well, keep in mind there's a Prime Gaming giveaway, 150,000 RP to several lucky fans every single day of Worlds. Check it out. The lower third down there. Get in, get your free RP. If you get lucky, would be pretty nice. Broken Blade spotting out what might be an invade, but just sees that 369 is only spotting the jungle start. We'll try to see what Yankos is up to. The sweeper is on, missing will, be able to get the 10 gold shared over, they get the XP, and it's gonna be the red buff invaded and started for Kanavi.
And I like the start as well already, right? You want to be trying to play for Hope and Missing so they can play aggressive on the spot side, especially Hope going for the exhaust and ignite. They want to try and go ham in this lane, so having that map split could be really good for them.
And I'm actually really, really interested to see, if Kanavi is going to go back towards top side and try to defend his own top quadrant though, because you have Renekton as a pushing lane here, and you do have Silas, pushing through mid, so he's actually going to retreat back to his own red and go for the drive-by gank on the Caps.
Caps wants level 2 though, doesn't get enough minions to make it happen. There we go, finally has maybe a Shuriken flip. Is he the energy? Out goes for the stealth, and he will stay alive.
I just think this is such smart pathing here from Kanavi. Yeah, you could play split map, but you want to play to the side of your Renekton. You have a pushing lane top, as Broken Blade's likely going to have to recall here. 369 was proxying the wave you could see on the mini-map. Yagao was pushing so heavily through mid, really trying to contest this to make sure there's no opportunity for Yankos to actually counter-invade and take away the enemy red. So now Yankos is just going to have to take the L on this and accept that he's going to be down a couple camps. And you can see Kanavi cheats up towards top side, takes the Raptors. Now he's going down towards blue, so he can actually have a late take on the red and then use that potentially towards a top lane gank later on. So I think this is really, really smart, and there's not really any opportunity for Yankos to get something back.
And it's only going to become more dangerous as well for Yankos because you've got help in mid now for Yagao. He can continue to bully out Caps. You've already got control for 369 on top side. Bot side is fully in favor of the pushing 2v2, so Kanavi can now play off of pretty much any side of the map he wants.
Flash engage going to land there for the first stun. Hope could be the easy target there. Going to stay in range. They blow up the cask, and it's first blood into a jump. And missing, might be missing his entire health bar. Stun's going to land. Another rocket jump available, but still, it's going to be the 2-0 start of the bot side.
And that's just a sloppy play from Hope and Missing. You know that Yankos is on bot side. He got spotted out by all that vision you put down early, but staying around too long, trying to crash that wave, and great punish from Yankos to get in there.
Yeah, great punish from G2, but I agree. Very, very sloppy stuff from JDG. That was literally warded out, right? Like they saw that Graves, they had 3 wards actually in the enemy bot lane. They have now expired, but they should know exactly where Graves is. They knew he didn't go up towards top side, so Pretty shocked that they just played that disrespectfully to the enemy jungler, and now you give over a couple of easy kills here, one to Jankos, one towards the Tristana, and now they're not really even behind at all. You know, they're looking really, really good.
Oh, that was so nice, though. W flash into Crashdown is, I mean, that's just really good by Targamas. Yes, they should have been autoing him, but that is honestly perfect play from the G2 support.
Yeah, it just feels very, very strange here that you're not expecting that to come through. You've already got the wave crash. You could have just reset, gone back, spent your gold, and come back in. But now, kind of giving over that pressure on the bot side, I like that Targamas immediately tries to help out mid as well, because just trying to correct some of these lane states can then make it very difficult for Kanavi to actually have the support he needs if he wants to try and keep Jankos in tow, especially when you see that CS discrepancy in the jungle.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a big CS discrepancy, but Jankos is up gold now, right? Yeah. Because he actually got gifted, you know, a pretty free kill there and the assist, and Jankos right down towards bot again. X-Flash coming in, they're going to go for this.
He's going to get the flip back into the stun, into the rocket jump, the combo they wanted to go for, and Hope is certainly going to die. And can they get a bit more, though? Gets the rocket jump to push in for the next one. There's the reset, and missing. He's going to drop a double kill in for Flacken.
G2 are crushing the JDG bot lane, playing so disrespectfully. And Jankos is down here time and time again. G2, 1.3k gold ahead here, only 5 minutes in. 3 kills on the Tristana, full 1k up on Hope.
Oh, that's Broken Blade with no agency left. He's got no mana. He can get his passive and a grasp off maybe. But the Kanavi jump in. They're going to find the stun and the javelin and everything they possibly need. He can't even drop back without mana to cast spells. The flash javelin to stop the recall gets him a kill.
Finally, JDG gets something back, but I don't like watching angry G2 because they are looking so good at the moment. And the fact that they're playing around this Tristan on the bot side as well means that it becomes very difficult now for Hope and Missing to have pushing that bot lane. They can start to put pressure on towards the tower, start to get plates, and even if you want to look at Rift Herald as well, having this pressure on bot side is fantastic.
I mean, they just need to start playing with some respect towards Jankos. You know, Hope and Missing are not paying the respect over this Graves that he does deserve. You have Nidalee getting deep wards. You have Nidalee invading constantly, taking away the camps. You should be able to know, you know, where that Graves could be to play a little bit more carefully around that. And you can see as a result now, G2 have a great way into this game. They are only 200 gold ahead, 400 now, excuse me. But it's a massive Tristana this early on, and Flackhead will have the opportunity to carry this game.
And that's where I start to get a little bit worried as we go Caps and Yagao.
Well, that's an Akali ulti taken. Can he fight? Yes, Sweeper's gonna spot where he's moving. R2 is free targetable. Doesn't go for any more. I don't know if Cap's gonna be able to flash it and lock onto the tower, but doesn't go for the play.
Yago just about out of mana there as well. You'll see he picks up a little bit there, so we didn't have to follow up any sort of ability after he got in for the perfect execution, so decides to call it quits. JDG though, using that pressure in mid, now moving down over towards this dragon.
Well, they're going to go for it. JDG somehow managed to have enough control over the bottom side to grab first Drake of the game. And we're still a minute away from Herald to spawn, so it's time for supports to recall and walk over. Jungle's going to do the same, and with Renekton obviously winning up on the top side, you can see 500 gold to his advantage. There's a chance JDG get both objectives.
There absolutely is. I mean, 369 Kanavi looking strong, mid lane about even, but bot lane is absolutely a disaster. And overall, you'd be so happy about this start here for G2. The fact that they are not even just even in gold with the comp that outscales, they're actually up in gold against this comp that is going to really fall off incredibly fast here for JDG. So G2 just need to continue weathering the storm. Only go for guaranteed plays, chill, farm, and just wait for those items to start coming through because it's going to be looking good for them.
And just on that note, I think with Rift Herald coming up, I'd prefer to see them nerdy try and make a play around bot side. They can spot out Kanavi here, but if JDG are going to try and go for a Rift Herald coup, just like let them have it, right? You go and try and make a play on bot side with Jankos, you can easily trade the 2 turret plates regardless, and if not, just go for a dive anyway and see if you can get even more gold in your favor.
Well, honestly, like, I'm not even sure they need to try anything. Just farm. As long as Jankos can protect these lanes, right? Like, they're in just such a good spot here. There is a slight gold advantage for Kanavi, but still, I mean, Jankos has gotten 3 assists. You know, he got that early kill. Flackhead's looking great. You know, your lanes are doing just fine. Broken Blade will struggle a little bit here, but overall, things are looking really, really good. Jankos going to be going back up towards topside, though. 369 could be in trouble.
Find a bit of CC. He's going to double dash back away. Pops ulti for a bit more health bar. Gets the empowered Q, and now with Kanavi behind him, he's going to be okay. I don't think Broken Blade can get any more CC down. That is an ulti for an ult. The TP back in. Everyone's going to be okay.
Well, it could give G2 cryo towards his Herald, but here comes Kanavi. Oh my god, that burst.
I mean, you're going to get the trade on bot side here for G2, so as long as they delay JDG on this Rift Herald, you can see Hope and Missing have already moved up to the top side, so you're just giving Flacket time in this bot lane turret. The Tristana will happily take this, so still you are going to be trading relatively effectively here as G2.
Absolutely, I favor this trade for G2 pretty heavily. If you can actually get that second plate, solo gold onto Tristana, it's going to be close if that goes down or not, but it will be the Herald on the top side, and again, they're going to look for 369, who has no ulti, but will be able to walk it out.
Might have the rest right there on Yanko's side, as there are still 4 top side, and this could be the entire tower dying. Triss got some alone time, but yeah, that actually could have been a pretty good Sylas combo. Jump in, land a stun, ulti would nearly kill. But if they want to summon here with 4 there, although with Caps walking up, looks like maybe there's no play. This is the chance at a 4v4, and they don't go for much.
I'm surprised to see them commit so many resources up towards that top side, though, for G2, right? You'd already cleared the wave. You had your wave pushed into mid. Caps could have tried to get a turret plate for himself. Instead, now, we're having Yagao trade those plates on the bottom side, getting kind of an answer for what Tristan had already taken, and now you're putting Rift Herald top.
Yeah, I mean, they really want to push for this tier 1 tower, for this first tower here, to try to, I think, force G2 into taking some sort of a fight.
They want to fight. Triss is right behind them with a Kraken Slayer done at 940. Targamas would love to find a flash W. You can see Hope's early flash. Targamas, he really wants some kind of engagement. This is not going to happen. Pretty much anything that he picked on would have died to Triss with a full combo, but it's going to be a bot wave dying to bot lane tier, to the bot lane tower, and top lane tower itself dying.
Yeah, and Caps actually roamed up as well. Yagao, may be able to get a plate off of this. We'll see if he feels confident to actually step forward or at least stay in range as this plate does fall. But that's a plate bought for Yagao. Then he comes mid, pushes that in, gets the plate there as well. So, Yagao getting about a kill's worth of gold over this last minute.
And that's not even including the first strike that he has there as well. So he's going to be very quickly accelerating. You can see there just on the left-hand side of your screen, 4,000 gold for Yagao. Quite a substantial amount, 600 gold over Caps as well. I mean, Flackhead's leading the charge, so he's definitely going to be the one JDG need to be worried about, especially if he's starting to get more of these turret plates.
Oh, Kanavi over the wall spots one. Does not land on target. Just good sidestep there as the turret still takes its shots. We are still pretty far away from turret plates dropping, and Flackhead again. Literally up a mythic on his opponent right now.
Yeah, I mean, Hope hasn't been back to base in forever. He just has that early Vamp Scepter here. So JDG do not want to fight around Hope whatsoever. But that is not the spot you want to be in here with the Kalista. When your Kalista is just kind of praying for little bits and scraps of farm here. It's really a bad spot.
And that's why I love the way G2 are playing this. They're consistently keeping Flacket out on the map. They know that in 30 seconds, Dragon is up. Well, if Kalista doesn't get a reset, well, we just have that mythic advantage for the team fight. So that's actually somewhere where they can try and use that advantage. Even here, Flacket and Targamas trying to see if they can stop Hope from resetting, knowing they can use this.
No chance they want to walk away from the top lane right now. They love to get the turret to kill. See if they deny any farm down there. Only a 6 CS difference among the top laners, so those who actually shoves the wave in. Brook will have to get his back. A pull in, not bad. Targamas half HP. But now with Handshake down, Triss should feel safe. But Flacket, I don't know if he doesn't know where Nidalee is, but he is unwilling to attack a tower while up a mythic.
Well, no, and they actually spotted Nidalee on the bottom side because he was actually scrapping with Yanko. So they did know that Nidalee was down there. He's now doing Dragon, on the scuttle here. But definitely Flacket playing, pretty carefully, to say the least. Cab stepping forward, does have ulti advantage as Yagao spent the stolen ulti there, but will be likely looking to reset. And JDG, I think, really have got to continue playing the objective games, stacking these up as fast as possible, but it's a stolen Dragon.
Yanko's huge. That's going to buy him a lot of time if it is going to be a race through the early game. Doesn't get hit by much more. Might have to ulti to get away. Actually, it's the E back regardless, and it's just out with a Drake steal. Beautiful.
And it looks like the smoke screen was really what made the difference there. Drops the smoke screen on the Nidalee, so he loses vision of the Dragon, and now Cap's looking for the kills.
Dives in for a lot. Missing could be the target. It's a nice ulti across to buy space. Professor Flash away has a blast plan, but Cap's still in the chase. Auto Q might kill. Auto Q, one more is going to get him for sure. No, the shield. But they're not going to get him back in time. The bailout, I don't think it's going to happen. There's one, and they're chasing in for the next two. A double kill in for Caps, and Yanko's get the second.
JDG commit to try and save Missing, but G2 were there and waiting. Targamas with the engage sets up a massive play for G2. That is so much gold going over in their favor.
That's a huge play for G2. Going to be looking really, really good in this game now. 13 minutes in, and you are down gold still with Kalista, Nidalee, and Renekton. And Tristana pushing for free up on top side. So now the gold lead just going to extend that much further here. Flacket going to be able to take another plate. has a couple thousand gold to spend. He's 1,700 gold ahead of Hope. It's brutal.
And this is what we were talking about for JDG, right? Oftentimes they just kind of see blood and go for it. And this was where they kind of took that step too far forward, trying to get on towards Jankos. It's a good answer from Caps coming in here off the reset, and trying to save Missing was just that way much of a step too far. Missing goes down. There was no need to try and commit for this. And the second they do, Targamas is there and ready.
It's just been a lot of weird fights here from JDG, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, they knew that G2 was around. The Graves ulti had already been spotted. The sweeper is used there, to actually remove the vision from Targamas. So they know everyone's there. They have the information, but they just elect to opt into these fights, and they're just giving no respect to G2, and they're getting punished.
And that's why JDG have always kind of been a team that even in the LPL, although they had the highest series win, their game score was a little bit of a muddied mess because they'd have these games where they would over-aggress, they wouldn't respect their team or the opposition, and would end up giving over a ton of gold, a ton of opportunities in these early stages. It's the mid game where they could start to bring it back, but I mean, the gold is still relatively even.
And it's done though, kind of in your hair now as well as Caps jumps backwards, says, you know what, now I can fight you, get off the cooldowns left for me. Smokes around, tries to find it, nearly the kill, but Caps, he overplays in the 1 versus 2.
But here comes G2, Broken Blade is here, he's TP'd in, Kanavi's gonna be in trouble.
Quick heal, there's the ulti, flashes the root him up in place, knock him forward, Broken Blade finds 1 kill, but he's under the tower. He's gonna flash in to be 1 for 1. There's no way Yagao doesn't get him here, right? At this point, he's gonna get the slows, getting the rest of the abilities. So Broken Blade burns his flash to trade equal gold, but in the bot side, Flacken knocks down a turret.
Yeah, and his teleport as well there. It was a really nice stolen Tristana ulti from Yagao to make sure that it was a one-way trip, just ulting Broken Blade back even further there. Yagao getting paid off of that. 2 kills back-to-back. Caps tries to get really aggressive here. Does end up paying the price. Yagao is really like the only character, that can kind of scale very well here for JDG, arguably Missing as well. So there is going to be a lot of pressure on Yagao to get things done in this game. And I agree with you, Jagda. It is more the mid-game, the late game where JDG really do excel. But the problem is the compositions in this one, right? The compositions are so heavily in the favor of G2 that if G2 can play, relatively evenly throughout this next 10 minutes, it just should be their game.
Caps gets the grab with reinforcing to the Krugs. They will not go for any more on the G2 side. Not sure if they had any vision, but it doesn't matter. It is going to be the second Herald claimed here for JDG. Minute 15 to go until the next Drake spawns. It'll be either team's first Mountain Drake. And we're gonna watch that 1v2 from Caps again. Nearly kills Kanavi, doesn't work though.
Yeah, I mean, nice opportunity here for Caps to try and turn around, right? Realizes that there is no cooldowns left available, but just ends up going that little bit too far forward. This turret shot and the damage coming through from Yagao off the passive auto attacks was just that little bit too much. And G2, this is a classic thing that we see from them in LEC, right? Where they will TP, try to commit to a play, catch people off guard and start to snowball these leads. But unfortunately, Broken Blade gets pushed underneath the tower and ends up giving over another one back in favor of JDG.
Yeah, the stolen Tristan ult, very clever there, just knocking Broken Blade in. But it is G2 tied on Dragons here, 30 seconds until this one is going to spawn. And Flacket, very close actually to his next item.
Yeah.
Kind of weird that he picked up an additional crit cloak. He could have probably been towards PD. I know that they're relatively efficient though, individually.
So the build he's going for is Zeal to Lord Dominic. Yeah. A very common tank busting build, but obviously Renekton has gone forward. Renekton doesn't have the most armor, but we'll see what he goes for into this one is to move around, and JDG need to fight for the river. Do they get outscaled? Can they fight now in the mid game? 17 minutes. Herald 7 in mid will not quite kill the turret, but they can always run back and get that gold.
Yeah, Gao's doing a lot of work here in the backline though. Caps and Black at low.
Targamas done from 3-6-9. Target the backline, hits on a 3. Berserk buys a bit of time. Hope gonna stay alive for now. Shieldbow on Caps zoned out, and Targamas drops the engagement, but the team cannot help. Thank you to Renata Glass. Jankos is low, stunned, killed by 3-6-9, and a double kill for Hope.
JDG pulling it back here, winning the team fight in dominant fashion. It was a big engage from Targamas, but he goes over the wall, and Missing's ultimate bought them the time they needed. The hostile takeover was clutch there.
And I love the idea initially from G2, right? You look at the screen, you're like, oh, JDG are super spread out. Yagao is stuck bot side. We've got control over River. Let's try and make a pick onto Hope with Caps. But unfortunately, because 369 was there, Caps actually can't get the pick. And suddenly you've invested so much into trying to kill the Callista, you've nothing left then for the upcoming team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, there was just so many tools available for JDG there. We can watch again. It's about this flank coming in on the side from Targamas here, looking for that angle. Does find the engage on this this big clump, but then watch Yagao here. Yagao has stopwatch, missing pops the ulti, then gets pulled in by the Kalista ulti. So really great timing on that ultimate from Renato Glass. If he didn't actually get that off prior to getting Kalista ultimated, this could have looked like a very different fight. And then 369, as you say, is just zoning out the carries there. There's no follow-up for G2.
Yeah, it was super hard. And then once you're on the chase here for JDG, you've got the spears that are landing from Kanavi. And this is what we were kind of talking about for JDGs. When they get to the mid game, yes, compositionally, definitely I agree. Late game favors G2, but they are so good at finding these moments to pick their fights around objectives, control vision, especially when they just tend to overload one side of the map and look for picks. So that's what we have to keep our eyes on now to see if JDG can take that lead and that 4K gold lead they've managed to find for themselves and keep this pace up.
And I think the pace can keep going. We are seeing a damage out of 369, actually rushes the Gorge Drinker. I know in the LCS we see a lot of Ruin King Sunfire, but actually globally the more common build actually has been Gorge Drinker by a little bit. So relatively common build here onto the Death Stance second as well, so he will be a big damage threat.
And I always feel like if there's 3 melee on the other team, Gorge Drinker is just super high value, right? You know, you're looking over, you see Rel, you see Akali, you see Maokai, even Graves relatively short range, so there's a high chance you can get one of those really big Gorge Drinkers off in the middle of the team. You know, 369 is incredible on this Renekton, always finding the right angle to enter the fights. You know, if you can get in the mix, get in power Q on multiple, get that Gorge Drinker on multiple, it can go huge. But now they're looking to wrap around here on Yagao. Counter TP coming through, but will be a 3v5.
Flash away from the jungler. What's going to find him for? There's the root. There's the combo. A quick shutdown. Does 369 survive this one as he joins on in as well? The Berserk going to hit almost nobody. A single auto from Target Miss. 369 holds the front line still. Ulti on, finds a huge stun in front of the turret. Caps will die. Caps wants Kanavi, but no! He can't get it! And it's another huge set of shutdowns. A sidestep for Flak and a jump away for Jankos. But it's over the wall. It's Hope, and he's going to extinguish the last of G2. The Ren's got to be up in a second. The javelins, the spears stick in. Ren's him asunder. Flak, it drops, and an ace in the top jungle. The LPL champions will not go down.
And immediately they turn on towards the Baron. It looked dreadful for JDG as Yagao explodes, but they can turn it around, and now they'll get the big purple worm.
Oh my god, JDG gets so much off of that fight. It was looking good for G2, and they're going to try to TP in again here with Caps, but Yagao should be able to walk it out. Caps doesn't even have an ulti, so...
Backwards E, yeah. I mean, if there was no... Okay, flash for it. There's a stun out of Target Miss. W over the wall. They're going to get the CC, but is it enough damage is the problem. He steals Rel ult himself. Gets a bit more damage done, but he's lower and lower, and Caps lands his second shuriken flip.
Important kill there for G2. They needed to get something back to try to stifle the momentum here that JDG is building. So Caps coming in, and we can watch this one more time. The initial play, you look at the mini-map, you know, it's Flathead coming up here. It's everyone here arriving for G2. 5 members are there. They get the kill on Yagao right off the bat, but then Caps again diving a little bit too far forward. He has a great sidestep on the ulti from missing, but then as he goes in here onto Kanavi, you can see Hope has now arrived. 369 again, just crushing through those frontliners. Kanavi lives, and it all goes pear-shaped.
Also, just a great ult from Hope, working with Missing there. Gets the knock up onto the 3 members of G2. It separates Caps from the team, so 369 able to go back, deal with the Akali, and then JDG can follow up.
Javelin toss, thank you very much. A little bit of Void Staff now on the Nidalee, and this is absolutely mass now out of JDG. They're a minute away from the 3rd Drake.
I mean, at the end of the day, Flathead's lead is now gone, right? He was enormously ahead earlier in the game, and he's now down about 500 gold individually to Hope. So the advantage is no longer there whatsoever for G2, and they're just going to have to hope they can hold on somehow, some way here, as JDG are pressing and pressing heavily.
Flathead then pushes lead. The top lane at 10 minutes was Kraken Slayer to Vamp Scepter. Handshake is put on cooldown, and he's like, I can't hit the turret. What if he auto-attacks me? And it's like, dog, you win that 1v2, and just did nothing. G2 did not push their lead ahead, and now you got this game with 6,000 in JDG's favor, unable to use Flathead's lead to get ahead, and JDG about to just crush him with team fights.
But the bright side for G2 is they still do have that incredible scaling if they can try to slow down the game a little bit, play through sides with their soul laners. You can see Caps heading up towards top side here, looking for that tier 2 potentially to deny the wave. No one is mid right now. Flathead and Targamas get zoned out, so they're going to give that up, and they're going to lose the tier 2 bot. It is against the Baron buff, of course, but never something you want to see as a G2 fan.
No, especially when they had, you know, members that could have tried to move around, but the fact that they managed to zone Flack and Targamas up on the top side now gives JDG access to mid, to bot, to Dragon as well. And I mean, JDG just playing out the map state better right now is 369.
Oh, he's taunting them with the recalls now.
Wonder by Branch's Veil with the smoke screen, not quite landed those. It's going to be a red buff taken away, cleanly done. There's the third Drake for JDG. If it wasn't tough enough already, Caps about to find himself dead, jumps as far away as he can, but Kanavi lands the Javelin toss, 3, 2, and 7.
The spears are heat-seeking in this one. Kanavi making it work on the Nidalee, and JDG continuing the push. They're shoving down bot here with 369, who is going to be doing really nasty things in this 1v1 at this point.
Now looking for a bit more there as Broken Blade going to find himself a root. He's trying to run away, and the rest of the team going to zone out the reinforcements, so he will indeed live. But no mana has to regen onto the base, and with Caps dead as well, this is 5v3. Look at middle inhibitor.
I mean, they would be able to get middle inhibitor. 369 is push on bot, so they can just send themselves on over towards that one as well. I mean, G2 crumbling now. We were talking about JDG being behind, but suddenly we hit this mid-game, they get that slight lead, and they are powering home.
Well, we're just seeing the difference in team fighting, right? The difference in coordination. JDG, just outplaying in these 5v5s. G2 did have some really clever pathing and were able to punish some mistakes early on from Hope and Missing in particular, who really got put way down, by some great ganks from Jankos, but, not been able to kind of hold even in some of these fights. And it's been some near misses at times that have been the difference, to be fair. Caps chasing a little bit too far in bot lane, not able to kill Kanavi. Then again on top side by that tower, trying to take down Kanavi, not able to get those kills. It's been these slim margins that have turned into great leads for JDG.
And it's been a similar story to what we saw in JDG versus EG, right? Where EG get these early leads in the bot side and Kanavi goes, right, I'm just going to hyper-focus on this top side. Gets a big lead in the CS for himself, manages to play around 369, gets Yago into a decent position, is still picking up Rift Heralds as they go along, and suddenly that's enough to just get JDG that slight edge, buy them space and time where the gold lead's relatively even until they can get to these later Dragon fights, and that 5v5 explodes.
Well, and you just look at the top lane now, right? Check out the itemization difference between these two top laners. That is a 5,000 gold lead between those two individuals. 4-3-6-9, who for me is the best top laner in the world. I think this guy is truly unmatched up there, and is showcasing his power in this game. Has the early 3 items, working towards a 4th here already, and he's going to be so difficult for G2 to actually deal with. He's tanky enough with the Death Dance, Scoredrinker, and Randuin's that you can't just burst him down, but you also can't ignore him.
Well, they're going to try for a little something. They don't quite get the stun as Caps jumps to melee range. 369 pretty fast in the slice. And that means for G2, no dice.
I mean, it's a nice attempt from G2. Maybe if you can get him, you can start to put threat onto the tier 2, maybe onto the base for JDG. But now with that, this is the downside. You've committed so many members to bot side. JDG get to keep pushing top side. They're getting vision control for Baron. And now it becomes nigh on impossible for G2 to actually try and contest this.
Poke ult out of Yugao, doesn't do much with it. But now it's a handshake, that's got to be a death. Jankos is burning. A little bit of health left, but I think the Ignite will kill. Last Tick will not survive with a sliver of health.
That's actually really important because the Baron is spawning here, so if he goes down, JDG would have certainly just started that right up, but they're going to anyway. 369 has actually TP'd in. They're going to start this on spawn. They know Jankos needs to walk back out of base, and there's no vision for G2, so they have to slowly encroach in. It's going to be too late.
Gonna march into a 4v5 with already 3k health left on it. We've got no smite. There's only a fight to be had at all, and they're in range. They don't get the Baron, but they sure as hell get themselves stunned. G2 are too late to do anything but watch their teammates die. 1-0 so far. 369 in for a second stun. Javelin's gonna land. Targamas buys a second, but it won't be much more than that. The second death is already there. Make it a third. Caps is here to serve himself up as well. He's got nowhere else to go. A triple kill for Kanavi. Then Jankos nearly died in the base, but now just sees he's got no one left to help him.
JDG will TP down to the bottom side. With the second Baron, they will look to close out this game.
Down to the final turrets, the final nexus. JDG will go for 5-0. The fight for first place in the group. The only way they could lose that is if they get forced a tiebreaker. They have complete control over their own destiny. So far, undefeated the World Championship. The LPL champions, one of the favorites to win the entire thing, have still not dropped an entire game. G2 can watch the end of their tournament lives, a 1-5 record. The winless week for the LEC sadly continues. Their hopes rest on Rogue, and JDG still first in the group.
Just such an impressive comeback here from JDG. They draft full early, they get behind, and this is one of those games that started to smell like an upset, started to feel like, hey, G2 could actually take this game down. Really were in a position to be able to do it, but it's the team fighting from JDG that really pulls them through. They dominate the 5v5 at the Dragon. They outplay in what began as the 3v5 up in top lane, and after those couple fights, they really took hold of that lead and never let it go.
I just love how JDG fall behind and they're like, I got them right where I want them. Every single time. We saw it against top esports twice in semis and in finals. Now we get on the international stage as well, where they'll have these points where they fall pretty decently behind. But still, when this mid game comes around, the team fights come around, the opportunities to find picks, and always just keep that gold lead within touching distance, thanks to Kanavi, 369, Yagao. And when we get to that later point, it just feels inevitable that they'll take over.
And I feel bad for Targamas because he played the first 5 minutes of that game, I think literally perfectly. Every engage was massive. The flash knockback and a stun. First double kill. Second one, he's prepping a Hex Flash for the expected Warden Tri-Brush. Another double kill. Like, it was perfect. Targamas was so damn good. And yet, despite a 3-0 Tristana, they couldn't get first strike. They couldn't come up to get more than a single turret plate to get the Rift Herald. And suddenly now, 369 versus JDG have enough gold to just plate the game out, despite a gigantic gap in the bot lane.
And I mean, to me, the biggest thing was, you know, G2, I think, getting a little bit too hyphy. There was no need for them, I feel like, with the scaling advantage that they had, to do anything more than just play it slow, take the early lead, and hit those items, hit 2 items, hit 3 items, then start to look fighting. It felt like they really wanted to play with that killer aggression, slam home this game, and close it out fast, but ended up biting them in the butt.
But them in the 1-5 for G2. We will see more from Europe next tomorrow with Rogue here as well. And if you can't make it to San Francisco for the finals, you can always watch on the big screen with friends and family at select theaters near you. Use the QR code below to grab yourself a ticket. Now, while we prepare for the final interview with G2 for this Worlds, we're breaking down this game with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Freak. And what a valiant effort it was out of G2 Esports. While they will fall down here in their final game. And what a lovely reception from the New York audience as they take their final bow on the stage. As Freak said, we're going to attempt to get a G2 interview for you prepared as quickly as possible. If we can't get it here, we'll show it to you a little bit later on in the day. But let's take a look at this draft because, again, it didn't come easily for JDG. They had to fight back in this one in order to stay undefeated in the group stage, Chronicler.
So I see these drafts, and I have seen very similar drafts with 10K gold leads lose games. Anyone that has seen in LCK semi-final in spring will know what I'm talking about, where Damwon had a very, very similar problem. And my thing was that if the bot lane falls behind early in a comp like this, I don't know how you win. I don't think you should. I think if Tristana gets a lead in a composition and you have a scaling lead like this,
Remind me what happened in this game?
Well, they didn't, obviously.
JDG can't keep getting away with it.
They can't. I'm down
This is like
there.
last year's Gen G.
It's ridiculous
It keeps
watching.
happening.
It's ridiculous watching these games and then having regional experts turn to you and go, no, this is pretty normal. Like they're still in it. They're still in it. Like there's no way they're still in it. And then they come back and win. But let's first talk about what G2 was able to get done in the early game. Because as you mentioned, it was quite a lead they built and one that most people probably would look at and say JDG doesn't have any business coming back from this.
Yeah, I mean, this early portions of the game was so good for G2. The bot side of the map was playing out of their minds. I remember the early 3 kills that they off. That was actually off of this. And a lot of it was off of Targamas not being able to see too much of Rel, but now being able to see it. Like, this was the play that I was looking for, that I thought was really hard for JDG to come back from because they didn't expect this off the Fog of War, and it spiraled G2 into an advantage.
Yeah, this was the play where I was kind of like, okay, you know, G2's bot lane is ahead. This entire team composition has better scaling. And then it was this fight that ended up turning things around because even though Targamas goes in, gets a good engage, that Renata ult comes across, and then this is, after this fight here, there are some other fights where G2 still opt in, and it's like, you don't have to do that, actually, because to Azale's point on cast, they can still sit back. They do still have a significant scaling advantage, and Chronicler looks just very disappointed right here. I'm looking at him, and he just has like a very disappointed dad look on his face.
Yeah, usually that's my role on this.
Well,
that's true.
Because I think I think G2 was in a position to really take it all. I think they had a really good early game that set themselves up for success, but then they weren't able to cash out in. And Renekton winning games that he shouldn't just always get.
You love
kind
it.
of gets me, because even in that fight you saw that at that point, 369 still doing an incredible job, actually zoning out multiple people, and combined with that Renata ult, there was just no angle for G2 to follow up.
I will say though, there was a point in this game where I was looking at it and I was surprised that JDG were so close in gold, even with a significant kill advantage. And a lot of this was just based off turret plates, 1,200 gold off turret plates, while G2 was trying to find an angle and were struggling to do so.
I'm actually so glad you brought that out, because there was a specific thing that exemplifies this around 15 minutes where G2 actually gets the collapse, right? And they're all the way up in the bot lane around bot tier 2. And meanwhile, 369 is just hammering on tier 2 in the top side, right? So like, it is really interesting to see, like, yes, we didn't like JDG's draft. Like, yes, we did think that G2 opted into a lot of fights that they didn't have to. But to your point, Raz, the ability of JDG to recognize when they can cross map, when they can split push, and it's super interesting to see this out of 369 specifically, because I've actually been pretty critical. I love 369, okay? Like, I actually love him. But I've been really critical of his ability to recognize when he can join the team and when he can't, and when he should stay in a side lane, right? And I think you saw that at 15 minutes. Go back and watch it. It's a really good recognition of how JDG know where they can make cross-map plays.
And what I love about how JDG played this one out is that with compositions like that, you don't get a lot of errors. And they made some errors, but regardless, they were able to turn it around. The ability to find, no matter what your map state is, no matter what your draft is, the one angle that can get you back in the game, which in this case were a couple of amazing mid-game team fights, I think is what sets a good team apart from a great team.
Yeah, so speaking of 369, speaking of turning things around, Raz, we look no further than our Cisco Every Second Counts. Thank you to Reliable Cisco Network. You see here, 369 will extend a play in the top lane under turret, making sure he entices G2 just enough for the rest of the team to collapse and get their team fight win.
It was a nice bait there. Just right on that fishing hook. And I think the Renata also helped out, because G2 were trying and hard forcing the dive, and he was keeping them interested. The collapse came through. Well done from 369 to buy that time.
Yeah, definitely an overreach from G2 as well, but that's what we talk about time and time again in the game of League of Legends. When you're behind, it's about identifying an opponent's mistake and capitalizing on it. And almost no team does it better than JDG, right? That went from, okay, 1 or 2 kills under a turret to a team ace, and we're turning on to the bear.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this forward.
It's ridiculous.
It's
He's
actually
deathless.
nuts. I also believe, looking at the damage charts, it was him and Nidalee, I think, that actually ended up doing the most damage in this game. Yeah. So obviously, I don't know, man. He just keeps rolling 9s, even on the Crocodile. I'm sorry, Chronicler. I'm sorry.
I know.
There it is.
I know.
But I feel like you were right, Emily, talking about it earlier. He is the picture-perfect definition of improvement as a player, especially in his days when he was on top esports. Like the fact that he was able to grow as a player and not take those risks to his name. He was known as 369 because of the role. He made a lot of risks throughout, and then finally people are knowing him as 999.
Yeah. Well, exactly. So okay, I'm glad you're kind of on this, because earlier in the tournament, Shox was able to talk to him on stage, right? Asked him, as it is kind of a custom for others to rate his performance on a 3, a 6, or a 9, flatly to him, how would he have rated his performance? At that point in the tournament, he said a 9, which again, I'll remind everyone, is the top of the scale, and then said, with room to improve. So,
I don't even know
where. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It cracked me up. Where do you think he's at now? Is he officially 3-6-10? Like, where are we at on him now in this tournament?
To a different dice.
Still undefeated, coming back on the croc, deathless. 62% Chronicler seems bought in. I think it's 3-6-10.
I think he loves it.
I'm not a fan.
I'm not
aboard. You can do better.
You're only not a fan because you know your team has to go up against them later, and this JDG still looks like an absolute monster. Raid boss here in Group B. Now, as we promised, later on we will hear from G2's Broken Blade on cooldown, so stay tuned for that. But on the other side of this break, we got Evil Geniuses. They have a diabolical opportunity to dash the first place hope to Damwon Kia. We'll see if they can get it done. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
What? Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. Spray.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. Now EDG qualify for quarters after an exciting day 5 of groups, and you just caught a recap of their matches against Fnatic and Cloud9, brought to you by OnePlus. But here we are, 2 games left to go in Group B, and let's refresh on where the teams stand. We've already decided which 2 teams are exiting the group stage here in Group B. It will be JDG and Damwon Kia. You'll notice 5-0, quite the record for JDG, but things aren't locked up just yet. Here's the things you need to know. For Evil Geniuses, they can play spoiler to Damwon Kia's chances of a first place seat by winning here. But otherwise, it would take Damwon winning this game and their next game against JDG to force a tiebreaker, which we would play out at the end of the day, and that would determine who gets first and who gets second.
Sounds good to me.
Of the group. All right, so if you're a fan of games and tiebreaker games at that to decide 1 and 2, then you're an EG fan in this game. So let's talk about how they can get it done, because last time around, it didn't go their way.
Ooh, this is going to be a tough one.
Oh, you didn't expect me to hit you with that.
I did not expect that
You
at
just
all.
wanted it to happen.
Oh,
now you got to tell me how it happens, my friend.
I think it's probably just based off of just straight front-to-back team fighting, scaling, all that. I will say that what they ended up playing at the beginning of the day was fun, and it was based off of what worked for them domestically. Like the Lucian Nami was a good hit. really we got to see the best out of Kaori. So at this point, even if I want them to play a simpler straight front-to-back composition, it's just working with what they have been playing regardless. So it's hard. I will say, play what you're best at. And that looks like Lucian Nami, so probably end up going for that.
Yeah.
So what you would say is don't lock in Singed mid.
No, I would
right?
say that. I would say 100% do that.
You're starting to speak my language,
yeah.
actually. Maybe I go back on my
sounds pretty
words.
good to me.
Maybe I go back
That
on my
sounds
words.
like the answer.
One Mr. Joseph Jun Pyun, aka Jojo Pyun, tweeted out that he's playing Singed in this game.
He's made the declaration. We'll see if the coaches allow him to do it.
Please.
I don't even know if the coaches are aware he tweeted out. That's the thing I'm worried about. You think he just snap takes it, pick 3?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, coach.
Or
you said Soraka? Oh, my
locked in
bad.
Singed.
S-champ.
Okay.
Oh,
or
what?
convince your team, hey, Lehens makes it a strong support pick.
I was gonna
Vulcan,
say-
are you saying you can't play Singed?
Flex it between
Challenge
mid
him.
and support?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
He's not gonna play
Top lane
himself.
to impact. Like I'm saying,
Fine games.
3-way flex.
Okay, so now let me throw things over into the Damwon court. If you are staring down the barrel of a possible Singed flex pick, Chronicler, what are you thinking? What are you doing? What's the answer? I see you shaking in your boots.
I don't think Damwon is particularly bothered, personally. I don't know what you're expecting here of me, Dash. You're setting me up to fail because Damwon themselves have been very happy to opt into really creative drafts. They've been the teams that have put forward so many different types of strategies, tried to win with bot lane, cheese picks. It's really hard to, I think, throw this team off. And I know that there's LCK teams on the record as well saying playing Damwon in a best of 5 is a nightmare because they will just do very weird things. So I don't think from a gameplay perspective.
Rip the dream.
Rip it.
Yeah, it's
Rip
bad.
the dream.
The Singed mid is the way to go. Do
Really?
I want to see it? Nevertheless.
No.
You know, that fan
Yes.
sign there
No.
goes directly counter to don't let your dreams become memes, because now it's a meme. And with that, EG is ready to do battle against Damwon, Kia, and Freak, Azael, and Dada are here to walk us through it.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Castle Desk. We have 2 or 3 games left to play. EG, of course, could end their group stage 2 and 4, and it would lock in the #1 seed for JDG coming out of the group. Damwon could no longer catch them at the very end. EG get to end on a win. EG get to end on a win, and the LPL could be happy with a first seed. Or if Damwon wins, it means that the 6th game of the day is a battle for first. Damwon can force a tiebreak, play game 7, and take first themselves.
I will say, historically, LCS, once the games don't matter, we're already eliminated, really powers up. You know, that's when 100 Thieves took down EDG last year, so we'll see if they can do it.
As an LPL man, I'm all for that. You take out Damwon for us now, we'd be very appreciative. We don't have to deal with that potential later on, because Damwon have looked a little bit scary, I will say, at Worlds 2022.
Yeah, Damwon is a really, really strong team. You know, obviously, I think the meta suits them quite well, which is one of the big reasons that I think people have them power ranked quite highly, despite the fact, you know, that they weren't as dominant in the LCK. You know, bringing back farming junglers, bringing back things like the Graves really does suit Canyon. And when Showmaker is on Playmakers, this guy is a different beast.
Well, but as expand away from Inspired, give it enough respect here as we look at the second ban out of EG and what they value here in this one.
I mean, things like the Callista, the Aatrox, everything like that still open available. So I imagine we'll see a few bans toss that direction, and then it becomes a case of, well, do you want to get rid of Graves for Canyon? Well, the Caitlyn away from Duckdam as well, an LCK special that's kind of started to plague a little bit of the ban phases as we come into Worlds.
I wouldn't be shocked to see Inspired taking the Graves himself also. You know, he is a jungler that really likes to play the farm-heavy style. So if it is left open, it won't actually be Damwon going to be banning that one away. It'll be interesting to see where exactly EG wants to go. I do think comfort for them is more just playing scaling bot and focusing more heavily on mid, playing more heavily for jungler, you know, kind of playing around that duo. But they did have a great Callista game earlier today, obviously against G2, so they might look to replicate that success.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of like JoJo going towards the set, trying to set up for Inspired, where he can kind of facilitate more for the jungle carry. But I kind of want to see JoJo and get a little bit more of an instinct as to what he can actually do, because it feels like he's kind of been tied down a little bit, trying to play these more facilitator champions. I really want to see what happens when he's able to get out, start to roam around the map, and take some of the learnings that he had from MSI, where he talks about, look, I have now got to see what I can do as a mid laner and how much of an impact I can have on the map. Give JoJo the opportunity to show it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be fun to see him back on a carry, but at the same time, I think one of the big things that JoJo did learn is that, sometimes the better way to win is just playing for his team, right? And he did take a little bit of a step back when you think about his play throughout the summer split in LCS. He was actually less lane dominant than he was pre-MSI in spring, but it was more because he was playing towards facilitating his teammates, playing picks where he didn't always have to dominate in lane. And it's going to be Lucian Nami for EG, so does like a Draven or a really aggressive counter just kind of get slammed down?
Yeah, that's where I'm a little bit worried here, because not only can you take the counter pick here for Duckdam and that bot side, but also the fact that Nuguri can take the Aatrox. I mean, Nuguri has been absolutely insane on this top side, plus the fact as well, we've kind of seen Impact struggle in the Aatrox matchups domestically as well. So, I mean, if I'm favoring one side, it'd be Nuguri on the top end.
I mean, honestly, it might just be the Sejuani run back, right? Earlier today, we saw him, the last second pivot over towards the Aatrox.
You know what that means? Fiora.
The least likely pick for Impact of all time. Impact is for sure playing a tank, I feel like, into this. I don't think... Part of the problem is a lot of his niche picks that are really strong are actually quite poor into Aatrox. Yeah. GP often really struggles early into Aatrox. Shen, it's actually a really bad matchup, for Shen as well. When you're thinking about all the other tanks, Aatrox kind of beats those too. So it does become tricky. I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw like a Gwen or something, to be honest, from Impact. But we'll have to find it out because, yeah, Draven coming through, it's going to be Lucian Nami unless they're doing a crazy pivot towards like Lucian mid, but I can't see that happening. So it's going to be a scary bot side already for EG.
And that's why I wasn't the biggest fan of the Lucian pick, right? Because now, as you say, you've got the counter pick there and the Draven. You've kind of given over a lot of power on that top side. So I want to see now if they can try and prioritize something in the jungle for Inspired as well. But this is where I need to see them kind of have some answer for the fact that they've given across these two big power picks towards Damwon King.
Are we going to get it? The famous Champions Q, JoJo Singed. Last chance for us to see it coming through. He's thinking about it.
So every single pick here, I think, has gone to the last second. Every single team in both cases has taken as long as possible. 3, 2, 1. Akali is blocked for JoJo Pyun. Hey,
look at his face.
But Akali could flex top for Impact if he gets singed after all. What if?
No.
No, it's not happening.
For starters, no.
For starters, no.
Akali, really exciting pick. You wanted JoJo to have a little bit more agency, something he could get aggressive on. This is going to be that for him. But Renata would make a lot of sense here. The Renata ulti, very, very strong as a duo as well with that Draven. It's a lot of power down there for Dogdom and Kellen. And we'll have to see, where they're going to start focusing those bans. You begin to throw more and more towards Inspired. Try to take your jungle on 4, really pinch the pool of Inspired. Or just ban away more comfort for Impact. Ban away a couple of tanks, try to put him in a carry versus carry matchup that he's likely not really going to be ready for.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm EG, I definitely want to try and target Showmaker, try and get these picks away that can actually like push in and help out on that bottom side, right? Because if you start to have mid-prio and you've got the Renata Draven, it sets you up so well to play aggressive on this bottom side, and especially when you've got the melee mid, it makes it very difficult to actually try and control that lane. So I like that they're focusing Showmaker at the moment, and I think this is where we'll have to see. I mean, you still got the Silas and stuff there for Showmaker and kind of enter into the melee versus melee, but at least trying to get rid of some of these big control mage here as well could work out well.
No time taken down on the picks and bans right now. They do need engage on the EG side. Ornn still up. Hecarim could have been an option, realistically. As Via going to drop off as fighter junglers out of Inspired. Of course, the Maokai is already gone. Sejuani was available. If he wants to play tank jungler, he certainly can. Sedge's engage is okay. And we can still have the angle at just full tank for Impact.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely go to it, but it's always going to be a little bit tough. And I think the composition may just demand it regardless because they do kind of need some sort of engage here. And that is going to be the difficulty. Taking away the Hecarim means it's harder to bring that engage in from the jungle here for Inspired. And they could take it for jungle and just really pinch the pool, which I do think is actually pretty smart. So they will do that. Double jungle ban plus a pinch, which I just think is very intelligent because this could have gone both jungle or top here for EG. I do think you could look towards Trundle and like Ornn, something along those lines if you want. Just go tank top, go Trundle as an answer for the Sejuani, and hope that you can really set that up. To me, it makes the most sense. Yes, it's a bad matchup into Aatrox, but I think it rounds out the composition well. And I do think it helps to really set up a lot of these picks.
Yeah, I think you just got to take the L here. There isn't really any good matchup for Impact in the top side, and realistically fall a little bit behind as the Ornn. It doesn't matter too much. And I agree with the Trundle. I think the Trundle would be your best pick here, right? Not only is it good at taking away a lot of the stats from Sejuani, but also the fact that you can try and put these pillars down on the bot side, make both the Draven and the Renata very vulnerable here.
It's not a good Rammus game. Sorry, guys.
I mean, Trundle makes the most sense, but they're just actually going Bel'Veth. Okay, so we saw it from Blabber yesterday after they were knocked out. Now we're seeing it here from Inspired after he has been knocked out. Is going to be, of course, a higher damage pick here, but Taliyah feels like such an obvious answer for Showmaker. You know, just looking at his champion pool and the ability to play up towards the sides, try to get Nagari or the Draven way ahead. There's a lot of dashes on this team as well. Ornn, Bel'Veth, Akali, Lucian all play those dashes, but instead he goes to Sylas. Really thought he was going to go for it.
Yeah, I thought we would see the Taliyah come through, especially, I mean, just the fact that if you're Damwon, you can look at this and go, oh, there's a Bel'Veth. Well, we can take control of topside, make it really difficult to play for Rift Heralds, and making sure that you just don't really have an opportunity as EG to snowball this one and make sure that you're in a decent spot. So I think for Damwon, you still have a decent amount of control here, though, like really strong mid jungle and at least a really strong skirmishing on the top side with the triple melee there. So there's still opportunities here for Damwon to make sure that EG are uncomfortable when we get to that 8-minute mark.
Absolutely, and it does help to supplement their engage, because right now you mostly just have Sejuani ult, but now you have the stolen Ornn ultis there as an option, stolen Nami ulti, you have the Lucian obviously for some poke, plus Akali, of course, really great in those all-in, so some decent ultimates there for Showmaker to steal, and I think this sets him up better for the 1v1 than something like the Taliyah would have been. The Taliyah would have been more kind of a denial pick, you know, shutting down some of the playmaking from a lot of these picks for EG and playing towards those side lanes. But of course, if you can get that advantage in the 1v1, that can allow you to play through sides just as well.
I'm really curious to see what Inspired's builds is going to be this game, though, because I'd actually prefer, like we've seen a lot of the shield bow build come through. I'd prefer to see him go for Blade of the Rune King into Sunfire Aegis, because this is something that Kanavi actually does a lot over in the LPL. And when I just look at the amount of CC that's going to be coming through on Damwon's side, he needs that survivability in team fights. Otherwise, he just runs the risk of between like Nagari, Showmaker, and Duckdam just getting blown up immediately when he goes into fights.
Well, we are going to be on to the Rift for Evil Genius's last game of the World Championship. Is going to be a single game they've won. Will they find their second? In so doing, they will lock Damwon into second place in the group. But of course, the fate is still in their hands for the LCK third seed. A win here, a win next game, and then a tiebreak will get them first, following in T1's footsteps.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Gonna be a fun one. Really important win here for Damwon, as you're saying. You know, really wanting to get first place. I think first place in groups is so ridiculously important this year because there are so many beastly teams that you could run into in quarters that it could just be a death sentence, right? Being able to actually get first really does up your chances of getting to semis and beyond, because when you're thinking about the very top level teams in this event, you know, you're really wanting to dodge teams like Gen.G, you know, JDG, you know, Rogue obviously having a great week one as well. So a lot of these teams are going to be very, very frightening.
Especially for Damwon as well, because I know a lot of people, myself included, had Damwon as kind of their dark horse of the tournament, right? It looked like this were a team where the meta was going to start to fit them. We started to see Canyon bringing out more of the carries, Nagari coming back in with carries in the top side, and even just Showmaker having these playmaking abilities from the mid lane. This could have been this is a very scary meta to be facing up against Damwon. So coming out in first place as well would kind of give a lot of hope to people that are rallying behind this team.
Absolutely. I mean, the reality is, we've seen it so many times. You finish second in this group as Damwon, you could just run smack dab into Gen.G, be out in quarters, right? And it's like, you get those regional kills very frequently, and oftentimes, you know, when a team, you know, from their own region, even if they're strong in the meta, runs up to a team that has kind of been their checkmate, so to speak, you know, regionally, they know the team so well, it can be very difficult to come up with a plan to beat a team that is that familiar with you. So very, very important here. EG, of course, playing for pride, trying to pick up a second win. You know, I do think, though EG only has one win thus far, you know, I have been pretty impressed overall with their team. Obviously, some difficult circumstances. You're not playing with Danny, first team All-Pro AD from the LCS. You know, Cowrie coming in, he's been with them for a bit now, but only came in, played his first ever LCS game, literally in Chicago at finals. Had 5 total LCS games to his name before coming to Worlds and having to play against people like Dom and having to play against some of the very best bot laners in the entire world. I think EG has, at the very least, been competitive in their games. And we've seen development, I think, amongst some of these other players, quite obviously.
And it's also the fact that they've just been so good at understanding how they can play to win conditions, how they can play around the map, right? And it's why every time I see EG on Summoner's Rift, I'm like, they can take games off of anyone in this group, and especially the one against JDG, right? They pushed JDG to their limits. It was very close to being an EG win, so this is a squad that up against Damwon can definitely cause the upset here, and it feels like, at least with the composition that they have, like decent team fighting, the ability to try and play around the spot side, get Kaori and Vulcan into position, that this could be a way that they could try and push this back against Damwon.
But to take the other side of it as well, we saw what happens when the side lanes kind of collapse for EG. Very frequently, it's going to be an almost impossible game if your side lanes are losing. And when you're looking at top lane, Nuguri against Impact, plus the Aatrox into a tank, that is that kind of counter matchup in top lane. You have the Draven as the counter pick into Lucian in bot lane as well. So that really is the difficulty, is that you're kind of faced with these two losing lanes by default here before even bringing in player skill into the equation. So that's where there's a lot of pressure on Inspired to really be able to kind of come in and affect these lanes and try to put them in a good spot, because we see how it looks earlier today against JDG when the side lanes start to lose early.
But it does feel like if there's a jungler to do it for EG, it's Inspired, right? This guy has been absolutely incredible at Worlds at the moment. I've been very impressed with his ability to get these early leads, and he's going to have to do it again. It's going to be an uphill battle, but with the way Inspired has been playing, it definitely feels like he's capable of getting these leads for EG.
No, he really is, and I think it's why they keep putting him on damage champions, even though he's trying stuff out. The Fiddlesticks had a good start, right? 2-0, forced to cleanse and whatnot, but it does feel like the two best players for the squad have been Inspired and Vulcan. And Vulcan, who's been laning with an Academy player, right? Like, in all realistic, right? He's playing with an Academy AD carry who got brought up for circumstances and still looked very good. Inspired just straight up looks incredible and is so often almost the carry force for EG here. And yeah, it's like, hey, if this team does grow, right? Rookie year for Joji Pun, literally rookie year for Kaori, at least in North America functionally. It's like, well, there's some pretty important aspects here that still have some growing to do.
But I think the thing is, like, even though these are rookie players, the understanding that they have of like the timers that they can work with on the map, how to play off lane states, how to play off wave states, even just the fact like these are one of the teams that I look and go, okay, they are willing to actually cross-map for things like Dragon and do a very successful job at it. And we've seen even more veteran players really struggle with that. Like we saw it yesterday from a couple of the teams as well. So the fact that you have these guys in their rookie split, rookie year, learning and coming on in heaps and bounds over the course of this tournament, I'm very excited to see what they can do. And I really hope EG does stick with these guys because they really do look impressive.
They do look impressive, but of course we are paused this game as we look to address what's going on. That one, I'm going to hand it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Freak. An unfortunate game pause here. League officials are investigating, as it does seem to be an issue on Damwon's side of the table. We'll keep you updated as updates come to us. But I got good news for you all. We've got Chronicler here in the mouse ears, and he has a whole
mouse ears.
These are bear ears.
Bear ears. Sorry,
but
definitely bear ears.
There we go.
Sorry, now he's wearing mouse ears, and I believe you came prepared with a whole slew of mouse facts for us.
Mouse facts. No, I got nothing.
Wait, EDG mouse or
yeah,
ooh,
that's a good one.
That's a throwback.
Mouse fact.
You're putting me on the spot twice.
Surprised.
I can't deliver in either of them.
Do you have any bear facts? Turn that back around. You got any bear facts? I'm disappointed.
I will give you an EDG mouse back.
Okay.
He surprisingly speaks English. I remember talking in a green room and he just like caught up in everything I said. I was like, wait a minute.
Boom, gotcha.
How long did you
I have another EDG
hear what I
mouse
was
fact.
Let's
Actually,
go.
it's
More
nothing to do with
EDG
this
mouse facts.
But
We'll get to this in a
EDG
moment.
Mouse was supposed to play support, and he was the support that Mako actually replaced in 2015.
I remember that.
And then he became a top laner.
Wild.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wild. And then Mako with the team.
And
oh my goodness.
now Mako is one of the best supports in the world.
Swords, one of the best supports in the world. Crossed, what was it, over 600 assists just the other day?
Ooh.
At Worlds alone did Mako with some pop-off performances as EDG finished second place in their groups. But okay, let's come back to EG versus Damwon Kia. Of course, as we have mentioned for Evil Geniuses, they are effectively eliminated from the tournament, but they would love to exit with a win over Damwon Kia of all teams, Chronicler.
And there's two things that stand out to me here. One is Dog Dom Draven, which I've been, I wasn't necessarily down on Dog Dom coming in, but I think that he's had an incredibly good tournament. I think that him and Callan, to me, have been the big surprises for this roster. And the amount of respect that has been paid by Damwon Kia. in my opinion, correctly identifying that it's inspired or bust, and throwing 4 bans straight his way.
And my takeaway is I was promised a Singed game. Where is it?
Yeah.
I feel lied to.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason for the pause. I feel like there was an issue
Someone,
in the
they're
pick
also
and
like, this
ban.
destroys trust. We were
Yeah.
lied to as well.
Yes.
We saw the tweet. We had an expectation.
Unfortunate.
Okay, so we didn't get the Singed, but we did get the return to the Belveth of all things. How do we feel about that?
I mean, it's interesting because you see the Sedge on the other side, right?
Yep.
You see the bans, which Chronicler already mentioned, against Inspired. You also do see them returning to the Lucian Nami, which I think is interesting because it is still a lane that you absolutely need to get ahead in, right? So like they're looking to hopefully use Belveth to snowball. Now, again, I can't reiterate enough, whenever Belveth is in the game, it makes Herald such an important objective, both Rift Heralds, because of the way she can just take over an entire side of the map by dropping Herald with the fish. It ends up like just obliterating turrets. So it's kind of an interesting showing from EG. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to play, I think.
What I'm worried about for EG, as much as I like that they've gone for priority in the bot side of the map, it will be a lot tougher, specifically on top. Because the reason why we haven't seen as much Ornn, unless Aatrox is banned away, is that matchup is not great. You're not going to have a good time as Ornn. You're going to get shoved in. And I think that Impact might be able to withstand that pressure. But it will be very tough to then also make a play towards the Herald. And I do think that that's what you need to do as EG.
I do want to double down, though, on both of those points. For me, I'm very happy to see the Lucian grabbed up early. It does definitely see, it is Kaori's best pick, the one he seems the most comfortable on up to this point. And that Lucian Nami is what we saw succeed earlier in the day. But then to your point about Ornn, particularly when we couple that with our conversation about Western teams and what they're bringing out into the top lane, I would almost always prefer them to index into a quote-unquote losing matchup, but that can still scale to be relevant in team fights late due to both utility and then eventually outscaling power. That's just my personal preference when it comes to North American teams, and so I am a fan of it, even though you are picking it into the face of an Aatrox.
What do you got, Chronicler?
There's not, with how lopsided a lot of the lane matchups have been, there's just no winning. Because either you pick a carry matchup, and then you need to really overperform, or it's not working, or you pick a tank, and then
you lose like you're supposed to lose, but maybe find relevancy later. That's the thing for me. You still have the option.
Well, then I go back to yesterday, that Maokai versus Gangplank, and that's what pops in my head. So that's what I'm worried about. That's the whole issue here, is that I don't know if there's a perfect plan. I like what EG have done for themselves, though. And
but you get solo kill level 5, you go next fast, right? Like, you know.
I don't want that.
All right.
Well,
and from what we've seen from the past 2 days is that teams, especially with the Thresh being picked out, not happening this game, but in general, if you have first push, it's really hard to be able to fight out into enemy vision. And so in this game, very similar example, Aatrox and Draven Renata on both side lanes. I just feel like Damwon's going to be able to have first push and set up for objectives initially. And it's just going to be so hard for Evil Geniuses to be able to get the team fight that they want.
Yeah, another thing I do want to bring up, just because we were talking about two junglers in Canyon and Kanavi who both can kind of carry on things like the Graves, but then also facilitate the rest of their team.
Yeah.
Sejuani here, I think, is a really interesting choice for Damwon specifically, and I'm very curious to see what Canyon is able to do in this game, because obviously, like you pointed out, Chronicler, they identified as Inspired as the player that they absolutely wanted to target. They wanted to get him off of these picks where it would be easier for him to affect his lanes. And then, Canyon is on the Sejuani where he can make plays with his lanes constantly. And as we saw, I mean, she's no slouch to doing damage either.
No, exactly. And especially with the setup of a Sylas and an Aatrox, I think there are more than enough tools. Also, one final shout out to my boy Kellen, who I think, on specifically this Renata, I'm going to keep giving Kellen love. It's been a tough split, guys. Also, on an unrelated note, Grizzly Bears possess a biting force of over 1,200 PSI, which is enough to crush a bowling ball or an iron skillet. I just needed a little bit of time to come up with that bear fact.
Bear fact.
Shout out to Canyon, the polar bear himself.
Honestly, 1,200 pounds per square inch. That's
at the top of it. Yeah, I didn't know what that meant. I'm glad you're here.
PSI.
I'm not from...
He
I
went
feel
for
like
it.
since we have the time, you should explain, because maybe like people who don't watch LCK or don't watch
Hold on,
LCK
before you
don't
explain,
know.
I just want to give one quick update. We have identified that it is a software issue on the side of Damwon Kia. Tournament officials still investigating, still resolving the issue, but we have at least identified the brand of issue that it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not that much to it. He looks like a polar bear.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of, I think, LCK memes. We had the Donut Churros one with Gen G, where it's like the first part of their names. We have Jungle King, Mid King, which was, you know, the players of Damwon Kia leading respectively in solo queue and always topping the ladder. But when it comes to people like Deft or Canyon,
Or Emperor.
Yeah.
If anyone remembers him, everyone called him a bull terrier.
So I'm going to give you a moment to dive back into the recesses of your brain and dredge up another bear fact, or maybe a mouse fact, if you want.
Okay,
and in
both
the
work.
meantime, I want to push us back into that top lane. Oh, never mind. I'm being told that I can toss back to the casters, and we're back in a game. So everyone, please enjoy.
Thank you, Dash. We are here and ready to go. I have a League of Legends fact, okay?
Oh.
Evil Geniuses are undefeated with a gold lead at 15 in the group stage here.
Wow.
So in 14 minutes, if they're ahead in gold, they're definitely going to win.
They're only 13 and a half minutes away from winning the game, is what you're telling me.
They're also undefeated when they play Akali. So, you know, maybe we've got this, you know?
Undefeated when we take a tier 2.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are 3 pretty neat facts there.
All right, let's see if they can get all 3 and then still lose. But I like what happened there, by the way. This was actually pretty smart. There was a ward watching the invade, inspired with a ward over the wall, had a chance going for a smite steal. Canyon well-timed his last attack with the smite, so 1 camp each, as now Sejuani is on the bottom side, and Velvet's going to keep farming.
But it's 1 camp taken away from the enemy jungle, right? Just starting enemy Raptors there instead of just 50-50ing on the smite. He claims the Raptors, goes back to his own Raptors, so he's already on his 3rd camp here quite quickly. And it's going to be a reasonable spot. We'll have to see how these EG side lanes can hold on. That is what I'm most worried about here in the early stages. Going up against this Draven, plus Renata, very, very scary. Nuggery up on this top side. Going to be having a really good time against Impact's Orin. But if they can hold on, if they can wait to find some angles here with Inspired, there's always a possibility.
Yeah, that's what I'm keeping my eyes on. The wave and bot side hasn't crashed yet, and even when you look at where Canyon's positioned, right, it was moving back towards the top side, but now should start to creep down onto the spot end of things just to make sure that Duck Dam and Kellen can get this wave crashed without any sort of issues from Inspired.
Shoemaker lands the double Q as well. This is actually huge. Jejupun is pretty much out of regen already. That is actually a ton of power gain. Canyon finishes up his bottom side of the map. He knows there's a Krugs camp up, and he can play for top side now as well. Another pretty heavy trade, Jojo. Regening what he can. Shoemaker now out of potions.
Yeah, Showmaker out of potions there. It is going to be a kind of a battle for him to actually get this pushed in as fast as he can, but Canyon's heading up towards top side. It is Sejuani plus double melee solo laners, which is that dreaded combo up on the top side. But Inspired coming out here looking to potentially contest at this.
Both have smite.
I mean, it's Canyons if he wants it. I think they must know. Yeah, there's question marks on that brush where Showmaker was actually recalling, so not going to look to actually contest that. And Inspired isn't even sure if there's 2 people at his blue buff, because they didn't see Showmaker finish that recall.
Yeah, that's the value of recalling in a brush right now, so pretty smart stuff. He's going to burn his TP, so now they know that he can't be there, so that's in fact Inspired walking all the way up, casting up the minimap, but blue buff has already taken Canyon. Gets enough done with the head start, he smites it, and that is, hey, Raptors took on one side, blue taken on the other is an advantage for Damwon Kia, and now Jojo has to be careful, does not get queued on, dodges most of the W, stays alive.
But this has been really good from Canyon so far, right? He's playing off the fact that they had pushed for Showmaker mid, Nuggery and top.
Oh my god! Yeah, I mean, the man has so much damage, rank W, I'm pretty sure, lands all the autos in that trade. Ooh, nice pull back though. Bubba's gonna land, duck them. He's low. First blood for EG. He's burning, but he's bailing out. First blood to Cowrie.
EG striking the 2v2. Cowrie with the kill there. Gets first blood, and they're going to be able to push in this wave here as well. That is massive for EG. It's even +2 summoners. Cowrie didn't spend a single one, and Duckdom plus Kellen spent both.
It's such a big win, and the fact now that you can get control of this bot side, you still have Inspired that's able to play down here. You can start to look for things like Dragon. That's such a massive win, and you'll see here, Kellen flashes forward, gets the handshake, but Kerry's just free-hitting on Duckdam the whole time, knowing he can get the kill.
Exactly, that's the problem here about when you're all-inning onto the support. Vulcan even taunting there when he realizes he's made it out. But up on the top side, things looking a little bit grim for him. Back he does have his TP, so he's going to have to farm this wave and then just TP back. But I mean, man, he is not getting any of this farm. Already down 2 full waves.
But Impact knows that, look, even if this goes completely askew, if we can get the rest of the map in our favor, we should be in a relatively okay spot. So now the big question for me is, like, how can EG try to power through on this bottom side? And it feels like trying to get Kaori this push on bot end, then immediately start to turn over towards Dragons, try to snowball this lead enough, so then although Warren's are behind, it won't play a massive factor come the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely, and Bel'Veth is one of those champions that can actually solo up the Dragons relatively quickly, but we can see Inspired on the minimap is actually in that side brush. There are some question mark things down there, so Dom may be available.
Level 6 advantage, but Jojo going to be far enough away that Trimac will not find the all-in yet. This wave will give Jojo 6, but safely till he gets the ulti, I imagine. Will be the case there. Inspired in the fog here. Shouldn't have been spotted going in. No summoners, but Drake's already being started. Styles on the way down as well. This is just getting a Drake, and even though Inspired's here, it doesn't matter. They're going to play for the objective.
Yeah, it should be Dom ones. You can see Jojo still in mid. Inspired just really waiting a long time for this. Was hoping to get some sort of a over-aggressive move from Damwon. They have not looked for it just yet, but Canyon is coming down. The question is, can they win this 3v3? Canyon is coming around, and Inspired would be waiting. Remember, no sums.
Inspired hides the sweeper, and he hides the
does
sweeper.
it!
On the dock, and they gotta go. He gets the knockup, jumps on in, bubble. That'll be the first kill post bailout. Kaori gets the kill. Needs a new knockup. It's up in 5 seconds.
EG playing this out so damn well. The dodge on the sweeper there as Kellen steps forward, trying to sweep him out. But again, Showmaker getting aggressive here.
Ults for it too. Jojo's at half HP. But won't get anything more done right there. CS pretty much equal now in the mid lane, and it's 2-0 from the bot.
That was so well orchestrated by EG. You get Inspired, who's able to hide, but also the way that these two mid laners have been playing on their lanes has been really impressive. Look at where Jojo is. He showed that he moved top, so for DK, they think that the play is not happening on bot side, but because of that, Inspired manages to sneak in, and they get this great play on the bottom end. They're mind gaming Damwon so well.
I know, it's just the amount of patience shown there by EG was incredible. Inspired waiting a long time for that play, expecting that they would be coming down. And when he didn't contest on the Dragon, I think the read from Damwon is, okay, he's got to be doing his topside camps, but let's make sure we'll sweep out the pit. We'll see that he's not in the area, but just so well played. Canyon could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Level 6 finds a knockup. I mean, Canyon's always out, Q's the wall, and Bel'Veth can't do anything about the fun as well. So there's the blast plant, there's away. And yeah, Canyon realizing, okay, your top set is up. Great, that's some free money. Q's not going to land on the right target. Kaori cannot quite get the aim going, but handshake keeps him safe. Kellen takes the bad end of that trade.
Yeah, still nicely traded out there by Vulcan, and EG will have to push on this bottom side here. They're going to have to go back to base, and critically, we haven't even touched on it. You know, Dokdom dying twice already means his stacks are going to be set so far behind on the Draven, so that cash in that you're always looking for really will be put so far down.
And also the fact that you've now got this massive Lucian that you can play around these early skirmishes for, right? You're going to get to crash these 2 waves, you reset, you can look to move up towards Rift Herald, but they're a little bit slow off that, and you can see immediately Canyon's like, cool, if you guys are going to stick around for these plates on bot side, I'm going to take Rift Herald, so you don't have that advantage that you can try and garner through the Bel'Veth.
I mean, it's just going to be this split map game, right? Very clearly, topside is that point of power for Damwon. Play towards Nagari and try to take away this Herald, try to snowball the game through this Aatrox, really make him that danger. Kaori about 1,300 gold or so ahead in the individual 1v1 against this Draven, which is massive. And Draven, again, losing those stacks. Every stack is worth 2.5 gold when you do get the cash in. You lose 75% on death. And he is only at 50 stacks right now. He'd be way up, but it's a 4-man from EG heading towards bot here. They could be in trouble.
Ward. They know it's 4v2. They've got the ward there. Nagari, no TP. Ulti's going to land bubbles there as well. Cleanses it. A great handshake. Buys a ton. Vulcan drops. And they're not going to get anything yet. Finally coming in, but it's already the double kill. And he gets not quite bailed out, but a 4v2 dive goes 3-1 to Damwon Kia.
It's a disaster for EG, and now they want more top.
Gonna find a whole lot more, stunned by some time. He's gonna get the ulti on for the knockup, but the turn already switches aggro. Canyon stays alive. Impact might be a combo away from dying, cannot get his cannon. Will lose a turret plate, maybe stays alive, but barely with his life.
Yeah, EG, such an overforce on that dive. They completely bungled it on bot side. It was just a really smart ulti from Dokdom actually clearing out the wave before they could get that, and then they decided to make the play happen anyway. But as Vulcan walked through, it's a great handshake from Kellen, clapping them together, setting it up. They decided to try to force it anyway, but that pulls the Draven right back into the game. He was 1,300 gold behind, He gets 2 kills, gets the cash-ins. He's only a couple hundred gold down now, and top lane is dominating.
And this is where it starts to become an issue now that you haven't got these objectives for EG, especially Canyon moving down towards this bottom side. He wants to make his presence known with this Rift Herald.
Well, he goes on a ward though, doesn't know it was there, but now with the control ward does, goes, okay, never mind. Play not to be made.
And this is where I really wanted to see EG trying to use Kairi and Vulcan's presence on this bot side to actually rotate them around the map. Like, look for the Rift Heralds. Now, they do end up getting 3 of these plates on bottom side, but the fact that your Bel'Veth is so good with the likes of the Rift Herald, the fact you haven't got any of these dragons, now you've got Dukdom back in the game, it feels like Damwon kind of are back in the driver's seat. The early game for DK has been absolutely incredible all throughout Worlds, and now we're starting to see them claw this one back as well.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, with the experience advantage that Dukdom has as well, you know, is up just hit level 7 in his Kairi, and Dukdom's about 75%, 70% or whatever through that level. So a significant experience advantage. It does have the double kill, you know, working in towards what will be Shieldbow as that first mythic, and going to be in a pretty good spot when that comes through. Jojo in trouble now.
Well, wanted to go for something, doesn't go for it. Ulti not going to be useful while he's stealth, so saves the cooldown. Jojo will have to be safe next 20.
It's just about getting presence mid though, because Dragon is up, and they want to see if they can try and rotate over that. Inspired, spotted on the ward.
Oh, they're going to try. Ulti over the wall. Beautifully done. Stun's going to land. No, a minion blocks the hook.
I mean, get down, Mr. President. The minion will block that, but with the problem now for impact on the top side, with Jojo forced the reset, definitely feels like you've got good control here for DK, as they will put down the Rift Herald in mid, getting Showmaker first turret, and so much gold into his back pocket.
Yeah, that's going to be full first tower there. Showmaker going to be way ahead in that individual 1v1. They're going to get the charge on the second tower, and they can even move down towards Dragon here as well, because without any mid-prio, Inspired was never able to start it up.
Bubble and a culling is still going to be decent damage. Kellen will survive it. Walks over to his teammate to get Guardian to pop, then presses E. Shields the last half of the damage. Canyon here, no ulti. That's going to be called easily. Inspired was around, but there's no play.
But and as everyone starts to back away, like, this is where Damwon has been so crucial, right? There are 100% first towers in every single one of their games. They're tied first for Dragons per game, tied first for Herald percent as well. Damwon have been so good at finding these objectives and using that to snowball their leads. And even though we saw EG get this control in the early stages, that pressure for Damwon is starting to come in clutch for them again once more.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's be honest, it's an unforced error, really. You know, EG trying to pull off this 4v2. Without minions, the dives are always so risky because you can't get into position before you begin the dive, right? There's nothing to tank it up early. Jojo, again, being pressured. Canyon has just been constantly coming mid here, trying to push Jojo back. Showmaker already was doing very well in that 1v1, but they want to keep the pressure on. They want to be able to threaten those moves towards sides. And Dukdom now with the Mythic completed here, as it's rated Dirk on top, and it is Damwon again starting up the Dragon. The second one should be going their way, uncontested here. They're the ones stacking the objectives.
And the problem is that, look, you can see the push already in mid for Showmaker, but it becomes even more devastating with that tier 1 now down. Showmaker gets the push in the wave. You can start to see DK creeping that ward, that vision line forward as well, to open up these avenues to attack bottom. So suddenly the fact that that bot lane tower is low becomes very difficult for EG to capitalize on, because they're under constant pressure from Showmaker, just leaning away from the mid lane and moving down towards that bottom side.
Red buff drops the cross map for Inspired, but I don't think there's a way that Nuguri dives into 2v1 here. Eclipse is done. I don't think you possibly have the damage. Canyon comes around and says, hey, must have been here recently. My red is gone.
There's an interesting interaction actually with Aatrox. I believe with Swifty Boots, you can actually walk out the long way through the Infernal Chains. Yeah. So you don't actually have to dodge to the side. So I've been seeing more people do this kind of interesting tech in that matchup. I'm not sure how big of a difference it's going to make in this one, but have been seeing more commonly on a variety of different champions, whether ranged or melee, because it allows you to kind of dodge out in a different way than you would otherwise have to against those Infernal Chains.
The interesting part is Orin has W or E. Either one can basically make that ability. Ulti's not quite going to land for Kellen. Inspired's going to be safe. Every ability still up for him, but with all the pressure towards top side, you can see Impact forced to drop the wave. Turret goes down. Nuguri, gigantic here. 144 CS, highest in the game.
Yeah, it's just so punishing. You know, it's hard to not keep going back towards that bot side dive, because Impact was always expected to lose, but you can't lose both sides and still generally win the game, because Inspired now gets tracked through his jungle. He's losing all sort of pressure, all sort of control. With both side lanes now losing, Canyon just keep walking through mid, but they're looking for Nuguri, who has his ultimate and Kellen here. They don't have the damage for this.
I don't think it's pretty likely. Yeah, gonna jump back away. Out he goes for Inspire, but they're still putting Lucian over. He is on 2 items, has a full rapid fire cannon done. You gotta push out Canyon, who's like, actually, I'll just eat oranges. You're gonna be fine.
But this is the thing, Damwon were just trying to buy time. You had Dukdam coming out of base, Showmaker getting control of mid, and now they're the ones that should have the ultimate advantage as well coming into this because they still have Canyon's engage tool.
Jojo gonna spot Nuguri, gonna be pushed around, jumps away, and now Canyon ready to play for the smite fight. Damage to the kill, force the flash away. Showmaker has an Orin ult himself now. Who's gonna win the fight? 90 health. Oh, it's picked up there. Herald goes over plus the kill. Down goes Inspire with a smite, with a flash, with everything. And Impact's gonna be next. He's gonna run for his life, jumping away, but Showmaker's on the chase. The ulti, not quite the execute. Showmaker gets the kill. But guess what? Now it's a 5 versus 3, same as the kill score. Looking for a bit more in the front line there, diving in. Dukdam gonna go down, kill goes to Cowrie, but he's gonna be stunned. Perfect cleanse, still cannot get away from the front line though. The Bash Brothers gonna find him as he jumps for his life. Blue smite to kite him, and Nuguri gets the kill. And now Vulcan's got nowhere to go. Blast plans for some time, and Summoner teleport will get the Akala to safety. They won't lose everyone, but Vulcan will certainly drop here. A 4-1 team fight. They also got the Rift there. Damwon Kia are slaughtering. Poised to fight for first place.
Massive for Damwon. That feels like it was a huge swing for EG. They're trying to fight there. They have the 2-item power spike for Lucian. They wanted to try to find the angle to really get an advantageous fight, but you spent the Orin ulti trying to chase down Nuguri, and it didn't really matter that he was missing the Aatrox ult. Showmaker comes in from the side, has such a good angle with that stolen Orin ulti. They make it look really, really easy, and then, you know, as EG are getting corralled, they realize there's no way to fight this one out, so they just try to dive in, see if they can make something happen.
And it doesn't get any easier for EG now either. You've got Rift Herald available for DK. You've got Dragon available in a minute and a half. I mean, Damwon just hold on to this Rift Herald. You try and contest them at Rift Herald. Well, cool. We just place the Rift Herald down in mid lane, take that tier 2, put pressure on towards your base. And again, it just becomes so difficult now for EG to try and do anything on the map without Damwon giving them the opportunity to contest them.
Wave clear for Jojo Funzakala here, 1-1-1. She trails Worlds in co-participation and actually K&K of mid laners in the group stage, but hope we have a bit of a better game here up against Damwon. He will knock down this wave and keep his gold up. It's still at 4,500 gold lead. There are objective bounties. That is how much Damwon are winning this game. Still able to be the #1 team in the group, and they are crushing EG early on.
And for EG, I think it's just going to be about trying to find some sort of picks, right? You know, try to hover behind this Orin, maybe use the Orin ulti, try to find some sort of a 2v1 or a 3v1 play to really advance the game forward for them. Because they can't really match up in these 1v1s whatsoever now. And Damwon going to be dropping the Herald. That'll be the last of the outers falling here for EG. Canyon just doing such a great job shadowing a lot of these solo laners. And now, Showmaker here. They're trying to look for that pick.
Going pretty well, gonna find the ulti there. You got Inspired coming around as well. They should have the damage, you gotta believe. As he comes around, the auto still landing in. Gets a quick stun. There's the E press, he jumps in for a little bit more, and Showmaker has his heal back up in a second. Will it matter is the question. Just barely make it happen now on the bottom side. Canyon will drop as well. EG, signs of life as they force death, DK.
Yeah, EG doing the right thing. They have to just drop waves, except that you're gonna make some losses on one lane to try to get something else in the other lanes here. They do lose the mid tier 1, but they get a kill in top, they get a kill in bot. They've got to survive here, though.
A bit much. Bubble has to be cleansed away. Dukdam gonna stay alive. Bubble, one of the knockups you actually can CC away. It's tagged to a stun.
I think they got to make up their mind, though, for EG here, right? You can see they're considering pushing for that top tier 1, but Dragon is up. I would have much preferred to see the reset coming through from Impact Inspired so they could have contested third Dragon. It felt like with Showmaker down, with the kills that they gotten on top of bot, this was their moment to buy that time in the game, but they just decided not to.
Yeah, I think the concern is perhaps that they're missing all their ultis. You know, without those ultis, maybe think they're not really going to be able to compete in a fight. But I agree, it's going to be very, very tough now. It's a 19-minute soul point here. So we're looking at 24 minutes or so that Damwon can grab that soul. And Cowrie and Vulcan very far out here have been spotted now.
And has TP, great preempt by Kellen, but he cleanses away. Needs to land the autos, but will get bailed out by himself. Kill comes across and Vulcan will not survive this one. Dukdam on the chase down, a big payout.
And now you got Damwon once more with full control over the map. They're going to push in. They're going to get the vision. They might have picked Inspired as well.
Wolf, yeah, Inspired's in a bad spot. No flash. Velo can press E for a second for just a bit of damage reduction, but he's late on it anyway. He was stunned for most of that damage. Blocks almost nothing.
It's starting to fall apart for EG. It had looked good in the early stages, but someone have firmly put their foot down, and this Carry and Vulcan, that bit too overextended, and just immediately Damwon collapsed in mid lane. You even got Showmaker and Canyon as well coming in from that top side. There's just nowhere to escape when you're that far rolled.
Exactly, and that's exactly why we saw Cowrie try to look for that kill. He tries to go aggressive here, tries to kill off the Renata, because there was no way out with Canyon and Showmaker behind him, but locked up, stunned up, and burst down. Inspired does get the E off, but it's not really going to do anything for him there. And then again, back to live now. Jojo once more in trouble.
Flashes, he has a blast cone, will get back away, but that is still a summoner spell down. Advantage, Damwon Kia.
Yeah, no flash, no ulti now for Jojo, who is going to be sent back to base here. And they're going to have to find some way to find a fight here in 3.5. That is going to be really their last shot. I don't think there's any chance to come back to find those picks if you give over this early of a Mountain Soul. So for EG, it's going to be about getting out on the map, trying to establish vision around that dragon and finding a winning fight, which is going to be very difficult to do.
Especially when you just don't have control over mid-wave, right? Carry and Vulcan can't really step up because of Duckdom and Kellen. You don't have control over side lanes either, so actually getting onto a position in the map where you can control your jungle, look for picks and not get picked yourself is really hard.
Gale Force forced out of Cowrie. He does hold his own flash available, but that is another important cooldown missing. It'll be back up time for the Drake. Showmaker wants his fight 1v2. Gonna find his knock-up, and Inspired just doesn't even press E to take the damage reduction. Just gets completely chunked out. And he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, all of Damwon's coming in, so even if he does pop it, it's not gonna really do anything for him there. And it's just looking like straight to Baron here for Damwon. This is starting to feel like lights out. EG can look to try to take a swing, see if they can find any sort of an angle to make a play happen here. It's desperation hours now.
For an ulti in, they know they have no smite, but they're gonna hope for some kind of a prayer. In goes Jojo, looking to find an execute, gonna be smited away cleanly. Up by Canyon, 4v5, likely to be a win for Damwon, but it's actually a single pick coming across. Jojo's alive, jumps in with a bailout, means there is no kill to be had. Renata turns it around, and here comes Showmaker to do it all that much better. Has the Akali ult, can't for the target yet. Cowrie, low, gonna be jumped upon, flash to safety, and it's not gonna be a kill. There's nothing else to pick up. Impact flashes away, but not far enough out.
EG are trying their damnedest, but Damwon are just too far ahead at this stage. With the Baron in their back pocket, they will reset. And this Red Bull Baron power play is about to become very, very large, especially when you look towards the Mountain Dragon in a minute 40 as well.
I mean, Damwon just crushing the game at this point. So far ahead this early on that, you know, potentially after this soul, that could be the game ender here. It's a great Baron call. They get the pick onto Inspired. They go for the kill here. EG had to try something. It's just desperation hours, right? There's no way to play the game out from a normal state. And Jojo gets into the back line, really disrupting things, buying some time for the team, forces the bailout there onto Kellen, but they can't quite burst him down. And then Cowrie here, as he steps forward, a little bit of an overchase onto Showmaker, walking into Duckdom. Gets punished massively.
And while this is heartbreaking for Evil Genius fans, if you're an LCK fan, this is exactly the form that you want to see Damwon coming into this with. If they want to dethrone JDG, this is the kind of level you want to see them playing with, and they want to be hitting hard against the first seed from the LPL.
Oh, good stun on the front line. Jojo doesn't have a lot he can do. Is able to shroud to not take any auto attacks, then walks back for some more regen. We get the Baron Siege. We have a Mountain Soul in 40 seconds. 2,600 gold to the Red Bull Baron power play. Damwon looking for inhibitors.
And even if you're not cheering for the LCK, if you're just cheering for more games between Damwon and JDG, they need to win this, obviously, for that tiebreaker. And EG looking for a pick now.
No combo. They want to burst him across. Nuggery will drop a 1-0, and that's going to be timed perfectly. But, jeez. The ulti means a kill. Goodbye to Vulcan.
I mean, that is the power of the hostile takeover against auto attackers. Belveth is an auto attack champ. He just chops him down.
We got round 2. Inspired takes a couple auto attacks there from Duckdom. And we know Showmaker can engage with the Ornhorn himself, but if there's ever a time, it's EG having to go for broke right now. Front line of Canyon. Inspire can't find his way in, but a handshake gets him out of the shroud, and Jojo's gonna die. He's been stunned, and he's gonna die. Kill goes over to the AD carry, and now they're going for the whole rest of it. Inspire doesn't have a good way out. Ulti, he will dodge away from, but round 2, Canyon looking for the slow, looking for the stun, and Showmaker's already got one. Over the wall goes Inspired, and will he even live is the question. Canyon, ulti, finds it. Yet again, the jungle dip is in 1, 2, and 7.
And that feels like it's just going to be the game. Damwon are in front of the base. They've got the Baron buff still available for the next few seconds. They just need to keep these 2 minion waves alive, and they can go for it.
They want Mountain Soul, they can go for it instead. Right now, they have pushed in the mid-wave, and Fitzbarrow is ending this moment. To go Shirelius to run away and claim Mountain Soul. Gold lead is 10,000, and it's going to get even worse.
Yeah, no need to take any sort of a risk here at this point. Just grab the soul, secure the victory. They also have so much gold in pocket when you're looking, over 2,000 there on Showmaker, a good 1,500 on Duckdom, so good to be able to spend all that up. But EG, they've got to look for these sorts of picks. It is the knock-up into the double bubble. The ultimate comes through from Nami. The ultimate comes through from Ornn. They're able to burst down those kills, but look at the auto-attack damage. He gets Infernal Chains back into his team and just beat down.
I mean, Kaori ended up cleansing that super late as well. Nami was already gone sushi before he managed to get away from that one. And look, for EG, this was do or die. You knew the Mountain Soul was going to be coming up, but unfortunately, just couldn't quite get into a position to carry. Duckdom is safe. Showmaker is doing so much work at this stage. And Damwon looking poised to close this game out.
And he's the chase down, good ult by Canyon. Because that's the whole time. Love his build, by the way, Bombies into Warmogs. I absolutely love early Warmogs on tank junglers because it means that you are full health between every fight and just play your job again. And you're full mana by walking in the jungle for 5 seconds. So you are permanent uptime on literally everything. Love this build. He's got a Sunfire Aegis up now, but I think Canyon's build actually really is incredible, and more junglers should build exactly like him.
I mean, we're seeing a lot more junglers just delaying their Mythic on tanks. We're seeing a lot more Anathema's rush as well, which I think can be quite powerful also, especially against those one carry teams or even just for the negative tenacity. So more and more people, I feel like, trying these different builds and trying to delay their Mythic on tanks because people just aren't, I think, finding it as effective anymore these days.
Walking up, looking for another turret to kill. Baron gone. Mountain Soul up makes them feel very safe. And Jujifun does not have lethal threat here. No handshake, but the turret's going to drop. He wants XP from what he can. He's got Inspired behind him to back up if there was a dive, but there isn't one. Canyon going to be happy to walk up front line. Lose the passive, doesn't care.
One small bright spot for EG is that the IE is completed now for Kaori. It's kind of all eggs in the Kaori basket, but punching through the Mountain Soul when you're down over 10k is going to be so incredibly difficult here. And Damwon pushing all 3 waves in, trying to play the map, just trying to close out this game. Really, really stock standard stuff here. Not allowing EG to find any sort of a window in.
Should just spotted though. He's got the Shroud who would have to eat backwards. Let's get reinforcements. Doc comes across. This is the play. All the ulti's coming across. Will there be a kill? Duckdom gets his first kill, and they're going to get Inspired next. The shield bow simply too good. A double kill through for the Draven. And now it is a 5v3. They never even needed the Aatrox.
I mean, it's an easy pickup there for Damwon, and they will march into the base. Kaori!
Flashing for the stun, he preempts it, beautifully aimed. And another kill is coming across. Vulcan can run back to his base. Sure, he'll live a tidal wave. Buys a bit of time, he flashes to save the impact, and watch as the base turns to rubble. Evil Geniuses will fall to 1-5. They will tie for 3rd, 4th in the group. Damwon Kia can fight for first. Yet another LCK team getting to the group stage without a sweat at all. They go for the final kills onto the Nexus, onto the Fountain. He's a bit too tanky for it. Nexus will fall. Damwon Kia in 28 minutes. Maybe find a single extra kill, knock down the Nexus.
Really nice game from Damwon overall. Some bright spots for EG in the early moments. Getting the kill in that 2v2 bot lane, being able to push that ahead with some clever pathing and some good patience from Inspired. But as soon as that bot lane dive went wrong, it felt like the game was completely out of control. Duckdom finishing with 9 kills after being put down that much in the early levels. Impact was always going to struggle in that top lane matchup, but it was supposed to be EG, getting something done on the other side of the map to hopefully make that worthwhile. But at the end of the day, the levels are just too different between these two teams. I think Damwon really showcasing just how strong they are. This will be the final game, unfortunately, for Evil Geniuses here at Worlds. We're able to pick up 1 win today, a dominant one over G2, finally snapped that losing streak, so something to be happy about for them, but it is Damwon that are going to be challenging for the top of the group, and it's EG whose time is done.
And I think, again, we're seeing how good Damwon are when it comes towards that early objective control, right? 100% first tower rate so far at Worlds. They only just lost out in the first blood percent in this game, but they're still tied for the most dragons per game. They were tied for the most Rift Herald per game percent, I should say, coming into the start of the day as well. They've been so good at understanding how they can push these games forward, even when they start off behind like they did this game.
And we'll see him again. We'll see him fighting for first place up against DDD. That is going to be exciting. Stay tuned for Game 6 and maybe Game 7. Now, while we prepare an Evil Geniuses interview, we are breaking down this game at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Freak. And what a wonderfully warm reception from our audience here in New York City for EG as they take their final bow here on the world stage. While it did not end in victory, they can be proud of what they put out onto the stage and how they turned things around a bit in the second week, particularly considering everything that led up to them coming to this world tournament. First minutes here looked great, Chronicler.
I thought they were going to do it. I really was, after the amount of bot lane dominance that they were able to found, thought that was going to be their angle into the game, but when it came to mid-game, they just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, it came down to that turret dive that they had bot that was kind of messed up. I mean, we also saw a lot of hallmarks from Damwon Kia here. Canyon already shadowing lane at like just before 4 minutes before that bot lane dive went through. Them making sure that they're covering objectives like Rift Herald, knowing how important it is for the Bel'Veth to pick that up because she just can take over the entire side of the map, like I said before. So yeah, it's another game that I think EG are going to definitely want back in terms of the fact that they definitely should feel like they did have control in this game, and then it was execution, more execution-based than composition-based.
Yeah, and it's just a good experience overall, simply because of the points that you made. Being able to cover the dives, I think, was just a good understanding, great understanding from Canyon, to be there at the right times. And that has been the story throughout this group stage, was just Canyon, Kanavi, strong junglers being able to get gold within themselves, sure, but then be able to cover for their lanes and then just snowball it from that point.
And to me, the biggest thing that makes Damwon is specifically how willing they are to flex, more so than any other team. We just got off a game of Naguri single-handedly carrying on the Sejuani, and then they're still willing to flex it, depending on what picks they can get. We've seen them do this with the Talia as well, and I think that makes them a team that is very hard to deal with and very hard to prep for, because you never really know what you're getting.
And we'll get more from Damwon as we go on throughout the tournament. For Evil Geniuses, I mean, just as you kind of mentioned at the very top, Dash, it's important to talk about the story that they had, the dominance that they had, and then of course the restructuring during playoffs. For Kaori to come in under those circumstances as an academy player.
Yo, can we just give it up for Kaori?
Yes.
I mean, again, this guy only played in finals a weekend domestically, jumping up from academy to then to the world stage, picking up a win, to putting on performances, moving around the map confidently on the Lucian pick like he did. It's something to be lauded. It's something to be applauded. And speaking of applause, let's go ahead and join Shox on stage with Jojo Pyun for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. He's gotten some good cheers already, so hopefully that's going to keep going. Jojo, first off, why didn't you pick Singed?
I mean, I wanted to, but this game counted for Damwon, so it'd be kind of messed up if I just, picked it. So I really wanted to, though. I even asked the players and the coaches, can I pick it? But yeah, we decided not to.
I think that's nice that you made that consideration for Damwon anyway. Now, unfortunately, this was your last game at Worlds. How do you look back at everything overall and maybe what could have gone better?
I mean, I definitely think a lot of the first few games were winnable for sure. I think I messed up and we made some big mistakes, but I definitely think if we won that, there would be a big chance that we would have made it out. But, we messed up, it happens. I think we all learned a lot, so yeah.
When it comes to taking the bigger picture and looking at this whole year you guys have had, which had a lot of ups as well, how would you look back at everything from the big picture?
I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about everything, honestly, and seeing all the fans just everywhere and supporting us. It feels really good. But, I mean, I think we could have shown much better. I mean, it definitely sucks that we only showed this, but, we have next year too, at least, so yeah.
You have many years, and I gotta say, I'm sad this is the circumstances in which we have our first interview together, because I've loved seeing kind of your moves as well, not just on the Rift, but also on social media, just embracing everything and becoming kind of an icon in the NA community so quickly. So how do you look back on your year personally, and what would you like to say to the fans?
I mean, going back to this year was kind of crazy. Obviously, I didn't expect to win spring. That was pretty crazy. And also, coming to Worlds is pretty hard. Even with the sub ADC, and he played really well for a sub, so he really stepped it up, so that's good. And also the fans, I mean, they make it so much more fun. You can even hear them through the headphones and everything while we're playing, so it really makes the game much more enjoyable.
Yeah, they've been there with you every step of the way. Just because of your Twitter game, I do have to ask, you did only win one, but you took down EU with you, so does that bring you any type of joy?
I mean, it definitely felt good, but after that game, I really wanted G2 to win so we can still make it, but you know, they didn't win, so that sucks, but I mean, yeah, we beat EU we beat G2 for the first time. I mean, it felt pretty good, but it would feel even better if we made it past here, but still, you know.
A little bit sweet, a little bit sweet. Okay, thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to say, or you good?
Thank you to all the fans supporting us. Thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic. I believe we'll be kicking it over to a break because we have one more game left, which is Damwon up versus JDG, so be right back.
Almost gonna land, duck them. He's low. First blood for EG. He's burning, but he's bailing out. First blood to Cowrie. Up by Canyon, 4v5. Likely to be a win for Damwon, but it's actually a single pick coming across. JoJo's alive. Jumps in for the bailout. Means there is no kill to be had. Renata turns it around. And they will march into the base. Cowrie flashing for the stun. He preempts it, beautifully aimed. And another kill is coming across. Vulcan can run back to his base. Sure, he'll live a tidal wave. Buys a bit of time. He flashes to save the impact and watch as the base turns to rubble. Evil Geniuses will fall to 1-5.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 at the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Raz is preparing for his singing career.
Actually,
stay tuned. I have no idea.
I hope it did.
That's why I'm saying it. Now, here's the reality, everybody. We got one more game ahead of us, and the pressure is on for Damwon Kia as they vie to tie the standings and force a tiebreaker for the top spot.
There it is.
Group B. So, again, JDG, sole possession right now, 5-0. They remain undefeated at 6-0. Boom, that's it. They lock up number one. But it can all turn right here.
If they manage to do that as well, I do believe, and stats can correct me in my ear if I'm wrong, but they would become the first LPL team to ever go undefeated in a Worlds group stage.
That's hard to believe, but Chronicler's nodding along with you, so I'm gonna believe you.
It has never happened. So if they win this
me.
game, not only do they get first, but they actually become the first LPL team to ever do that. And honestly, watching JDG, just based on their play style, it's not that I don't think they're a good team, but of these teams, I would not have expected it out of JDG specifically.
No, I mean, honestly, and the way that people have talked to me about JDG, right? The expectation that at any moment in a game, they might get a little too loose. They might play a little bit too carefree and let the game slip away. But that same kind of willingness to go for stuff is also the reason why they should be feared here on the international stage. It was that JDG Damwon game, though, last time around, Raz, week one, that most people cite as the best game so far here at Worlds. We didn't have you with us just last week, so I wanted to get your impressions of how it all broke down.
It was a fun game because if there's a team that can match the level of aggression of JDG, it's going to be Damwon. And a lot of it comes through, of course, like Canyon and Showmaker, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Just the amount of scraps that we were able to see here was a fun game overall.
And what I loved was also how back and forth the team fights were, because especially in their peak, even though Damwon in 2020 were known for a team that basically got an early game lead and choked out the opponents, in 2021 it was much more the team fighting, how they were able to set up front to backs, how they were able to still play through the prowess of their individual laners, and that is exactly what I think is also the reason why JDG won the game previously, is because Damwon couldn't match them. And there were a couple of early game things that I think could have gone a little bit better for Damwon. I also expect them to make a better shot in draft, but even with those, with how consistent JDG has been, it's going to be a tough matchup.
Especially after this experience, I think that the draft is going to be a bigger focus.
Yeah.
The Orin Azir is always going to be tough for specifically Renekton and Maokai in trying to force through a fight. And Kai'Sa just had options like this was great. And so giving that option for hope, that skill expression in a Kai'Sa goes a long way. I'm interested to see how the draft goes, and I think Damwon's going to come out a little bit better than they did last time.
Fans out in force today for both of our squads. As you can see, plenty of support for both JDG and Damwon Kia. While we reflect or continue to reflect on that game one between these two squads, I want to start breaking down some of the individual matchups. This is a marquee game between these two absolutely titanic teams. So let's work through a few. We'll start with Nuguri versus 369.
Yeah, so we got Nuguri versus 369. Obviously, this is going to be a banger matchup for reasons that we've kind of already touched upon today, right? Here's Nuguri, who's going to actually get a one-for-one trade in this top lane. He's been such a force, especially since he, again, starting a lot more regularly, because previously they were splitting between him and Bertle back in the LCK. And then as for 369, as we continue to just see, Nuguri's Sejuani, I feel like in the highlight reel always distracts me, you know, with like how good.
Yeah, wait, this happened in the post-game too. You're exactly right.
GT post-game too. I'll start talking about 369 a bit too, as we see him kind of frontlining for this dive as G2 kind of overextend in the top lane. 369, as much as both of these tops have maybe played Renekton to Chronicler's dismay, I think you see they have such a good understanding of not only how to frontline for their team, but also be a carry. They're both very, very interesting, and I really want to see like a carry versus carry matchup here, because that's just going to be a banger.
Yeah, and they're not, I mean, they are very familiar in how they play against each other, since, you know, a reminder of Nuguri when he last played on FPX and LPL. So I think this is just a great matchup overall. They are both actually grown quite a bit in how their depth in champion pool and playstyle.
Yeah, sure, but Raz, the reality is they're not playing alone, right? And so now let's fold in the next piece of the puzzle, the jungle matchup. Help me out here.
It's a heavyweight matchup.
It's a toughie for Canyon, which isn't something that you often say. Canyon, even though we've talked a lot about his year not being the greatest, and him having ups and downs, he still remains, even at his worst, one of the top-tier junglers within the LCK. But he's going up against Kanavi, and Kanavi, I already said it at the top of the day, and I want to just reiterate, is such an interesting combination of a player that both mechanically can stand up to the best, while also being top-tier in terms of creativity, not only in pathing, but also in champions, and how he tries to always advance the jungle meta.
And we talk about what it means to be good in this meta for a jungler. It means that both of these players can step onto things like the Graves and carry for their team, but they can also pop onto something like the Sejuani and be able to create really good setup, especially with certain picks in mid and top. So it's going to be really interesting to see what these two junglers lock in here.
These are the few teams here that can actually pull in resources into their junglers reliably and carry off of that. Like you mentioned the Graves. I remember the game that we saw versus G2, where Canyon actually had an exceptional Graves game, and he was just like the experience advantage, CS advantage, the team pulled resources into them, and they came up ahead.
All right, I'm told teams are just about ready. Top of the day, we had each of these three on the desk roll a D20 to see if their regional representative would be able to take down JDG. Now, Chronicler asked to roll a time spell. It was a nat 20 DC.
That was great.
We're going to drop that down to the roster here today. The DC is 15. Will Damwon Kia... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Is that a nat 1?
It's a 1.
Oh, my God. He rolled a nat 1. He rolled a nat 1.
I think the JDG fans are cheering for it.
Yeah, they actually love that.
All right, well, it's not looking good for Damwon Kia, but we'll see if the players can change the fate of the D20 or if JDG will lock it up. First ever undefeated LPL team out of the groups as we're back over to Freak, Azale, and Dagda to close out our regularly scheduled matches.
Listen, the important thing with DMing is you fail forward, okay? He may have rolled a 1, but that means, oh, you slipped off the vines. You held on for dear life. You did a second roll to, pull yourself back up. You give your players a chance to move forward. So Damwon Kia, not out just because of the first roll.
No, Chronicler has our back. He is actually a sleeper LPL agent that we put in there. So I'm delighted that he's on our side fully. I mean, after we already kind of stole some of his teams as like the 5th LPL seed in DRX, it's really nice we're now getting to see how this one's going to go forward as well, because this should be an absolute banger.
I'm just so excited. This has been... This matchup here in the previous round robin was the best game in Worlds so far, I think. I'm really hoping we're going to be treated to another back and forth action-packed game between these two teams. JDG, they were my crystal ball to win Worlds. This is a team that I have a tremendous amount of faith in. I do think that they can play a lot of different styles. They play at an exceptionally high level. The thing that stood out to me from the pregame was when they were actually showing the head-to-head of these two top laners. It was over 21 CSD at 15 on average for 369. This guy hasn't even just been playing all carries, right? He even has a couple of tank games in there. It's not like he's just nonstop getting counter pick and being played towards. He's just such an exceptional laner that dealing with him is almost impossible.
200% damage share, pretty good overall, I gotta say, as Yumi now knocked off the table. A lot of the late game carry forces not allowed for JDG.
Now, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this jungle matchup is going to face up, because you've got the jungler at the moment, Frank Kanavi, who has some of the highest gold per minute. He's got the highest damage percent of his team as well. When you look across a Canyon, he's been absolutely no slump as well. He's got the highest DPM of any of the junglers at the moment, and I'm excited to see what he can bring to the table.
And he's involved with basically everything they do, right? Nearly 81% kill participation, so if Canyon's not there, it's usually not happening for Damwon. And usually, even those kills that he's not there for, it's because he's put those lanes ahead already. He's so active. He's very intelligent about which lanes he's attacking, which lanes he's going to be looking towards. Caitlyn conspicuously is left open. Is not going to be grabbed up. It is a Lucian Prio here. Hope, one of the best Lucian players, I think, in the LPL. Him and Missing were absolutely astounding. There is the possibility of answering with a Draven here again. We just saw this already. So we could just see the run back immediately from Duckdom. But Caitlyn Lux also available, so that is a different angle if they want to go for it. That's door number 3, though.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like the Caitlyn Lux could be really strong, but they are going to go for the Aphelios. So it looks like, at least from Damwon's perspective, they've kind of gone, right, well, JDG haven't had the strongest of early games, right? What we actually have seen is them power ahead in the mid to late game. So this could be Damwon just going, hey, look, we'll just take the easy game or the early game easy. Let's just play for that mid to late game and make sure we have the composition that can outscale.
Well, it is difficult to do sometimes against the LPL. You know, I will say they may have lost a little bit of faith when they lost the 2v2. You know, taking the Draven into Lucian Nami, they get 2v2 killed, maybe feeling like, all right, we're not going to necessarily be able to pull that off against Hope and Missing when we couldn't already earlier today. But Canyon on extreme comfort. When there's one pick I think of with Canyon, it is Graves, right? This guy has been so good on it throughout his career, always manages to affect the lanes, keep his farm high, have massive participation in the team fights, to control objectives, and he just feels like that all-around player that you're looking for. But it is Yagao going blind here on the Sylas, and now there's a choice to make. Do you match mid lane, or do you grab your support here? Because if you don't grab your support, things like Thresh and TK, the kind of pairings that you might want to go for, could just be taken away.
Yeah, I mean, you could also have a worry here of like a Kali and that kind of stuff being banned away, but it's not even going to be the Thresh or TK apparently. So they are actually going to go towards the Lulu. So opting into the Enchanter versus Enchanter, and late game, this is going to be fantastic. You've got both the Aphelios and the Graves there to empower, but this is going to be a very dodgy early game if JDG are prioritizing bot.
Yeah, that's my concern for Damwon, right? Yes, the late game for Lulu is still excellent, but the early stages, it's always been a bad matchup in Nami. Generally, you know, the heal poke from Nami really does well into shielding enchanters, such as Lulu, such as Janna as well. So I do think that the early levels are going to be very, very difficult. If Duckdom and Kellen can hold on, then they're going to be in a great spot here, but it does feel like really throwing down the gauntlet and saying, Hope Missing, you can't actually get enough of an advantage for this pick to be worthwhile. Because across the board, a lot of scaling grabbed up here from Damwon. I am expecting now some mid lane bans towards Showmaker to try to cover Yagao in that mid lane, but we'll see exactly what they want to target.
I'm thinking things like the Akali would probably be taken off the board just because we've seen it. And actually going to be the Talia as well, taken away from Showmaker. Also another really good pick into the Sylas. So potential here for Showmaker to actually go back towards something like an Orianna, right? You still get something that can bully the Sylas in lane, doesn't give across a great ultimate form, and you still end up kind of leaning in towards this late game damage that you can go for, while also having just more shields for people like the Graves, for like the Aphelios, and being able to keep them safe.
I wonder if they are going to ban out even the LeBlanc, perhaps, right? You know, Akali, I think LeBlanc, those are the two that I'm thinking most of. I just feel like Showmaker's so strong on LeBlanc, but there isn't a great jungle pairing, so maybe more concerned about something like that Akali. Of course, they could go for neither option and try to throw a ban towards Nuguri, but it does feel like you want to limit the choices there. So it is, in fact, going to be Akali, and now we have to see, you know, as you say, is Showmaker going to go towards a control mage? Are they really going to go full-on scaling? Because if you go control mage mid, I do feel you likely need some sort of an engage from top. LeBlanc was the other option I was thinking of as a ban, you know, but it's easy to say, oh, you did the wrong ban, because you could just pick the inverse no matter what you actually go for here. You can't ban out everything. But to me, this is one of Showmaker's absolute best champions. When he is playing on LeBlanc, I feel like Damwon have a much better time pushing the game forward, because he's so good at poking and prodding, at playing aggressively, playing in the face of their opponents. He really creates windows for Damwon to capture objectives, to capture towers and dragons where they wouldn't otherwise be able to do it.
I love this pick, though, if we do end up seeing it for 369. The Kennen against such a short-range composition is going to be great. It also means that you've got to be very careful as LeBlanc if you are going in now. Should be able to hop in and out and get some poke, but it just means it makes it very difficult now for Damwon to try and stick around and deal a lot of damage.
Do they go Nocturne? Nocturne Kennen here, turn off the lights and try to go for those flanking plays, because it is a very squishy team. I think Nocturne could actually fit really well into this composition. To me, it feels like the angle you should be going for 100%. When you lock in the Kennen, you have 4 squishies on the other team, turn off the lights, go for it. Not necessarily going to be the pick. In fact, it is Lee Sin, so going for a little bit more playmaking here, but still very powerful engage.
Also opting into the weak side of the matchup, right? Graves has a pretty good time against the Lee Sin, so you're heavily reliant now on JDG that Graves isn't going to get involved in King Kanavi's jungle. So looking towards 369, he definitely needs to keep control. And same when you look towards this bottom half, make sure that you're able to play to keep Kanavi safe in these early stages.
So Gragas for Nuguri. AP matchups generally are considered the answer into Kennen, and this one does make a lot of sense. You can go multiple different directions. Curious to see if it's going to be first strike AP, and he's going to be kind of full squish, or if they actually do want to tank. But this solves their engage issue. It solves the laning issue against that Kennen. It's very easy to hold on with the sustain, to poke away with your Q on that Kennen, so you can't expect 369 to be dominant in this matchup. but I do really kind of like what Damwon has drafted here. The biggest question for me is just can Hope and Missing really hammer home an advantage on that bottom side?
Also, the Gragas just gives great disengage for something like a Kennen, for something like a Sylas, trying to buy space for the Aphelios in the backline alongside the Lulu. And even if you need to, he can still offer some of that engage, which was one of the big things that was missing.
Absolutely. That being said, though, it is also offering that Gragas ultimate up to Sylas, right? So it is giving them a little bit of engage here. And especially if Doggery is going to go towards First Strike AP, this is 5 squishies on Damwon. And anyone you can actually pick out for JDG is going to be a good target. Lee Sin does not need to necessarily pick and choose. You can't just only go for one guy. You kick in the Graves, you kick in the Aphelios, you kick in an AP Gragas, and you can really burst all of them down. It is going to be Comet for the Gragas, so a little bit of a kind of middle ground here. You know, some people will go Comet into tank, but generally speaking, it is more common to see, you know, tank, I think, in this type of a matchup, and I do think it'll fit more the bill of what Damwon needs.
Alrighty, well, on to the Rift here. We'll see who can take the first seed out of the group. JDG with a win, 6-0, obviously locking first in the first ever LPL team to finish a group stage undefeated. If that is not to be the first time ever, it will be Damwon taking the win and forcing a tie break, and will battle yet again for the first spot out of the group. We'll see what it's going to be. Who's going to dodge T1 as a possible quarterfinal opponent? We are on to the Rift here for JDG versus Damwon.
Small thing, but I do really love the 5-man commitment here from Damwon down towards bot side. When you are playing these range support matchups, it's so important to actually have side brush control. So they commit all 5 down towards bot. They get the deep ward to be able to have eyes on a Missing, and you can hear the LPL faithful absolutely erupting, traveling in to support their teams no matter where Worlds is. It always feels like an LPL home crowd.
I love the early ward that we've gotten here for Kanavi, though, trying to spot out exactly where Canyon is starting, because as we're talking about, Kanavi will need to make sure that he's not getting invaded on by Canyon and trying to get involved in these lanes. And Kanavi in the past, if we look back at like 2021, 2020, had some absolutely fantastic performances on the Lee Sin, but hasn't really been able to find as much success in the Lee Sin since. So we'll have to see what version of Kanavi we get here. But if he gets the ball rolling, he can be incredibly strong in this pick.
It's also interesting noting Kellen's actual setup here. You know, a lot of times when people are going Resolve, they actually go with Relic Shield more against, you know, kind of all-in champions. But he is going Guardian. He even took Second Wind to help deal with a little bit of the poke. But because I believe it's based on your own percent HP, it's just increasing that regen. When you go Spell Thieves with it, and you have such low base stats on the Lulu, you're not actually getting a tremendous amount of value from that rune. So we'll see how much he can get here. You want to be kind of constantly proccing it against this Lucian Nami to just really reduce damage.
It is a little bit less health, so it's a very little bit less regen, although for what's worth, it is percent missing health, so until you're below what would be Spell Thief's health, it technically doesn't help to like change the regen. But yeah, if you're going to get bursted, right, you have slightly less durability against the burst, which can certainly matter in this lane, but expects to be scrapping constantly. And if you're fighting back and forth all the time, well, then you better be earning the gold for it as well, because it is level 2 first here. As he trades in, auto Q works out pretty well.
But I'm kind of trying to keep my eyes on where the junglers are going at the moment. Obviously, you're getting a very quick full clear coming through from Canyon, only skipping his Croaks at the top side of the map. But for Kanavi, he managed to steal away his Raptors and is now playing up towards his top side. So making sure that he's able to have an opportunity to get one of these Scuttle Crabs for himself, having the support from 369, who has pushed in top side successfully. Just needs to be careful of Showmaker and potentially Canyon deciding to zip on up to that top side and contest them.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do that, but for now, you know, it is multiple pushing lanes here for Damwon, looking pretty damn good. And it is Kanavi potentially going to be looking for some sort of a move up towards top. You know, can take away the Krugs. And if Nori were to get very, very low, then there would be the ability to threaten to dive potentially, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's fighting well here against 369, and he has it warded out, so Canyon can go for the counterplay and just look to take Krugs away.
Oh, that was pretty smart, yeah. I mean, preempts his nose. Body Slam Flash Auto would probably kill him out right now. And the forethought, you can see the ward is already there. He expects the route kind of he's taking, which is you didn't take Krugs away, and indeed Graves gets the exact same kind of jungle done.
And I just actually love that little mind game. When Gragas is body slamming forward, sometimes you don't even need to commit the flash because you can't react with your own flash once they have flashed on you. You're just stunned. So you have to commit that early flash here, and Canyon now down to bot side.
Can't be out of back because the smoke screen takes heavily the better side of that trade. Even though Missing could spam some heals, it's still a lot of bot lane priority. And you thought Lucian Nami was going to win the lane. So far, it's not happening. A couple of casting minions dropped, sure, but you can see 27 to maximally 22 CS. Damwon are crushing bottom lane so far.
Yeah, now both junglers going to start to move over towards the Scuttles, keeping their eyes on mid lane, but at the moment, Canyon is kind of having the bigger impact. I mean, farming up more, now getting in towards this bot side as well, so he's actually got the advantage there. It feels like we need to see JDG actually start to have some presence on the map right now.
And I think for this solution, Nami, you know, it's less about, you know, level 1 and the very, very beginning, and more about once you get a few levels, and especially once you spike on 1 items, you know, that is kind of your biggest window that you've got to be getting things done. Level 1 for Aphelios is very strong. You can get that push. You can utilize the additional range you have with that green gun, sniper gun, to really make things happen. But you know, as you start getting levels in, the trades from the solution Nami become more and more dangerous, and especially on Mandate plus Gale Force, that's where things get really, really scary. Whereas, you know, the Aphelios is much more looking towards that 3-item spike.
For now, they have control. You know there's no flash at the top side. Canyon still without a recall. Buddy's in flash, gonna land it. Guaranteed slow now as well. 369 can do nothing but watch himself die. You know what's gonna happen. You think anyways. He tries to cut away, gets his stun into Graves. 369 playing it well, but the slow is there, and Canyon still in the chase. He has flash if he needs it. Sidestep, not gonna mean anything. First blood comes through to the Damwon jungle.
And Canyon has been everywhere so far. The Damwon jungler has been popping off, gets into bot, now moving up towards topside as well, and punishing the fact that 369 was trying to crash that wave, see if he could chip away at the tower. Kanavi was spotted.
Showmaker doesn't get much done, though. He does have lost chapters, a decent trade. The Raptors in the way. Takes away a single one.
But honestly, really nicely done by Showmaker. You know, it's Yagao going back to base. Kanavi wanted to make the aggressive move, try to get the counter jungling done. But with Yagao back in base, Showmaker comes, makes the read, is there to actually push them away. So protecting a lot of those Raptors there for Canyon. So Canyon gets the gank done, doesn't really lose anything. And yes, you know, you're gonna lose not that much here, but you might lose a plate. The Cannon will take it up, they're gonna go for the dive.
Really good plays. That's where they went for the push. He might have to ignite. One more tick might kill him. It does! The last tick of ignite takes him down. Damwon up to a 2-0 start. Stun not gonna land yet for Yagao. Steals away distortion, doesn't mean much.
I mean, the bot lane for Damwon is doing so well, though. Massive CS lead. Now they get the kill onto Missing, who was trying to hold this wave, so Hope could pick it up. But Damwon right now styling on JDG.
I mean, it's a stomp. We're up 2,000 gold here for Damwon, 6.5 in. This is not even close.
Chronicler, I didn't realize you were rolling for JDG, not the other way around. This isn't fair.
Looking pretty good right now, so we'll see what else they can get going with the gold lead. Yeah, Missing. And they just find the engage. Like, it's really well done. This is a silly trade. I don't know what you're getting out of this auto. You don't earn 20 gold. You're not freezing the wave. This is a simple overstep that has 0 upside.
Yeah.
That is just a mistake.
I mean, the fact that you weren't even trying to... I thought he was trying to hold the wave to begin with, but the wave had already crashed. You're just going for a quick trade. As you say, there was no need. And now you're looking again at this bot side, right? You have Duckdom and Kellen with the push. Well, there goes the invade coming through for Canyon, going for the red push.
Well, JDG's hopes of going 6-0 are dwindling. Still possible to come back, of course, and even if they lose, they tie break for first. And obviously they're already through to quarterfinals, but the first seed certainly matters here as the items come through. And it's a pickaxe up for Duckdom. Even though he only got the assist on that kill, he recalled so much later and with more farm that he's up 25 AD in this lane.
Yeah, he's looking really, really good, and it gets difficult for 369. You know, Noguri won the mind game early on, forced the flash, then Canyon gets up there, he uses the flash to get the kill. And now you're in this range versus melee matchup where you can no longer really push because you're down that summoner and you're not going to be feeling safe. You look,
Not a bad trade, cleanses the way, everything else, but summoner still being up makes them pretty safe. They have Duck and Souls his own flash. You can see nothing else to be done there.
Yeah, forces a flash out of Kellen there, but you know, the vision up towards topside is what I really wanted to highlight. You know, these wards here, the denial of vision there for 369, there's not really any safety for him, so he's got to play pretty far back, but the wave is going to be pushing away. Canyon will be able to take the Herald down here, no problem. Damwon looking very, very good still. Of course, JDG can team fight their way out of some of these disadvantages, and they do have the ability to do it in these 5v5s. You know, if you steal away a Grag Assault, you have Grag Assault, plus you have the Cannon ultimate as well. A lot of playmaking, a lot of AoE there. Oh no.
9 is in trouble.
Got the ulti on. He has his own flash as well, but the health bar getting pretty dangerously low, 200 HP. Flashes this one, but where's he even going to go at this point? Duckdom over the wall, gets the turret, and Canyon takes the kill all the same. We're just seeing mistake after mistake now from JDG.
And this is what I was about to say, is it becomes incredibly hard for JDG to try and play towards their lanes. Now the bot lane is behind. Kanavi doesn't really want to go in top because Nuguri will have his flash back up. He's got the cast, and it's Canyon now who's able to hit right, left, and center. Canyon big farm lead, getting the gold lead, and getting his laners ahead. I mean, this is Damwon just running away with this completely.
Well, and 369 knows he has no vision in the river. Herald gets taken, so you know the jungler's right there, and he kind of tries to do this weird freeze where he's pulling it down towards the brush that the jungler would be in. And lo and behold, there he is. And, you know, this is back-to-back games now from JDG. You know, the early game against G2, now this game as well, that they are making some really careless mistakes. You know, mistakes from Hope and missing in that one against G2 in the early lanes, and now here again, getting punished, but this time it's 369.
Oh, stun comes across. Not bad. Showmaker, of course, jumps away.
And I love the way that Damwon are playing this. Immediately as the Rift Tower is taken, Docdam and Kellen go top. Okay, cool. Well, now we can just use this Herald top with Canyon. We already know that we've got the advantage through the items on the Aphelios, Canyon as well being massive, so they're just going to hard force more gold into Docdam, their late game wing
chains.
Nice. Whose birthday is it? Oh, down it goes. Wave's gonna be fine, and we can watch that fight again. I mean, this time he rolls the 3, right? It's in the name.
Yeah, but again, you know, the problem with this one for me was the setup. The fact that you already knew that the Herald had just been taken, you know that the jungler could be there. And that looks like a cannonball. It's almost like a meatball flying out there. I've never seen that close up.
Well, we have to see if Damwon are going to keep getting salty with this, because right now it has been absolutely incredible for them.
I see you.
Thank you. Umbrook Alave now completed for Canyon as well. He just gets to run around the map. Dragon is up on the bot side as well. They still have the Rift Herald in tow, so once you start to see where Kanavi spotted, I imagine Canyon would just immediately, actually even before that, move over towards this as well. As the support of Nugger, you should be able to push out this bot wave.
And we'll see if 369 is going to be in trouble here again. You know, could be a little bit dangerous with Canyon around, but Canyon going to be starting this up. Already has the Umbrook Wave completed. Going to be working towards a Gore Drinker. Pretty popular build. I do think that Gore Drinker is kind of being somewhat overrated, though, I will say on Graves. I think it's very, very strong against multiple melee comps where you're going to be able to get the value. But against this comp, it's maybe going to be tough to actually get a really good Gore Drinker off. There is obviously Kennen, Lee, and the Salas is kind of who you're hoping for, I think. But I'm more of a fan of different build paths, honestly, when it's not an easy Gore Drinker game.
Wants to make the play. Empowered W auto. QWW would do it for the stun, but no follow through. Graves nearby anyway.
Man, Canyon is doing such a good job of tracking Kanavi. Everywhere that Kanavi wants to get to, Canyon is already hit before he gets there. And you can see it here, right? Kanavi is like, look, we'll try and make a player in 369. Our bot lane is already kind of falling a bit short. But the second he gets there, Canyon's already in position. Now we're looking mid lane with the Rift Herald as well.
Ulti comes across, gonna find a little bit, but he's already pressed his Q for a stun. He's not gonna find anything there. What a CC combo. He could have gone for purple ult and pressed Q afterwards, missing, still flashing away, stays alive.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay there from Docdam, but does get the flash out of missing regardless. But this is a chance. Yeah, this is a rough one, honestly, for Kanavi as well, right? He's in this situation where he's down 30 plus CS, you know, down in kills, down massively in gold. He's 2,000 gold behind. And when you're in that position, you have to find plays, right? As Lee Sin, you can't just sit back and farm because you farm more slowly than your opponent in the Graves. Graves has taken the Herald, he's taken the Dragon, he's getting more done on the map. So it's going to be up to Kanavi when they do eventually have one of those fights to really find an excellent kick, because barring that, Canyon will always have more value.
And the problem is that the way Kanavi has tried to come back into these games that JDG has is true finding picks, but when you're already losing turrets, when you're already starting to fall behind, this is where it becomes very, very difficult for you to actually get control on the map to look for those picks. I mean, Hope and Missing can't look to contend against Docdam right now. Yagao can't push up against Showmaker, and every time they try to make a pick around 369, you've got Canyon already in your face.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when your lanes are getting pushed in, Canyon can kind of just play like a battle ward, and now Yagao in trouble.
Damage roots there as well. Lulu ulti, Yagao barely has any escape tools. Pops the Graves ulti, Gale forces in, tries to drain tank it, and it's not gonna happen. Kellen calls in the reinforcements, and it's 4-0.
I mean, they're in their head. DK are everywhere.
Oh, gonna find the miss on the ulti, and that means they're gonna kick him into the wall, and this will be finally something on the board.
Yeah, they get one back. That is big, denying the dive here and getting a kill onto Noguri, but on the top side, it's a white gun. Chukram's stacked up, and he is gonna be farming these plates very, very quickly. Well over 3,000 gold here. We're not even at 15 minutes, and Damwon, I think, have the better late game. So it's going to be very, very difficult.
And it's 3 turrets that are now prepped for the Rift Herald that's about to spawn as well. So even if you get that, you've got so many options now to make those plays happen. But this was just a bit unfortunate here for Nuguri.
Nice
369 gets the sidestep, and then immediate ult. Kanavi finally in a position to follow up on this.
Yeah, that was just beautifully done by 369. Great sidestep, and as you say, Kanavi, right place, right time to help bail him out. It is worth checking in on Nuguri, who is going for the Everfrost. So the common AP option. Thought he might have gone for a bit of a tank look this game, but their burst and their engage is going to be really, really frightening. If you do miss position, especially looking at Hope, because a lot of the pressure is going to be on him to dominate in these fights. You are this mid-range champion where you're almost always in range of body slam flash if you're doing any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, and now it kind of feels like a lot of this game for JDG is reliant on 369 getting this massive ultimate at some of these fights. Maybe Yago being able to steal away something like that explosive cast, and then just one-shotting the backline for Damwon Kia. But if you never get that chance, it's going to be in a bad spot, and that's why I feel like actually having Yago on this bot side for the Rift Herald is actually a great addition.
Walks in for the double ulti, gets a decent knockup, walks back into his team. He's going to be fine. It's forcing a flash away from Hope. Nearly the kill as Dr. Gale forces him, but missing. Will just barely stay alive. Somebody Gale popped.
And I was about to say, if 369's on top side, maybe you can fight for this Rift Herald, but now with Nami gone, the flash is burned, Damwon are just going to try and take mid tower at least.
Q nearly the damage to the turret. They're going to walk in for a bit more. Couple autos will kill it off, and indeed, turret will fall. JDG do not have the tools to fight back. Yagao doesn't find his own stun, gets a quick slow. Showmaker's going to root him in place, though. Gets the chain. Wins his cooldowns back up there, dives in for a bit more. That's got to be the real one to the top side. It is. Cannot get the kill.
Yeah, Yagao getting a little bit of pressure there on the map, though. That is good if they can actually establish some sort of dominance in that side lane. That will buy a little bit of time here for JDG, who's now going to try to start up the Herald. Canyon was pulled off this when he did come towards mid, and you can see Canyon pathing down towards bot on that mini-map. So should be a JDG Herald, which maybe they can use to try to find a little bit of a setup around this next dragon.
And that's what the big focus here is going to be, right? If they can try and get into a position where 369 can come in, get that big ultimate, if they can use the Herald to get a decent position for him. But the problem is, like, look at the amount of wards that are littered on this bot side right now for Damwon. Like, you just don't have a position to sneak in to get a deep ward for 369 so we can actually get a flank. So it kind of feels like you have to brute force it with 369's flash, but maybe they can get a play on Nuguri again.
Wants to go for the play there. Herald summoned up as well. They can nearly find the turret with that one. It's just about at lethal range of the Herald itself. Kind of going to get all of the local gold. It looks like 369 going to be out of range for it. But they can try for the top side there. Nuguri left a bit alone, does have flash, and doesn't really have a way out though at the end of the day. Q going to land, a bit more of a slow, buying as much time as possible because the Drake is dying on the other side of the map. 2-0 on Drakes for Damwon, finally kill on the top side.
I really feel like that should have gone to 369 though. Trying to accelerate this cannon to a late game position should have been the get-go there. The kill goes to Kanavi though, which definitely isn't as valuable now. Oh, onto
really
top.
Good goal and Kale. Oh yeah, Gale Force in for that as well. If Kellen weren't there, could have been a kill.
Something nice, though, Missing does have the Imperial Mandate now completed, so they are on that
huge
big power spike here for Lucian Nami, and they get a charge on the tier 2. They're going to get charged on the tier 3 as well.
Really big, actually. There's still a lot to come back from this game. JDG had a comeback win against Damwon the first time they met, but it was only an 1,100 gold difference.
Does this go down?
A 3K.
Oh. No, not quite. It's going to live, but that was very, very close. And yeah, I mean, they're down 2K now, but they were down like 3 to 4K, what, like 8 minutes ago? You know, so the lead meaning way less. Lucian Nami are really at that point where I think this is the biggest power discrepancy between them and the Aphelios Lulu. On one completed item, I really heavily favor Lucian Nami, so I think they can start looking for scraps, and they're kind of at a point where maybe they can make things happen.
Also just spotting Canyon on that top side as well. It looks like we're going to start moving members of JDG down to this bot side. It feels like pick on Nuguri seems to be the game plan right now for JDG. But we'll have to see if Damwon can try and respond. Right, top tower incredibly low, and that will be the last outer turret gone for JDG.
I'm going to be interested to see where Hope goes with his build as well. You know, how nervous is he about, you know, these double AP soul lanes from Damwon who have tremendous amount of burst? You know, he is going to be the big target for Damwon. You know, does he feel that he needs to sidestep and actually grab something like a Hex Drinker, or is he confident just his build towards an IE against what is a very squishy team? You know, getting that IE is going to be massive here, but not if you get one shot by the Gragas.
Yeah, he actually does pretty well against the body slam there. Cass forces the flash away. You go. Has zone flash to follow, but not a lot of mana.
But still, another small advantage gained there by Yagao. First it's pushing out Showmaker, now it's pushing him out. Canyon's coming in.
Oh, the cast! It stopped his teleport, but this cannon even kill him. It's nearly a full health Yagao. Debbie's in for health and just getting bullied out of this one. Wants to dodge the damage, he'll just die. 369. Unwilling to ult as a buffer.
I'm surprised that we didn't actually see JDG try to turn onto Graves. Thought there was a lot more people coming down quicker on Damwon Kia, so they decide not to turn, so Yagao ends up falling for that one, and JDG now getting pushed in once more, Damwon taking control of the map.
170 CS Graves, level 12. He is massive, rivaling the Soul Lanes in this game.
I mean, he has more farm than Ducktom, right?
Yeah.
Like, he is just farming at a ridiculous clip here. About 9 CS per minute or so there for Canyon. He's already working on his third item. He knows that a lot of the burst is, it's double AP soul laners on both teams, right? So he is already very heavily itemizing towards the MR, and we can watch it one more time.
And this is the Canyon that everyone was terrified of once we heard that there might be a farming meta coming back in, because Canyon is so good in these positions, and you see it here, immediately running down to the bot side. Nuguri cancels the TP, but we're on to 369 again!
And he's gonna get locked up and just dies. Lulu prevents anything else from happening to Kellen, is in there, flashes to make sure he can't get away.
That's another rough death there for JDG, but I do prefer holding on to the flash and the ultimate for the next fight. I don't think it's worth flashing out to try to live there. As you just need those resources.
Yeah,
to be
the
okay.
clone tanks it all still though.
TV
low HP, TV flank. Minute and a half still to the Drake. Nami hits 2. Will it even matter? They're running away. Huge damage on a Hope. Ulti can attack onto 2 of them. Decent damage from the autos. Missing now low on health. Has to flash now away as well. Health bar lead completely on the side of Damwon.
And now this is going to be so tough for that next fight. No flash on Yagao, no flash on Hope, no flash on Missing. And you're coming up to what is a soul point fight here in 1 minute. Damwon are just going to say, screw it, let's start the Baron here. 369 has TP, so they at very least, I think, want to get that TP out, but Yagao's getting chunked mid, he's in trouble.
Good read by Showmaker, dodges the stun, just chunks him to 300 HP. But it's a 4v4 right in front of the Baron. You can't really win this fight with Baron hitting you, so they are going to call it off. Trading TP, their mid laner for the opposing top.
That is going to be no summoners, though, when it comes to those teleports. Showmaker and Nuguri's both gone as well. Yagao's off the board, so it will now just look like an all-out brawl to see if you can get this position on the Dragon. And, I mean, with the resets coming through for Damwon, with the vision that they've already kind of established, it looks like Damwon should be able to get into River first and make sure they can start to poke with Showmaker and make it difficult again for JDG to try and compete with this.
Well, and just critically, Ducktom and Showmaker both still have their flash, right? So, you know, that is the biggest difference here. Yagao and Hope are going to be much more vulnerable, but playmakers on JDG's side do have their flash as well. So can 369 and Kanavi find anything?
Trillia's in. Lifts the whimsy different flash, but not much of a slow. They're diving on in. That's going to be a shutdown. Ducktom there getting help from Showmaker. And already no support there. Missing is gone from the lineup. And you got a kick back for Kanavi into a bunch of damage on a cannon, cast right back out of the team. And the kills are not found. A free-firing AD carry sets up for a second and a third. Objective bounty's already on. Round 2 for Baron.
Azael, you're a prophet. You called it for Ducktom. The flash there was crucial for him to escape away, and Damwon Kia will turn immediately back towards the Baron. It might be a dragging constellation for Yagao, but Damwon are feeling so damn good right now.
Damwon are crushing JDG in this game. When the Baron goes down, I mean, they're going to be closing in on a 10K lead nearly. And again, yeah, that flash makes it so difficult to actually nail down Ducktom there. They're even delaying it as much as possible, trying to get the most out of the Baron buff.
Trying to run down. So it can't be guaranteed it. Can we stop Drake is the question.
They should be able to finish, but I mean, the question is, how much is going to be taken with this Baron buff? Yes, you do get a bounty. Yes, you do delay things a little bit, but you're down a good 7,000 gold at this point. The engage was pretty nice, but it's 369 getting pushed out on the top side of your screen, and then it all comes down to Kanavi finding this angle where he wanted to go for Ducktom, but Missing was already dead, and the follow-up wasn't really there.
It's just a great read from Nuguri as well to check on that top side in case 369 was there. And here Kanavi tries his damnedest to get on, but the Everfrost crucially misses, which means they don't get the CC chain onto Ducktom. He's able to flash, he's able to get the Gale Force out, and without being able to burst out the Aphelios, the consistent damage is still there between the Aphelios and the Graves to carry on through the fight.
I understand the desire to be aggressive. We're behind. We need a big play. I can get under the AD carry. Maybe that's enough. It was not. The Bloodthirsters, of course, now in the inventory as well. So Tanky to withstand the cannon ult next time.
And it is hard to know, right? Because you can definitely question the play, going for it in the 4v5, but at the same time, you are more the early game focused comp. And I think JDG will be looking at it like, well, if we hit the Everfrost, he probably dies before he can flash, right? But now they are really up against it here. Down nearly 8,000 gold. Tier 2 mid is slated to fall. Tier 2 top is already gone, and the Tier 3 is being sieged here. Showmaker just playing in between the waves.
He pulls him in, kicks back the Gragas, and that's going to be one picked off. A trade of champions. Back in goes 369, but he cannot solo kill the opposing AD carry. Luluwalt just makes it a freebie. The dive in for the rest works well for Lucian. And finally a triple kill. A hope has been extinguished, and it's Canyon. Exactly that in the jungle. 8-0-2. You cannot step up against this man.
Anything you could do, Canyon can do better. The triple kill from Hope is smacked back down by Damwon Kia, and they want to force the tiebreaker. They want to get first seed coming out of this group.
Canyon is looking like he's in World Championship form here as JDG find the angle. Kanavi takes us in on Showmaker, who snaps back, but he gives the free ride onto Noguri, and they're able to burst him down very, very quickly. This time the Everfrost does land, and you can see the window for JDG as they move forward here. Hope dashing in, able to get a triple kill very early on, but as Canyon comes around the back of the fight, there's no one left to kind of create that space for him, and Canyon just dashes in his face and bursts him straight down.
And it took so long for the follow-up to come through, right? You get the play onto Noguri, but as you move in his 369, Yago is blocked by the minions. He can't get on towards the AD carry, and then you've all got to overextend one by one as JDG to make that play happen. Now, well, I mean, that's definitely a big old goal difference, but JDG going to try and face off again once more against Damwon on the bottom side.
I mean, that's all you can really do at this point.
Oh no, that is a catastrophe there. Hope forced out, Gale forced to stay alive, but it's an ulti, forced away. Nearly kind of be going down, but no, will live on that one. You can see the item difference. Yeah, a frozen heart and an Umbral Glaive difference in the jungle. Pretty big deal down there as Showmaker shoves in the mid side and looks for the inhibitor kills.
I mean, Canyon is closing in on full build. He's got 4 completed items. He's so far ahead of the pace of the game. It's just ridiculous. He is 6,000 gold ahead of Kanavi, right? In that 1v1. It's just unapproachable. The Graves is very, very tanky as well. He's got the Gore Drinker, a Maw, a Frozen Heart, plus the Merc Treads. You can't burst this guy down.
So what you're saying is, if Canyon's dead, it's only a 4,000 gold difference.
True, but the problem is as well, he's the second highest level in the game. Only second to Showmaker. Like, he's been doing such a good job, and he has been the difference maker in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, if he's down, it's actually a gold disadvantage for them. He has 14,000 gold, but they're over the kick.
Great Gale Force for Doctom. They don't get anything out of that one. Diving in his Canyon, cast forwards, and he's still taking the front side. Maw, Frozen Heart. Yeah, nothing for 369. The root is there. A double kill through for Doctom.
Nice attempt. They just don't have the damage to knock down Canyon. Hope trying desperately to punch through that jungler's armor, but he just can't do it.
The Whimsy, the Bop, Kanavi drops, and now Damwon Kia are facing down on the Nexus. They are trying to force one more. Hope has to flash away.
Body Slam Flash means Cleanse Flash out of the AD carry, and the inhibitors now down to the top end, mid side, pushing in for the rest of it. Respawns in 15 seconds still. Bit of time built up by Nami Nuguri. Quite low. Turret shots. Drop the aggro. Another one goes down. Here goes Yagao. Has a Lulu ulti. Where's he going to burn it? And onto whom? It looks like the respawn's coming in. Damwon Kia got to play safely. They know the next rate comes up in 8 seconds. It's going to be an easy pickup. Maybe it's Baron to end the game afterwards.
Yeah, smart from Damwon to back away from this one. They know they're low. They don't want to give over the shutdowns that are available pretty much across the board on their squad. But
Lulu ulti, though, is there. Does not quite combo everything together.
Yeah, and Damwon had a good 5,000 gold to actually spend up here, so no reason to stay out on the map too long. They're going to take the Dragon, reset, spend all the gold here, and get even stronger now. Really, the only hope, it feels like, for JDG is Hope here in the bot lane, trying to find the angle to really get something done. We can watch this one more time. The Polymorph just makes it so difficult for Kanavi. The Polymorph comes in, the Gale Force is there. He can't really get a lot done, but flash kick onto Canyon. The follow-up from the Gragas ulti there from Yagao, but he's just tanking the tower and all their damage. He's just too strong.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do between the shield coming off the bloodthirst and everything else. He's just absolutely monstrous. And now Damwon trying to move into topside.
Here we go, 369. You've got an ulti, you've got a flash, and you've got 2,000 health. Soon becoming 0. Push towards Nocturne, forcing a stopwatch. Can they find this kill? He flashed the bubble, dives in with Lulu, still goes down. That's one of the board missing. Will trade his life, plus they've already lost their AD carry. The stopwatch comes in, but no one will stop Canyon. A triple kill.
Canyon is running wild in this game. 11, 0, and 3. And Damwon are marching on the Nexus. They want their tiebreaker. They want first in this group.
And they're going to try for it in the very next game. We will have the rematch. JDG continues the road set by the LPL every year. No team has ever gotten out of their group undefeated. JDG, no exception. We will have a rematch for the first seed next game.
I mean, this is a warning to every other team. You cannot let Canyon get his hands on this Graves, because we had nightmares of it back in 2020, and they are reoccurring here in 2022.
I mean, at 250 CS, 11 kills. Let's see the final gold here. 16,157 gold. 10,000 there for Kanavi, but it's not just him that he's that far ahead of. He was 3,000 gold ahead of the second richest person in the game, who is Showmaker, right? So it's just like, the pace that he had in this game was truly incredible. The pressure he's putting on the lanes, the clip at which he's actually farming. He's taking all of the objectives. He's just doing every single thing. He's checking that box, checking that box, checking that box, and it got to a point where even when the fight started out well, you know, we see the final fight, they get the kill on the Duck Dom, it doesn't actually matter because the carries are no longer the carry. It's all about Canyon, right? Sure, you kill Duck Dom, sure you can pressure Showmaker, but here comes Canyon.
Yep.
And Kanavi basically called him out, right? He was like, hey, I'm going to go for the Lee Sin. I'm going to go onto the worst side of this matchup, but I think I can have that impact in the early stages. And Canyon was like, no, I'm going to beat you, boss. I'm going to beat you top. I'm going to beat you everywhere around this map. It was an incredible performance from Canyon.
Yeah, played beautifully, so well done to that one. It means these teams are both 5-1, and you can't have it stop right there, as it's a 1-to-1 head-to-head. So we will have a tiebreaker in the very next game, a rematch here. I believe side selection will be based on game win time, although I shouldn't probably guess on that one. We'll get all the official rules pretty soon. We know we're going to have the post-game from the analyst as well, but all those folks go right back on stage. We play it again. You get an unofficial best of 3 to figure out who's the best team in the group.
Well, and that's why I think it's going to be so fun, right? I'm looking towards the adaptations, right? What do they really want to change here? What has JDG identified as that main issue? I don't think we're seeing Graves again, but beyond that, I think that it's really going to be interesting to see where they go. Lucian Nami, not really working out that well for them either, I would say here. So it's interesting to see, maybe it's going to be more of a priority on scaling.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I don't feel like the Lucian Nami really got a chance to show off what it could do, right? Because it just felt like Canyon was immediately down on that bottom side and taking over, but the Lulu Aphelios having a ton of control there, so I think it's going to be very interesting as well to see how this matchup works very differently when there's less control coming through from the jungle for Damwon.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? Because you know, he can play up to that level, right? Kind of, he can play to the level of Canyon. They won the last time. And the first time these guys met, it was 0-4-0 for Nectar in the top stage. Nectar did a whole lot of nothing. So it is up to what the champs look like, how will you play on the day, and we'll see who's going to play it better in the rematch. It is time for us to step away, but when we return, we've got one last battle as Damwon Kia and JDG break their tie for the top of Group B. We'll see you there.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 in the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we go again. Damwon Kia get it done, and they tied things up at 5-1. Top of the table here for Group B, and that means we dive back onto the Rift to do battle one more time to determine who will get the first seed and who will go to the knockouts as seed number 2. Right off the top, I do want to let people know that for this last and final tiebreaker game, Damwon will receive side selection. They have already elected to jump to the red side. The reason they have side selection is that they had the faster win time against JDG than JDG did against Damwon Kia, because we only compare the head-to-head win times of the teams in the tiebreaker itself. So they are going to jump to red side, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the importance of that, quite hopefully by breaking down the draft here. Because Chronicler, I asked you backstage, assuming Damwon would get side select, where would you want to see them go? And you snap said red side, the side they just won from.
And not even for the reasons that we see in this draft. Because why I love Damwon on red side is because they are, I think, the best LCK team at finding really creative angles in drafts and actually utilizing R5 counter picks really, really well. In this draft, though, it's all about comfort. They get Aphelios for Doc Dom, that we already talked about, which has a 70% win rate, career-wise. And guess what? Kenyon's Graves, same thing.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, I mean, those are comfort picks, but you said you like R5 counter picks. I actually really love this Gragas for Nuggerty.
Yeah.
It's not something we kind of expected him to bring out. We were expecting more of like this super carry matchup for both of them. 369 goes for the Kennen, and Nuggerty locks in the Gragas, and it actually ended up making a massive difference.
Yeah, it really doomed what JDG had to offer in their draft. Specifically, the blind pick Kennen I didn't like with the Silas pick you already had. So like you just now have double AP between mid and top lane. So you start to see it being itemized against, specifically Ma Malmortius off the Graves, who is massive. You're seeing it already a little bit in the Lulu as well. So like across the board, you were already seeing heavy MR into and disengage off the Gragas. So really good call out there. Just a tough draft from JDG, and they have to change it up. I think the few things that I want changed is I don't like seeing the Lucian Nami in particular. And when you go into a blind pick top, which is inevitable, I think they will give counter pick towards Nuggery. End up giving it to an Ornn. Like I think if you can't get access like you saw from the bans of Maokai or Sejuani, you can go Ornn and see what you can do for a team fight win.
And as you say, we expect to see changes because in all honesty, this was a bit of domination coming out of Damwon Kia in this game. Couple good skirmish looks for JDG, but for all intents and purposes, this was full control by Damwon.
It goes back to not only the comfort that Damwon have on these specific picks, but this is also, I think, a very Damwon style where they're able to simultaneously get Kenyon ahead and play through him while also having a bot lane that is very self-sufficient. And we've seen this Lulu pick in particular be very successful into the Lucian specifically as he dashes in. And in this game, I gotta give all credit to Kanavi. He was really trying, same for Hope, honestly, but actually, as you pointed out, Emily, between the Lulu and the Gragas, actually finding any backline access as a Lee is so doomed.
And go for it.
No, go.
Okay, I think the big point for me is around Rift Herald. They just did not catch him doing Rift Heralds, but Canyon was able to get it himself, go topside, get the kill on towards 369 with the help of the bot lane that was rotating up, place down Rift Herald. It was actually just a complete annihilation off that sequence. So I think one of the bigger lessons that is not draft related and more gameplay related, if they get something that's more comfortable for JDG, is to be able to get a ward off that so they can contest.
And, you know, both of you know, I love jungle pathing.
Yep.
So I'm going to take you through, I'm going to take you through Canyon's first path because he actually does something I think is really smart. So he ends up going red to birds or chickens or raptors, whatever you want to call them. Sorry, I always write down birds, and everyone on Twitter yells at me, and they're like, "They're chickens."
Minions, bears,
wolves.
Camp.
Yeah, there you go. We're all about animals today on this desk. So he goes red to birds to wolves, Gromp, blue, invade, enemy Krugs, which isn't super weird, right? We see this happen all the time. It was actually mirrored, and they knew where Kanavi was as well.
Especially if you're supported by your bot.
Yeah, was taking Krugs. But the more important thing, he goes to Crab. He kind of mimics to back at birds, ends up kind of contesting them with Kanavi, who gets down there. And then, most importantly, recognizes that at 324, Nuggerty got 369's flash in that matchup. And 369, I love him, but I've seen him do this all the time. We talked about that forward percentage, right? He likes to push forward. So he's pushed forward up in the lane. Canyon recognizes, cuts through mid, goes up, gets that first blood.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really smart because he's like, okay, I'm backing. Okay, I'm contesting chickens. Okay, I'm going up to the top lane, making this play. I already know the flash is blown. It's something that's really simple, but this is exactly what set Canyon ahead in this matchup. And, you know, he never, ever looked back.
And what I love is that it also shows how mirrored these two teams are and how whoever gets the first lead, I think, is going to have a really big advantage because as well as JDG has been playing around team fights, coming back into a double kill from this position is incredibly tough.
And this is
what
the play.
Heck am I looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nailed them
He
down.
did not have a fun time.
Yeah, with the bot lane roaming up just so they could switch sides too. They were just on point. And I think against the Dom1 team that is playing at this level, you don't want to give them a draft that is too heavily early game.
Yeah.
Because if you just make that one mistake, then you are just completely shut out. So that was the one big change that I want to see. And it's a highlight of two amazing junglers that we will for sure see really take over the knockout stage. So this is the best matchup we have seen in the group stage, I would say bar none. And it's going to be something that we hopefully see again going into the knockouts.
That's unanimous agreement on the desk about that comment right there. You mentioned they're going to wreak havoc in the knockouts. They've got to go toe-to-toe one more time. And that's where I kind of have to ask the question, while Canyon got out to such an incredible lead, JDG, a lot of late game fights actually almost went their favor, and then the Graves comes in, and he like triple kills, quadruple kills, like that, right? So let's talk about how maybe JDG can control that Dom1 Kia jungler in Canyon. Is it as simple as removing options like the Graves where he can solo carry if he gets off the ground? Or is it more about a cohesive strategy to actually hold him down, suffocate him in the jungle?
I think it also depends on their lanes too. Like one thing I didn't mention previously, like I did mention the flash blown in top, but also Showmaker got the push in on Yagao very early, which is what also kind of allowed them to do that. And additionally, we already pointed out Aphelios is a Duckdom special. It's his comfort pick, like it's his best pick in my opinion.
Oh, by far.
And that lane was actually pushing into the Lucian Nami the majority of the time. Like yes, Canyon did come around like 4 minutes after he took Krugs to kind of like, you know, futz in there, throw some smoke screens out, and then path back up. But like, they had that lane shoved in.
Yeah.
So for me, it's not just about like Canyon getting ahead, obviously, but it's about them realizing that they do need to have some pushing lanes for Kanavi to play around.
And from the Dom1 perspective, I always go back to the Carthus game that had this play, where they were playing for Canyon and where he looked incredible. But they have been pretty reluctant to go back to that. And I can even, if you go to last year, there was a game where Canyon was playing a Pantheon. And even there, Showmaker basically just made sure that he had prio, just to guarantee that Canyon could get those invades, could get a lead on the enemy jungle, and I mean, that's Pantheon. That's not a pick that generally you play that way around, and I think that's why Dom1 in the current meta looks so much better.
And that's why if I just look at this matchup, because I would expect them to have gone back, now they're back on stage, talked about the draft in particular. I don't think the bans are going to really change. What I expect to change is the first pick. I talked about the Lucian pick. I would like the Graves. And we're seeing more of these like junglers that are like stronger carries, because you can actually now enable them with a melee support that can engage. So like a Thresh pick that has worked really well in the past for missing. I would like to see that again. So I would expect the Graves pick up, and then for them to play around that, maybe pick up the Aphelios. So just nab what Dom1 did.
Possibility of a fight over a number of the successful picks in that last game. But let's move from the junglers to a couple of those lanes that we focused on. I want to jump back to the top lane, 369 Nuguri.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big key component of this game was how well Noguri was able to play on that Gragas, right? Not just because of the pick itself, not just because of itemization, but because of what he was able to do in lane against 369, kind of keeping him down. And then when 369 was pushed up, having the team support, recognizing that they were able to get that kill. So, you know, 369 was not able to get off a lot of these flanks and engages that you'd want to see from a Kennen.
Yeah, but I think these stats actually, the 369 side of it actually puts your point even more well into context. The idea that Nuguri is able to absorb the kind of pressure that a plus 19 CSD player can output, even blow flashes, and then capitalize on that in conjunction with his jungler to get his team ahead.
And the biggest thing to me is that 369 is a player where if you give him a counter pick, as we've seen throughout this tournament and domestically, he can completely wreck players. And that's why I love that Damwon has gone back towards the red side. Because I think that mitigating the 369 factor actually gives Damwon the opportunity to play the game. And even after that last game, if you see what Hope was able to do in a lane where he actually didn't get to do that much and he kind of fell behind, and he still played as well as he did, I'm just hoping that the next game lives up to the one that we saw at the beginning of the
Now you're kind of making me hope 369 takes a carry just so I could see how Nuguri deals with that. Like, even more ridiculous than a cannon pick. From there to the mid lane, Yagao, Showmaker, Raz, help me out. How can these guys be the difference maker in this final tiebreaker match?
I mean, if we're just talking about the group stage, Showmaker has been scaling. He's just been really taking over. And I think a lot of it is just about how you coordinate with your jungler. What I loved about Yagao was when he picked up Azir, a lot of the times how he uses Azir sec in lane to perfectly set up his jungler in Kanavi, set the tone. And now we're seeing that in the opposite side with Canyon and Showmaker, and that's where it feels like it's going to come down. And I'm favoring Showmaker in this matchup with how well he's been able to perform individually.
All right, sounds like we're just about ready to head back to the cast. Just close this out. So, Chronicler, you rolled the Nat 1 to victory for Damwon Kia. Do me the honors one more time.
No, they didn't need it. We rolled a Nat 1 in one.
Let's
go.
Wow.
Get another one. First place.
I don't know what that
by the
means,
way.
but I tell you this much. I'm going to hand things over to my Dungeon Master in Freak, and maybe he can tell me what that's an omen of.
It's worth noting, I actually have DM for Dash. We played a full campaign at the LCS. He was briefly that guy, actually, in the campaign as well. He can tell you about it if you ask him at some point. Either way, it's going to be a very fun game. Our extra time 7th game of the day, the battle for first between Damwon Kia and JDG. And this is going to be a ton of fun.
Please, JDG, bring it back. Because, I mean, look, I just feel bad because the game one that we got, I thought was going to be a teaser for essentially how this was going to go, right? It was absolutely fantastic game one, but the game that we just got was an absolute stomp by Damwon. So I want to see what JDG can now bring back to the table.
I mean, there were some bright moments, for JDG, but overall, it was very, very favored towards Damwon. I don't think we're going to see the Graves being let through unless JDG are willing to first pick it themselves. Kanavi definitely capable of piloting this champion, has already played it a couple of times here. It's a great success in the group stage, so wouldn't mind that, but I don't think you can allow Canyon to really play that. It's just his ultimate champion. Like, it gives him everything he wants to do. He wants to power farm effect lanes, be a beast in team fights, and Graves is perfect for that.
Yeah, especially when you end up giving over the Lucian, the Lucian that's now banned, priority for the Graves. It felt a little bit odd. So we'll have to see now exactly what the plan is going to be, because I feel like that changes things up a lot.
And Caitlyn went through picks and bans last games, right? So that was pretty atypical to see it just completely ignored. If that happens again, I'm interested to see, are JDG willing to go towards the Caitlyn Lux lane? It might just be a Draven answer here again, but would be really, really interesting.
It does mean you have like 3 potential power picks still open and only 2 spots available. No, Aatrox, well, the Aatrox, the Azir, and also the Graves, but even then, if you are looking at something like the Maokai as well, that's also going to be taken off. Arc is still open available, so.
I think Aphelios matters here. I think Aphelios matters a lot, actually. It's been a big comfort pick for Duckthumb, and like, he's not one of the Kalista players. They get Renata out, that Kellen plays a lot of, but I think there's actually an AD carry pinch going on.
It's interesting, though, because here, if they're not actually banning out the Aphelios, I would prefer to just go Azir, and they take Aphelios, and you go Caitlyn.
Great.
To me, I feel like if those are all left up,
Azir.
Okay, so Azir is now taken away, so then I do agree that it starts to really rise in priority. But you could still go Aatrox plus Caitlyn if they take Aphelios, and to me, you have power picks in 2 lanes. Like, I prefer that end of the trade, so I almost question Damwon banning out Azir, because I think leaving up Azir and taking 2 for 2 in power picks would have made more sense. If they get Aatrox, then you take Azir plus your preferred AD, and then they get their answer of AD. So to me, it was potentially maybe a little bit of a mistake, but they might be seeing Maokai as on that same tier, and if you are evaluating Maokai as on the exact same tier and importance level as the Azir, then you're getting that anyway, right? Because you're getting your power pick to equal their power pick, plus you get first crack at ADs, so they can go Caitlyn or Aphelios here based on what they want, or if they don't care at all, then they can just take something else that they think is contested and grab their AD on 3.
Yeah, and I look, Dukdom is an absolutely insane Aphelios player as well. Chronicler was talking about the desk, how his career win rate on that is absolutely absurd, and it looks like Dukdom is going to just go back towards that again. So we'll have to see now if Hope and Missing are comfortable playing the Caitlyn, because we haven't actually seen that from thus far, and this is now going to be the question mark to see if they want to go towards.
Well, and if they're not, teams are gonna start punishing you for that, right? Like if you can't actually play Caitlyn, it's the most banned champion in the tournament. If you can't play it, that is a disadvantage, because no longer do people have to ban it against you. So JDG, you know, are showing a little bit of a hole there. You have to feel, and they are going towards the LPL Classic, so it's almost guaranteed. It feels like Kai'Sa Nautilus to me. Once you lock in the Kai'Sa, the Nautilus, I feel like is such a strong pairing. But you know, I'm a little bit interested to see that again. No Caitlyn in picks or bans.
I think, though, we'll end up seeing the Silas probably for Yagao. He's been very high priority for Yagao in the mid lane. You can even see him discussing there with the coach. So maybe they do just go, hey, look, the Nautilus can dip. We want to get the Silas. And it looks like that is going to be the call.
Yeah.
That's interesting. This is the second Kai'Sa game for Hope post MSI Summer Split plus Worlds. This has not been one he's been comfortably playing. You compare to people like Gala, where it's like, oh, I've got 18 games, actually, even though she's not meta. Like, he's not playing the AD carry of the tournament, and he's playing something he doesn't even play normally in Summer.
Yeah, but he did get his one win in Worlds, actually against someone, right?
Sure.
That was that game where he actually brought it out, played incredibly well. So it is still very, very frightening to play up against that. Showmaker gonna get his LeBlanc again here. So taking it on 3 this time around. And we saw multiple bans thrown towards him in that second phase of bans last game. And he went to the LeBlanc anyway, and they're gonna do it here again. And I do think that there is a chance that this Maokai, you know, could go to the jungle. You're gonna need physical damage though from somewhere on that top side. So I either need an 80 jungler or an 80 top.
And that's the thing that I love here, right? Because you probably as Kanavi want to go towards something like a Sejuani in the jungle, right? Especially if it is a Maokai match tank for tank. You got great setup with the triple melee on the top side, but because you still got that flexibility for Nuguri in that top side, well then you can always end up flexing that around and then catch Kanavi off guard when you suddenly go back towards a farming jungler that can cause issues for the Sejuani.
Well, that's one of the really nice things about going LeBlanc here on 3. You can just go support on 4, have 5th pick, counter pick for Noguri on 5, and that can allow you to go for a really advantageous, you know, physical damage jungler or top laner there, and you can still allow yourself to have that threat of the flex all the way until your 5th pick.
Also, I mean, it could just be the Maokai in the support, right?
Yeah,
I mean, there's something that we have talked about a little bit. We haven't seen as much, but again, you got a ton of flexibility with these last 2 picks now. We will get a bit of an answer here as the Viego will be banned away. So again, trying to push Kanavi towards that Sejuani, saying, go on, please take it.
Very interesting. So again, you know, it was Lulu last time when they went for this Aphelios pairing. They are going to leave that up. They're still more concerned about some of these defensive supports, the Thresh for the repositioning, the Braum as well, a concern. Leona, I think, both works pretty well with their comp to give them some hard engage, but also is a good takeaway from Missing, because they do need that hard engage themselves. Nautilus would still be available, so it's not like they're completely pinched out, but a Mumu ban, they take away the Leona. Leona generally considered to have a good support mashup into the Nautilus, so I think they're going to be happy to take that side of the trade.
I think it just makes you very defensive on the bot side, because, I mean, you take the Glacial Augment with the Nautilus, you end up hooking as you go in with the Zenith Blade, and then you can back away from the Leona before she can get the follow-up stun. So it does mean that you'll give pressure to Dukdam and Kellen, but we'll have to see now. Kanavi saying, hey, look, I want to be the hard engage here. Here comes the Vi.
And I mean, now you really start to understand why you're prioritizing bans towards Braum as well as the Thresh. You're taking away that repositioning there for the Aphelios, and you're saying, all right, you can't keep the Aphelios safe here. Aatrox, Kai'Sa, Nautilus, Vi, Silas, everything flying in towards this kind of one point of failure here on the other team. Ooh. But 5th pick, counter pick for Noguri. If you go towards the Aurelia, this is a great answer to the Aatrox, but you have to be able to play it at an incredibly high level. He's gonna lock it in. He becomes that second threat, something that is very difficult to ignore. If you try to engage past the Aurelia onto Dukdam on the Aphelios, you have to get through now. Canyon on the Maokai, which has great gank assist for this Aurelia. So much CC, so much lockdown. And Noguri is the guy to pilot it. This is gonna be such an exciting game.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. Someone is getting first place in this group. Someone's top dog. They are dodging T1. They get a chance at facing EDG in the quarterfinals based on group draw. And we'll see, of course, who else is going to join them in the quarters. But it is a fight for first place. They have split the games 1-1 so far. And what's it going to be now the second time around? Third time around even.
And this is where we start to come back to the question of Kanavi versus Canyon, right? Because it feels like whoever does get this lead in the early stages is going to have such a good time in this game because you can get the snowball rolling for the Kaisa, for a Silas, even trying to turn around the top side and make sure 369's in a decent position. So I'm expecting a huge amount of this to see if Canyon can match Kanavi the same way they did in the last game.
Absolutely, and I've got my eyes on 369, right? 369 was my best top laner in the world coming into this event, if not the best player in current form coming out of the LPL playoffs in the world. And in that last game, he really did make quite a few positioning errors, gave up some easy kills. If you give over easy kills to the Aurelia, this one is going to be frightening, but 369 is going Ignite Aatrox here.
Yeah.
So he's going right at it. He says, all right, you think you have the counter pick? Not if I got Ignite, buddy. So there is going to be so much focus on this top lane. Immediately, when you go Ignite on either side of a top lane melee versus melee matchup, it is like blood in the water for junglers. Because if you get up there on the Vi, you have the damage to actually burst this guy down. And likewise, if Canyon gets up there first and you make even 369 just take a bad recall with no TP, you get crushed on those waves. You lose so much experience, so much gold. So I do think largely whoever wins top lane, whatever team plays better around that top lane, the game will swing heavily in their favor.
I like the way JDG you're setting up here though, right? You got the Nautilus to wait for the LeBlanc if she tries to go over the wall and tries to get a ward on red. We've seen that a lot from the LeBlanc, so trying to make sure you can hide where Kanavi is starting, so then you can have that opportunity to get up early towards that top side. Even both junglers here starting on the top side of the map, it looks like could be an indication of maybe an early gank going up towards this top side.
Safety so far though, not a lot of deep vision here. Everyone spaced out. Last game of the day and a fight for first in the group. And it looks like there will not be deep vision pretty much anywhere. Canyon gonna be starting out the jungle. I believe he was not on E start based on the fact that I saw no saplings in the brush. So not the fastest turbo clear, but should be fine.
If you looked at it, you can see Showmaker got that ward we were just talking about, right? Like, this is everything for Damwon, trying to spot out where Kanavi's going to start, make sure that they're able to match it. And Canyon right now going to go towards his red buff, but even the way that he's pathing, right? He is staying up towards this top side, trying to make sure that Kanavi isn't going to go for some sort of level 1 or early gank into the top lane.
And you had it right, Freak. It was Maokai starting with Q, clears out the Raptors, level up, get the saplings, start to clear up towards there. I am curious if there's any chance of just something a little bit cheesy, go straight up the top off 3 camps. He was warded out on Raptors, so they would have the information that this could be coming, but 369 did not pay respect to that in that last game. So he's gonna have to really be careful this time around. Showmaker, of course, does have the push in mid. The push in bot, pretty heavily contested. Both of these lanes are now level 2.
Yeah, okay. First trade comes in, fully stacked passive, Nugger gets a few autos, then Q's back for some health.
It's actually so good for Noguri, though, because you have so much sustain on this Aurelia with the last hits with your Q. He is taking biscuits as well. Even if you just get the early shove here, the longer you can kind of extend this lane without having it all in when you're laning against an Ignite top laner is really, really good. If you get the push, you bounce the wave, you just go for a quick recall, spend up your gold, 369 can't really do anything, and that's exactly what Noguri is doing. So I think this is textbook. When you're playing against that Ignite, don't stay in the extended lane. Don't give them a chance to actually all in you. Just utilize your ability to get back to lane that much faster with the TP. And here, I would actually hold my TP, walk back to lane, and then even if you get ganked or chunk low, you still have your TP to bail you out again. So I think this is a really smart early play here from Noguri.
And it's just using that information that they had. They spotted the Vi on bot side. They knew that Kanavi was going to be safe. So it was like, all right, well, Kanavi, what are you going to do now? Are you going to go for the reset and immediately try and go top? But I mean, yeah, just as Ale highlighting it there, Nuguri walking towards the mid.
They're looking for something maybe a little bit cheesy around mid, I wonder.
I think he's covering his options, where he's like, it's gonna be a slow push to me, so I'm gonna cover scuttle play. I don't know if they actually got vision on Vi, what she was doing. They might have seen her towards the bottom side. They might have figured out that she was doing a 6 camp clear. So this is Nuguri, he might have lost a melee minion for this play, but obviously gets it back by killing this.
Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of gold there from actually taking down the scuttle. Plus you're denying the scuttle from Kanavi, so it does mean, for Damwon as a whole, they double scuttle and are going to be able to collect that pushing wave. As you said, Freak, Now, you know, as Noguri, if you can actually deny the push a little bit here and hold that wave, it's going to be really, really good. But Kanavi up towards top side, they've got to get this wave in.
He wasn't spotted. He queued over the wall. So Noguri actually has no idea that Kanavi's here. He's managed to walk around all the vision that Noguri got on this top end. So we'll have to see if he can make that one work.
Ooh, root into stun. A lot of damage there on a missing. He's going to be at 200 HP. Down to 120 actually, and Maokai is around, but is it dive balls the question? He's chugging potions right now. And as they are now under the turret, looks like they don't feel safe to do this one. Level 3 Leona could tower dive. A flash. Noguri getting stunned up now instead. Jumps to the minions, gets out of the way. Kanavi will not be able to complete that kill. The dive continues on. The pull back. Hope. He is burning, but he will not die. The sapling will not catch him either. The bot lane stays alive. The flash follow. First blood is in the top side for JDG.
That's massive. They needed to get that kill. But thankfully for Noguri, he did not commit his TP, so it's not nearly as bad because he actually saved the TP from the previous play here. They are going to get back towards top. Even though they get the kill, though, look at the gold. It's Damwon who are ahead because it's so much worse for Hope in the bot lane. You know, the cheers erupting there for JDG, but overall, this play is way better for Damwon. You know, look at the lead for Dukdom. Hope is like out of the game.
And this is the same thing we saw in the last game, right? Canyon moving down to this bot side, punishing Hope and missing, making sure that they're pushed out of the game. And once more, Dukdom on this Aphelios is in such a good spot. And as a Kai'Sa, you need to be able to follow up on this engage. You need to be able to essentially one-shot people on this backline. When you're this far behind, that just isn't an option anymore.
I mean, just look at the lanes, right? You're comparing top lane, you know, winning in farm in top lane. You're looking at mid lane. You're looking at bot lane. Across the board here, advantages for every single carry, but it's JDG back towards top side, looking to find Noguri here. He's got no minion to queue back to. He can try to look for Kanavi, though.
It's a bit more healing. He's got a jungler coming around, though. Is it a possibility? Mid laners cannot show up. It's a 2v2. Jumps around, dodges most of the knockups, and ultimately going to be fine as he's got a jungler here as well. Canyon, ever present to bail out the lane.
Yeah, great coverage here from Canyon. Knows that Noguri is going to be very vulnerable on this bounce. Gets the coverage, and again, Noguri just goes straight back to base. Push it in, reset. You want to just do this rinse and repeat in these Ignite matchups here. Just don't stay around to get punished. Fill the health back up. Try to extend this lane out as much as you can.
Ooh, take her in, not bad. Gets the plasma, but it's through the W, so not a ton of damage on the Kellen.
And as long as Canyon is just kind of keeping pace hand in hand with Kanavi, you're in a great spot here for Damwon, right? You got Dukdom who's going to be able to scale towards the later portion of the game. Noguri will eventually be able to take over this matchup with the advantages and the cull he's already picked up. And that's exactly what Canyon's doing, just matching Kanavi every step of the way, even shooting them away.
Smite it, bro. It's up. You see him walk in. That's going to hurt. Kind of be losing some golden XP.
I wonder if he wasn't looking. I wonder if he was watching another lane or something, because I think he even had his Q available there, but just kind of lets Canyon walk in, takes the full camp, and now Canyon just going to continue on the bush here, harassing away, marking the Vi. You know, as you say, that's all you really need to do here is just keep this Vi away from your lanes, allow them to just continue extending the advantages they've already built. I mean, it's 2.5 plates are already gone. The third one is pretty close to falling. They're not going to be able to get it on this wave, but
it's a little one. Anchor's going to hit the turret. Sorry, a bit of terrain instead. Knocking him around. He's not a tanky. Nautilus missing. Oh, pulls him back into the tower, though. That could kill, and Kellen will die, but already traded back. You got going to try to live. Has a flash over the wall, and Malcolm may not be done. They're going to trade ultis. Aphelios does not quite have the kill, but Showmaker may get it to happen instead. Going to dive in. 2 HP. There's one, and Yagawa is left alone, looking for the second. He's going to try to find the damage. Showmaker flashing back out to safety. Dukdom gets the kill, and it's 4-3 Damwon.
It's a disaster for JDG. The Q on Kanavi misses. The anchor tosses immediately into the wall, and Damwon collapse hungry. They will take so much off that bot side.
Yeah, they got a ton. At the same time, though, 369 solo killed the Aurelia. So at least they get something back on that top side. And I think we'll likely get a replay of that. We can see this one more time here. Noguri down a level, trying to get aggressive. Nice dodge out on the Q3, but the connection on the Infernal Chains there pulls him back in. And 369, the Ignite wasn't even up for this. Doesn't look like it just yet, but he's able to just straight up chase him down.
Tries to heal up off the Qs and whatnot, but dodges away from the stun, which means no reset, and just, yeah, you're not getting through the Aatrox, buddy. Sorry, waits out the ulti. He's just too big. the damage isn't there for the Aurelia.
The damage is done on this bot side, though. When you actually look at it, missing into the wall, Kanavi having missed the Q as well, and missing just ends up so far overextended. Even Yagao as well tried to help out. He went in with the chains and completely misses on those as well because of how early he tossed them out. So easy turnaround for Damwon on this bottom side. An absolute disaster for JDG.
I mean, Doctom just so far ahead. JDG's bot lane has been struggling today. Let's be honest, they have been getting taken advantage of a number of these games. Yes, it is also about the coordinated pressure. The tower juggling there is perfect. Everyone taking the exact amount that they can. Showmaker now here, level advantage. He's up almost 30 CS mid lane. A Gale Force is done for Doctom. This is a crazy lead.
But he stuns the clone, though, instead. I don't think he had an option for anyone else instead, though. Canyon, though, pretty low. Gets a nice double knockback Q. Flash for safety. May not have needed it, but Nuguri left alone. 1v3. They got to get this wave in. Hope can do that with a Q. And is he diveable? Canyon pretty low. Can't help much.
Showmaker's coming, though. And at the same time, it's first turret's solo gold for Doctom, who's already monstrously ahead. 2,200 gold ahead 10 minutes in that 1v1 here. Hope is just getting gapped here by Doctom. The team play from Damwon has been much better towards that bottom side. It's a 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. Again, Damwon are just smashing him.
But this is the thing now, they're trying to play around Hope, trying to get some gold back into his favor, but there's 3 members of Damwon here, and you're playing around what is your weakest member of JDG. You can see there, Hope, he's going to walk away, so he doesn't even get much, or you actually will get the gold off the back of that, but you can't actually go for the dive because you move 369 down to the bottom side.
I mean, you have to pull so many members up there to even get a safe crash for Hope, but he's still 1,800 gold down individually. To Doctom, who already has tier 2 boots. He's got the pickaxe, has the Gale Force. Doctom is ready to go. Hope, playing more with scraps there, does at least complete his mythic, but still so far down. And it's Doctom just continuing the push here, gonna farm up at least 2 more plates. So even more gold in his pockets here, extending that gold lead again, out past 2,000 gold. You can see Yagao has half the gold that Doctom does. Yagao has been put in the dirt. I mean, he made that roam, gave up waves, and didn't get anything from it. So JDG are in dire straits, only 11 minutes in.
Yeah, this is all about protect the private Doctom. If JDG can get access to him with the Vial, with the engage coming through from Aatrox, hell, even just sending Hope in for a little bit more of a tickle of damage, that could maybe be enough to defeat the Aphelios, but it is going to be so tough with the CC from Leona, from the Maokai, offering great disengage as well, thanks to things like that ultimate that Maokai has.
And I mean, the reality is they have 2 losing lanes, very heavily losing, and Hope is
Q. He's not afraid of this anymore, though, so the cleanse gives them a bit of space, but the flash follow, they just know they can make it happen. Gale Force is in, and it doesn't matter, Hope, what you try to do, they're chasing you down anyway.
This is looking like just absolutely toast. Damwon are just running over JDG, making it look easy. Canyon in trouble potentially.
Ulti means the Q smites for some healing. Unfortunately, though, it's Nautilus taking the kill away. Kellen a bit low, but he's got enough health. He's got a W. Here come reinforcements. Kanavi could take the Q to the right and get behind them. Might build enough space. He's still got about 8 seconds. They go for the support right away, trying to find the opening to kill off Nautilus. Stopwatch buys time. They got to get on a Doctom, hitting what he can. Red, white, and he's going to try to win the fight. Yagao finally kills him. Just gets away. Showmaker can't get it just yet. Lethal damage not yet found. But here comes Aurelia for more. Finds the ulti. Hope trying to free hit Panuguri. Knocks on the support. And Hope, he has ulted. Maybe to his own demise. He finds Showmaker. Decides to clone. And it is.
I mean, that's just the TP diff there for Damwon. Nuguri able to get in towards that top side. He can play in towards the fight, whereas you're still looking at 369 kind of holding himself on this bottom side, and it looks decent to begin with, where Damwon get the kill onto Hope, but turnaround comes through for Kanavi. Then they decide to try and turn on towards Kellen with Yagao roaming from the mid lane, but they just cannot get through this Aphelios with this red-white, with the advantages that he's picked up, with the CC coming through from Kellen to take out multiple different threats. Doctom is in a really good spot with that reposition to free fire so damn long in this fight.
Yeah, it just takes way too long to actually knock him down. Yagao trying to go back in, but Nuguri arrives here, as you say, TP advantage. That is a problem when you're playing Ignite. Yes, the Aatrox is winning in the lane, but honestly, only by a little bit. And you can't actually play the map, so when it's cross-map plays that are happening, Nuguri just TPs away. Sure, he's down 400 gold. Who cares? It's not really relevant at this point. The TP is going to be way more valuable on the map unless 369 can really start to crush through a side lane and draw multiple members to him.
Yeah, it's a 400 gold diff for 369 versus Nuguri, but if Nuguri just gets to the other side, there's a 5,000 gold difference on that side of the map. So not exactly the best way for them to try and play it, but now 369 is starting to move up river as the top side is getting invaded here for JDG.
Smiteable, claim blue buff to Kanavi, but not to Yagao, who got the shutdown on Aphelios. I think it was 750 for his shutdown, but Missing got both of the other kills, so it wasn't Kanavi or Hope getting those infusions. It was a very split assist for each one. And Hope got nothing, actually.
The experience differences are really starting to show as well. It's nearly 2 full levels that Dokdom is ahead of Hope. Yagao's down a level. You know, jungle experience is pretty even. Support's down a level, so it's definitely really, really concerning here. We'll see if JDG can teamfight their way out of this. They do have the summoners off of Dokdom, so this is a window for them. You know, if they can really find a very good engage, burst down Dokdom, who has no defensive stats really built up, and they do have good dive. If you can get onto him before his summoners are back and really kind of just start the fight out with a quick kill on this Aphelios, maybe you can make something happen, but you know, Damwon are aware that this is a possibility, and that's why they're all grouped around it. They're not giving that window. They're saying, okay, we are vulnerable right now for the next 2-3 minutes, so they're just going to play 5-man mid, ARAM it up for a couple minutes here, and protect Dokdom.
Sapplings have a lot of space right now. They can see them all coming in. There's not an engage to be had. He is safely on the backside, not a concern at all. It's going to be Herald now, the attempt here. Spawned early, Hope, ults, can't dodge a single thing. Showmaker knocks him down, nearly a solo, and guess what? This team fight not going to go your way either. Leona going to hand the easy bullseye on the ulti. A stun not going to mean a whole lot. Missing is low, but not quite dead. Aatrox wants to make it happen. Cannot quite get Nuguri. Finally a kill on the board, but it's already a double for Dokdom, and he's going to go for a whole lot more here. Kellen is low, finds his stun, tries to run away. Another on the board now for 369, but now left alone. 2 versus 3. You have to believe the ulti's not going to be enough. Q flash almost finds it. His health bar is going to run down the same way, and Yagao is running out, but Showmaker knocks him down. That is an ace for 2.
Damwon are killing it today. Coming back here, forcing the tiebreaker and dominating JDG in the second straight game. Kanavi dove deep here onto Dokdom, but their AD is already dead before the fight even starts here. He gets picked coming across. You could see the pings were on him, so they knew that he was going to be walking around. Showmaker had the read, and he face checks right into it, gets burst down before it even starts. And then when the team fight breaks out, there's just no one to actually dive in with Kanavi onto Dokdom. And you can watch right here, they're going to have the Vi ulti back into that backline. But where's the follow-up? There's no one there to really get in and kill him.
And that's the thing, right? Canyon immediately jumps onto 369, making sure he can't follow up, and there's just nothing left. This bot lane drain is becoming too much for JDG to handle. Even when 369 is trying to hit multiple members with everything he's got, there's just not enough for JDG to carry.
If Dokdom hadn't stepped forward, there's a chance Q3 Flash actually heals enough and deals enough damage. He can actually 1v5 that fight, but doesn't have the sweet spot. Good sidestepping there. Dragon can be claimed now by Canyon. 1-1 on the Drake score. Ulti come across from the stolen Maokai ultimate. Is it enough? Onto Kellen is not your primary target. Canyon gonna disengage pretty well against the melee Bash Brothers. 369 now stuck in the team fight. Tries to dash away, but there's so much damage on him. Leona builds some space. 369 still doesn't die, and they find the time. Kellen could be next. Still, 369 will not be killed. Aatrox in the bottom river. The LPL makes it happen again.
How do they do it? JDG bring it back in the river. 369 looks like he's done for, but it's not enough. They'll find Canyon maybe here. Another one on the cards.
JDG are pulling it back, making a game of it here. Damwon committed so many resources onto 369, the strongest member of JDG. Thought they had him separated out from the team. Thought they could get an easy pick. But 369 would not go down, and it made space for Yagao. It made space for Hope. These carries who are so far behind were bought the time they needed to try to get something done. I mean, look at the gold between bot lane. 4,000 gold behind is Hope, but they get the kills, and they're closing the gap to only 700 gold now. 369 is massive.
And JDG are finding those minute moments those ever so slight leads that they can get an advantage in a team fight has come through for them once more. The fact that they managed to get onto your Duck Dom, you could see there, Kellen had a great ultimate on the backside of that fight as well to try and prevent Hope and Co from getting involved, but it just wasn't enough. And now with those bounties, now with the shutdown, with actually managing to get those side lane towers as well, JDG are right back in this.
Yeah, and Showmaker now does have the Morello, so they have Morello, plus they have Ignite, so they do have some heal cut here for 369. But, you know, he already has the full mock completed, plus the Gore Drinker, he's level 12, and he is definitely ready to go. A lot of the hopes of JDG are going to be riding on 369, and we can see it again. It's 369 here on the flank. He's coming around from behind, and they decide to actually try to collapse onto this guy and try to knock him down as they feel like they caught him out isolated, flashing in even as Kellen, everyone piling in on 369. They just don't have the damage, and then as Yagao gets in the backline, Kanavi arrives, in goes Hope, and everyone is piling in and taking down this Aphelios.
And the actual funny part of this is that Mountain Dragon Soul coming up, that little rock, actually gave 369 a corridor that he could back into. It meant that you actually couldn't have Damwon follow up quickly enough onto 369 to kill him. And then, as you say, I mean, Hope, the dive into the backline with Yagao, with Kanavi, meant that Duck Dam could not stay up.
I mean, there's so much pressure now on this game. It's only a little over 1,000 gold separating these two teams. But this win right here can be the difference between getting knocked out in quarters or potentially advancing and going on, because you will have to fight, if you lose this, a #1 seed from another group. That can be a death sentence depending on who you get. So there's so much pressure to execute now, and it's really all on 369 and it's on Dokdom. These two members who have gotten so rich have got to deliver an excellent performance for their teams.
And that's why JDG have to do that again. They cannot invest resources onto other members of Damwon like Nuguri or like Showmaker. They need to all in on picking off Duckdam on this backside. And especially when you look at how Kanavi is going to use this ultimate, that is going to be so crucial, and why Damwon are trying to spot him.
Double stopwatch is the big thing. Double stopwatch for the carries. They've got the front line here. Cannon get a flash away, and an ulti for Leona. The Root actually catches Aphelios, which means they might dive in for it. Gale forces out, and they're going to catch Canyon. That's the one for nothing. Damwon were not ready to fight. JDG were, and they get that first pick. Kellen gonna be next. They're gonna find the kill onto Leona, missing. Gets the backline. Oh! Here comes the dive. Hope goes for more, but Hope has to flash back out. Yagao gets the third kill. Aphelios snipes Hope at the end.
9-9-9!
Yes!
JDG's top laner is crushing through this game. They find another pick here. Showmaker feels like he caught out Kanavi on the side, but Noguri is not here. He's TPing in late, and JDG go in on the other side of the fight and crush through.
And that's the thing, Showmaker has gone for the Everfrost. He's more defensive, which means he can't burst out Kanavi. So JDG take the side route in and missing, landing the hooks onto Nuguri. This is the first time Duckdam has actually been able to take an auto attack this whole fight, and immediately JDG go in on us.
Yeah, 369 hits the chains onto Kellen, pulls him in. They're able to get that first kill. Then the flash forward with the Q2, connecting on multiple members. They are forcing out the heal as well from Duckdam, who critically, though, does have his flashback now and has a stopwatch.
Yep.
So Duckdam will be very difficult to take down. But Damwon have got to pay respect to the fact that JDG are willing to pull the trigger on these fights. Nuguri was out to the sideline. He's trying to actually, split the map, play it a little bit more slowly, use that global advantage that they have. And JDG say, sure, we'll just fight you. We'll just go right at you. You've got to pay respect to that.
Kaisa lands some W poke. Nuttle's holding up in about 5 seconds, and Damwon should know it's probably about up right now. Mid lane going to be pushed out by Hope and Kanavi. Looks like they are not really looking to fight for the Drake. There's no smite. It's going to be a guarantee for Canyon. He'll get it, but will there be a team fight? Diving on in is Nuguri, but he's so low on health. He's squishy as a champion. Divine Thunder, I believe, not yet done. Missing front lines. He has ulti still available. He's going to hit Kellen with it. Doesn't mean a ton, but it still means Canyon goes down. Hope drops Duckdam. Burns his stopwatch, but has nowhere to go. 369 hits Q3, and he's on for a double kill. Doubles into 6. Looking for the next one. That's going to be a triple into 9, and it means Baron is the play.
JDG will not be denied the first seed. The first seed from the LPL wants to move on, and they will do it in style. 369. There was people questioning if he was the best top of the tournament. Well, he's down looking like it now.
That's going to be a solo kill. excuse me, sneezing at the wrong time. So never mind, Showmaker lives. We're gonna be fine, but there's still gonna be, oh, they actually can't play for the All Baron. I think they don't have enough damage. With Hope not alive, that pick from Showmaker, crucial in stopping Baron.
Yeah, it was absolutely massive. Showmaker, was coming on the flank here. JDG kind of go for this weird half contest actually started off. Showmaker was buying a lot of time as Yagao's in the pit and he has to flash out. But then as JDG actually commit towards the fight, look at the top of your screen. Showmaker coming in from behind right here, bursting out Hope, and Yagao is solo killed by Showmaker. 6-0-4 on the LeBlanc. He does not want to go down without a fight.
Exactly, the battle for the first seed is still available. A close game, 2 Drakes to 1 and a 1,000 gold difference. Is it going to be 3-6-9? Is it going to be Showmaker putting the team on their back? Both with pretty immaculate KDAs, 14-1, 10 on the other. And even though Dom is 9-3-4, his stopwatch is broken. He is on the way to Bloodthirst, so that'll help.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And he does still have the summoners remaining here. And Showmaker, to me, he is at his best when he is on these playmaking champions, where he can be playing from fog, where he can be finding his own windows to make plays, to zone them out. Has dominated for most of this game, got very far ahead in the laning phase against Yagao. Yagao trying to go for these roams, and Showmaker was always able to punish when Yagao would move. So much pressure, though, on 369, who really, it feels like for the first time, we are getting to see what peak 369 looks like from the LPL, and it is a beautiful thing to watch on the world stage.
Especially now when you look at Dom with no more stopwatch. Now he's far more vulnerable. Has the flash available, so at least has a little bit more safety, but the execution from JDG on just, we're gonna dump everything on the AD carry, has been working out quite well. Now, Nuguri is starting to get to a position where he can try and step up as a secondary carry, but realistically, he needs some tanky stats in his build as well before he can really go up against the might that is JDG right now.
And you do have concerns, though. Can this Aatrox continue to keep pace with the LeBlanc, with this 3.5, closing in on 4 items? Aphelios, who is on that other side. He's carried them through the mid game, he's carried them through the early game, but at some point, it's got to be the Silences, it's got to be this Kai'Sa stepping up and really becoming that additional threat, because in the later stages, it's just going to be tough for Aatrox to really get even in on the carries through the Maokai, through the Leona. If they can actually lock him down, at a certain point, the damage coming out of Dom is going to be too high for JDG to actually be able to just tank through.
Especially with the Anathemas now on Canyon, but
they don't get the root. He's able to W back every single time. Missing can't do a whole lot against Showmaker here.
Yaga was back in base, so just trying to see if they could take a little bit of a punk shot at him, but we'll just walk back away. Dragon in a minute 30, though. You got push, you got vision starting to go through for JDG that Dom1 will have to clear out.
And as you said, Natha was purchased out, and I did just check. It is actually attached to 369, so he is the big threat. That means the negative tenacity against Leona and Maokai, that is very, very difficult to deal with. You heal through doing damage. You cannot really drain tank if you're getting just permanently locked down here as 369, so he's not playing any Merc Treads either. He does have, I believe, a little bit of tenacity from the runes here.
Both runes, right?
He does have Legend Tenacity and Unflinching, so he has some tenacity from that, but will still be a tough one for him to actually stay free here to get enough damage out against Dom, who is now very close to his 4th item. Yep, there's the Bloodthirster. Going to be completed here on base.
Alrighty, looking at the bit more then, as there is a control ward giving them Baron control. That is Fog of War right now for Dom1. We know getting to the Mountain Drake would feel pretty good. Dom1 would get their 3rd, JDG their 2nd. See if DK can get Soul Point.
Yeah, not having the Infinity Edge on this Kai'Sa really hurts JDG as they try to go into this fight. Has opted in towards the stopwatch, just knowing, hey, look, we need to try and go all in on this backside. Maybe I can get the stopwatch off in time, but JDG, trying to see if they can find the pick, but Dom is very far back. They're playing so safe with this Aphelios right now.
And I will say, though Showmaker is having a great game, he is on a very kind of utility-focused type of build. He's not full flat pen. He's on Everfrost, Morello, and his Zonias. This is not a Death Cap and a Shadow Flame and a Ludens, right? He is not just going to absolutely one-shot you later on. But
missing. Anchor San, who would have definitely died but wanted to start the fight, nearly gone. And that means you can maybe Baron contest. It's possibly a 4v5. Missing might need to recall for health. He can't really team fight, and it is burning. fast to an Aphelios. His team fight will start soon. Showmaker on the wings, finds a bit of damage here. Vi rooted in place. She can flash into the paint. Look for the smite. Claimed by Canyon. Here goes a team fight, and no one is on Aphelios. Yagao finally gets there. Hope over the wall. Flashes. Looks for the auto. Shuts him down. And the rest of the team fight goes to 3-6-9. Canyon's pushed out. How many Barons can they save? A stopwatch for Yagao, still stuck in 1v2. The chain comes out early for Showmaker. He would have died, but the mid from Damwon mistimes the skill shot.
JDG wiped Damwon off the map here. As they pile into the pit, they're just grouping up for 3-6-9 like fish in a barrel. The Aatrox comes through and crushes the hopes of Damwon here. These fights, man, so close, so back and forth. It's all about getting in onto these carries. Which one is going to be able to perform best? But it's Doctom in the back of the pit, and he gets punished.
And immediately you can see as Vi goes down, that ultimate connects, which sets up Hope. Yagao immediately flashes in onto the back line, and they're able to finish off Ducktam. Even the fact that you got a bit more of that gold onto Hope now is going to help him finish the Infinity Edge. And 3-6-9 once more in the pit, decimating people as they're grouped up.
And the biggest problem is, you know, with LeBlanc on this low damage build, with Aurelia behind, as long as Kanavi, Yagao, and Hope can push Doctom out of the fight, there's no one that can kill the Aatrox.
Yeah.
As soon as Aphelios is gone, Aatrox is going to full health. He is drain tanking the rest of your team. So they need to find some sort of a way to keep Doctom more involved in these fights. He's monster fed, but he just can't do anything.
Ulti lands is going to be enough. They're going to end the chain of stopwatch, buy some time. Will there be follow through? A flash out for Showmaker. Mid lane, tier 2 could be attacked, won't die yet.
Great call, though, from JDG. It looked a little bit shaky going on to Showmaker, but there's no objectives up, and they get the TP out. Because with Aatrox not having access to that teleport, having these double TPs could slow down the game so much for JDG.
Yeah, that TP being out is massive. Yagao now has a TP to actually match Showmaker, but it's Damwon just marching down mid. They will collect a tier 2 here in mid lane. And it is Bloodthirster plus now the Hex Drinker for Doctom. So harder to burst down here for sure. But without Flash, it's very difficult. He doesn't have the Lulu that he had in the last game. He doesn't have a Thresh or something to really reposition him. If he's caught out whatsoever, there's really nowhere for him to go.
Yagao just gets on him every single time. It's really well done. Kind of he gets like the first half of his ulti, and Yagao puts in a 10%. Hope ultis to get it over the line, and it does so. And the rest of the team fight, of course, no one can handle the Aatrox. We are waiting for the Baron to end in 14 seconds. Basically nothing on the Rebel Baron power play.
And though Hope is still way behind, he has the IE now, right? You know, and that is going to change things tremendously. If you get into that back line with this type of a build, you can put the hurt on any of these carries. Yes, Doctom is going to be putting out more DPS if they're both free-firing, but it's not really been the case because it's Yagao and Kanavi pressuring him, and Hope just needs to bring the burst to actually knock down that kill.
Also, Yagao starting to work up towards that Banshee's Veil as well. We're giving him a lot of opportunities then in these fights to ignore that first ability that hits, but good Everfrost. Hope will just back away, but JDG not really in a position to kind of go for these sieges. They're so short-ranged, and you actually have the ability as Damwon to push back these waves.
And you can see both teams are actually so uncomfortable to play the map, because every time Damwon goes to a side lane, JDG just engage, right? So both teams are getting pulled into this just straight up 5v5. Whose hands are better? Who can execute better in these situations? It has not been about side lane whatsoever. There are people catching waves, but even JDG doesn't really want to play through sides whatsoever. They want to be grouped as a 5-man squad. They're not really winning in those 1v1s, you know, with Yagao, because he's been put pretty far behind. We'll see if he can start to do that a little bit more now.
I do like the way we've started to set up vision, though, for JDG on this bot side. You can see one just off on the side of bot lane there. You can see one just off of blue as well. Thank you very much, Azael. Where you can actually spot out exactly where they can look for TPs for Yagao, where they can actually look to make picks onto Damwon as they start to come through. And having control over this bot side jungle with a minute 30 until Dragon can be such a big boon when they're looking to make these picks.
It absolutely can, and you have to think, Mountain Soul for either team would be devastating for their opponent. Both of these teams really do value that upfront burst, right? Being able to knock someone down. Mountain Soul Shield can be the difference in a game like this. Both teams sitting on 2 dragons right now, 1 minute until it would be soul point for either side. It will be an absolutely critical fight. And with only 2,000 gold separating the two teams at this point of the game, honestly, it's anyone's to take.
And you can see how much they value that tankiness as well for Duckdam, right? Got the Bloodthirster for the shield, got the Maw for the shield. He's gone. Oh, hang on.
Anchor's gonna land on a chain combo, and Showmaker goes down. Missing gets the critical pick.
I mean, such a brilliant opportunity there for JDG. They can start to go through. Yagao steals away Kellen's ult, but I don't think they're going to go. They just want to try and crack open these towers, push Damwon back in the face with 30 seconds until the Dragon.
There's decent wave clear. It's 40 seconds. Keep in mind, though, it's Dragon and the Baron. They find the go! They hit him! Duckdam Gale forces out, and here goes Hope, but Hope can't kill him. The man stays alive. In front of the towers, Nuggery clears the wave. Ults tries to stay alive. Flash to safety. Hook's going to land again! Oh, missing! Just doesn't! It's 3 in a row! There's 4! There's 5! And their top lane Aatrox has played a critical role in this entire game. 10, 1, and 11. He was a mighty 9 all game long. And the first seed belongs to the first seed of the LPL. JDG takes the win.
There are no ones that exist in this game. 369 popping off. Kanavi setting them up. And just like that, Jindong Gaming will take the first seed in Group B.
Remember the name 369. What a performance from the JDG top laner. This is the kind of stuff that made me fall in love with watching this guy play. Truly incredible all game long in that final fight. It is Hope diving in the backline, pushing Duckdam off, but it is then JDG's top laner 369 who goes in and solo kills him basically in the 1v1, being able to out-carry this 6th item of Felios here. It was all about team play for JDG. It was all about how they actually played it out in the 5v5s. Damwon looked like they were going to run away with this game, that it was going to be back-to-back stomps here, that it would be heartbreak for the LPL. After a 5-0 start, it really did look like it would be the LCK that would take first seed, but it was not to be, as JDG team fought incredibly.
Oh my word.
Played towards their win conditions so damn well, and I think it was so impressive to me to see that the members who were so far behind knew exactly how to play this out, knew how to enable their carry, 369 in this case, to actually play. They immediately pivoted, and it's just 3 members here, Kanavi, Yagao, and Hope, and they say, all right, your only job is to make sure that Duckdam cannot play the fights. Nothing else matters. And every single fight, they fly in, they push Duckdam out, and 369 does the rest.
I mean, crazy is our game in the LPL, and this is why I love LPL. Absolutely fantastic performance from JDG, as you say. The fact that they managed to execute so brilliantly on getting this Aphelios out of the picture, even through everything that Damwon were throwing at them, like the lock of the Iron Solari, you had the lock up there for Canyon, the fact that you've even got the Anathemas as well to keep this Aatrox in check. It did not matter. Every time they got onto the Aphelios, who even with the most damage in the game couldn't do anything.
I mean, it was like a 5K gold lead at a good 17 minutes into the game.
There were objective bounties.
Yeah, it just looked like an absolute stomp. And it's just insane how well this team fights. It's really giving me, vibes of EDG last year and their team fighting. And that really is something that I think has defined the LPL World Champions, the LPL MSI Champions, is how hard it is to actually put them down. No matter what, even if you get ahead, even if you create an advantage, even if you're winning the map, even if you're supposed to outscale, they can just skill check you in a 5v5 and take you down.
Ignite Aatrox. I'm there when I need to be there, don't worry about it. A 21 KDA for 369. And it was fun. It was fun watching it play out because Aatrox sold the front line. He's like, I'll be 1v4. I'll die exactly once, don't worry about it. Y'all dive in. Their Vi ults. Yagao was flashing on every time. He's like, I have to go for him. Hope it's enough. We're gonna hope.
And the counter
AD carry
was
that. Yeah. But it's just we all have Aphelios. You saw the bans were Braum, the bans were Thresh. We're just killing your AD carry, and there's not enough in your tools to make it happen, and it's what came through. Beautifully done by JD Gaming, a well-done win. First seed comes through for them, and after that well-fought battle, we are joining 369 on stage with Shox in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. The crowd is absolutely explosive for that JDG win, which locked them first. Obviously, my first question has to be, how did you bring that game back versus Damwon?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到的是，在刚才是如何完成翻盘，然后获得胜利的？
就是翻盘的话，就是因为我觉得我还是优势嘛，就是虽然局面上很劣势，我觉得我可以就是大家一起赢的。
Although the whole team we were in a disadvantage, but I feel personally I'm in the advantage. I can carry the team to get that win, to make a comeback.
Absolutely, that was a 9 performance if I ever saw one. Why do you think it is that it is specifically your team, JDG, that can always turn games around on the brink of defeat?
那对于我们69颗，觉得你们的队伍是为什么在每一次，即使是有劣势的情况下，也永远有着不服输的韧劲儿，每一次都能够翻盘成功呢？
就是翻盘比较多的话，就是因为就是我们比较团结吧，就这样。
I believe it's the coordination to make this possible. We can have so many comeback fights.
369, would you consider yourself the best Aatrox in the tournament?
我们69哥觉得自己是不是这次世界赛上最好的剑魔？
就是按道理来说的话，就确实这把剑魔太无敌了。
At least for this game's Aatrox, I think I'm undefeatable.
I know question since you locked first place. Do you feel like you've played up to the level as to what the fans deserve as a first seed coming out of the LPL?
那现在也是以小组第一出现了嘛？那你觉得你们的表现有没有达到可能粉丝们希望看到的我们 LPL 1号种子的风采呢？
我觉得就是我们现在虽然小组第一，但是我们就是想要完成最终的目标的话，是有需要很多进步的地方的，就这样。
Although we were able to qualify as the first seed, but in order to reach our final goal, we still have so many parts that we still need to make some improvements on.
Some work to do, but a wonderful first seed. 谢谢 369 and also Wendy for the wonderful translations all day. What a game! And we will kick it over to World's Cooldown.
No.
You have got to love it. The tenacity, the grit out of this team, JDG, after falling down against Damwon just moments before to get back up on the horse in that 7th game of the day, the tiebreaker, and to bring it all home and to do it in comeback fashion. You heard Shock say it was a comeback, and it did take a lot of work for JDG to bring it back. Just to contextualize that comeback, at 15 minutes, Duckdom had the largest goal difference at 15 of any individual player of this whole tournament. He was plus 3,939 gold. That's one player that they had to come back from.
And I know everyone is honing on 369, and justifiably so, because the Aatrox was insane.
Yeah.
But I want to shout out Mr. Toothpaste himself.
Let's go.
While I think that the draft was always going to give an angle to JDG to come back, it's this catch right here that I think might be game deciding.
You know what time it is? It's toothpaste time.
Yeah.
I just really keep wanting to say that. Obviously, Yagao identifying that he has to take out Tukdom because he is so far ahead, which is also what allows this Aatrox to further get ahead, right? Because this was a very split map game. We had the Aatrox winning on the top side for 369 and GDG, but then on the bot side, we had this Aphelios that was so far ahead, and it was a battle of those two things.
Yes, and I think that last team fight that we saw at Drake really turned the tides, as you mentioned, because of the gold bounties that were going through off of that. And just compositionally, Maokai, Irelia, Leona, like, they do not fare well diving into an Aatrox. LeBlanc really struggles versus the lockdown that they had to deal with. So it was just tough from that point forward once they just threw that goal lead away to be able to come back in.
And I also want to highlight, this is a tendency that Damwon have had in the past, make it too hard for themselves. If you pick up, at the very least, something that isn't Irelia here, maybe you can go toe-to-toe in the late-game team fights, but with no way to reliably peel for Aphelios, And a side laning pick that doesn't do a lot in team fights, nor is able to side lane at any point in the game. I think the team fighting power from JDG was just too much to handle.
Yeah, and to bring it back to Yakao again, because Sylas has been such a power pick that we've seen rising in popularity. Obviously, this is another blind Sylas, and we didn't really know how we felt about it when we were watching the draft backstage. I think he gets to this point where he is just so deceptively tanky. So on this JDG team, once they did have that fight where Yakao was able to essentially assassinate Duck Dom in the backline, what ends up happening is you have an Aatrox, and then you actually have the Sylas. As we saw, he zoned out 2 people at the same time. Yeah, while Aatrox is actually hitting the Leona in a split fight.
And it was hard to say because I want to blame the draft, but it wasn't. Specifically, like for the Aurelia to be useful at that point, I would just wanted an Ornn if you're not going to cover it on the dive. But they traded really well off that dive. Like Aurelia was still in the game off that dive, and then bot lane was lights out based off of Canyon's pressure towards that side of the map. And so it really was just about playing that Drake fight well as you could, and that's going to be the conversation for the rest of, like, I know we have group stage still to play, but for these teams that are going in the knockout stage, in best of 5s, you have to play these team fights extremely well versus the LPL teams.
Yeah, I like where your head at is, though. Ornn into everything.
There we go. I'm a big fan of
Ornn into everything.
Ornn is
I love
just the
it.
answer.
You're starting to join my team on that. Yeah,
there we go.
Oh my God.
Dickhead. We ain't playing to me then. I'm just going to be useful in team fights.
While I know they would have wanted to do it in undefeated fashion, let's take a look at the Group B standings, where it is JDG taking the top spot at 6-1. Damwon Kia, they still glide out of groups in 5-2 fashion. Very dominant showings out of both of these teams. I would definitely be scared to draw either of them in my quarterfinal.
Damwon to me is not necessarily surprising because we knew that the meta could benefit them, but I still think that the fact that their bot lane is playing as well as they are is something that's really worth highlighting, as we've done today. And for JDG, they are the only front-up title contender that actually lives up to the expectation thus far.
And while we'll see plenty more of those two teams today, we say goodbye to both the Evil Geniuses and G2 Esports. 1 and 5 will be the records for both of their teams. Disappointing, I'm sure, by their own standards, but still able to make some of these group games quite interesting.
I believed in EG, and they got the 1 win, and that was the best they could get today. As Jojo pointed out in the interview, he was kind of sad that they couldn't show more of this in week number 1, but of course, that's always going to be the case.
Yeah, and ambition a lot of the times robs you from just the joy of the journey. And for G2, it was pretty amazing to see players like Flakid come up to the big stage, especially Targamas coming back into the LEC and having such a performance that he had, and Broken Blade finding himself on a top team. I think those three things really make me hope for next year for G2, that they keep that team together and that growth really turns into something much bigger.
Damn, bro, you're going to hit us with something real like ambition destroys the joy of the journey.
There's a better quote out there, I'm sure.
Oh, my goodness.
Ooh,
Chills on that one.
Because it's so cold up here.
It is cold up here.
Just the way I like it. And well, you know I am in heaven right now. We got to talk to Jojo upon EG's exit earlier in the day. Shox also got a few words from G2's Broken Blade after their final performance here at Worlds in our Verizon post-game interview. Take a look.
I'm here with Broken Blade after G2's exit from the World Championship. BB, what are your thoughts on what went wrong this tournament?
I think there's a lot of things that went wrong, actually. I mean, obviously, we only won 1 game, right? And in the end, I think the Asian teams were too strong for us. And I think we have been having issues with losing games slowly, right? So I feel like every time we lose, we get stomped. And I feel like there's something we couldn't improve at. And in the end, obviously, we're at World Championship. The best teams in the world are here, right? And if we can't make it out of groups, it means we probably just didn't deserve it, right? And I do think we did have some things that were good, right? So we obviously had more things that were bad compared to the other teams in this tournament. I mean, I would still say it was a great experience. I've had a lot of fun with my teammates this experience. I felt like scrims were going pretty good compared to the last time I was at Worlds. The mood was a lot better compared to last time I was at Worlds. I wouldn't say it's obviously a success because we didn't make it out right. It wasn't my plan to get knocked out 1-5. I actually did have high hopes coming into the tournament with my team. I felt like we're all really, really ready taking on these teams, and in the end it wasn't enough, unfortunately, and the only thing I can do is try to learn from all the games and just get better from it.
Yeah, how much do you think, like, these days are pretty hard because if you lose that game in the beginning of the day, then you have back-to-back games. Is that something that maybe also influenced it, like a bad start really killed the momentum a bit?
I think it depends on the environment you're in, right? I think we did bounce back. Obviously, we got stumped again, which didn't look like from the outside perspective that we didn't bounce back, but everyone was still trying, obviously, because everything was still open. Up until the point we lost, right? We knew we were out, and we tried to enjoy the last game as much as we could, and I think we did have good showings in the early game, right? And in the end, they just team fought way better than us, and again, we lost, which is, I mean, it's just a bit frustrating, right? There's nothing more to say to that. It sucks to lose. I feel sorry for the fans, right? I'm grateful that I was able to play with my team in this tournament. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bit of emotional interview there as Broken Blade and the rest of G2 exit the tournament. It's always tough to say goodbye to teams, particularly when you hear from them, things like the way that scrims or the way they viewed their performance here at Worlds, how they feel they had more to give or more to show on the stage. The reality is, for most teams, you only get 6 games on the world stage to show your stuff and in a best-of-1 format. So it really is just about getting it done when it's your turn, and that's ultimately what separates each of our teams here in the group stage.
Well, it ties a bit into what Raz said, right? Not with the ambition, but with the fact that you have a team in Broken Blade's words that was getting along really well, right? And to your point, Raz, does have this potential to grow. It's a very interesting mixture of experienced players and rookies or less experienced players, in particular their bot lane.
Yeah.
And I actually love teams like that, because when they work, the experience and like kind of veteran leadership that people like Caps and Yonkos can bring to a team, bringing up Flacket and Targamas, like I think it ends up looking really good. And I think you could see that at points throughout the entire year with this G2 lineup.
Even just out of the games, being able to watch Champions Queue and just seeing like how damn good Flacket has been. And like he just grinds the game. And stuff like that really gives you faith in the long-term goals that they have. So I really I know that G2 will just come into the next season with like for sure those pieces coming in. And I know that they'll be better for it.
A lot of positives to take away as we hit the halfway point of week 2 here in groups. Let's take one more look at the standings as a whole. Of course, over there in Group A, T1 snagging first, EDG locking up second. JDG and Damwon Kia getting it done today. And we've got 2 more groups to decide. We've got Group C, where Rogue tout that 3-0 undefeated record over DRX and Top Esports just behind them. GAM looking to pick up their first one. Royal Never Give Up. They'll match Rogue win for win over there in Group D. Also 3-0 with Gen G at the 2-1. CTBC Flying Oyster, my personal favorite team at the tournament, 1-2, and then 100 Thieves, much like the rest of NA, looking to get something done and make some magic here in week number 2. Let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow as we watch that Group C go up to do battle. It will be Rogue and GAM Esports to kick off the day before GAM returns to the stage to go up against Top Esports. DRX will play 2 in a row, and then Top will be the team that plays back-to-back to close out the day. Chronicler, your thoughts on what we have ahead of us?
Big thing here for Rogue, and the reason why I expect them to do very well tomorrow, there is no NA team to boom them.
There we
not
go.
happening.
Big brains on that one.
It's not gonna, because and I say this jokingly, it doesn't really have anything to do with an NA team or with GAM. I think Rogue have just been a very well-rounded team. I don't think that there is a very easy answer. Some draft adaptations that we saw work so well against Fnatic and against G2. So I think the team is very well rounded. I expect them to face first place, and I think that the fight for second place between Top and DRX is going to be the real battle.
So you're just declaring
You're just doing
first
that?
place.
Wow.
You're going to curse them?
Pull out the
What do you
whiteboards,
mean
friends.
curse? I
Everybody
have
grab
no
your
power.
whiteboard. Everybody grab your whiteboard.
You got a
I'm getting
whiteboard?
you
Yeah, I have
on
one.
record. You have a whiteboard somewhere.
I have a whiteboard. Oh my
Get
god.
your whiteboard out. Get your whiteboard out. Grab
Throw
it.
something on the ground?
Because
no,
I personally think that this is the
afternoon.
most... Good
share?
afternoon. Good evening at this
That was
point.
me.
Yeah.
I personally think that tomorrow's group is the most difficult to predict
I
in
guess
terms
that's
of
better.
which
My
two
God,
teams will get. You really using your hand on that? My goodness, guys.
That's what I've always done.
So
back
what
in
I would
school.
like everyone to do here is obviously write down your 1 seed followed by your
Here.
2 seed. You really don't have one?
No.
Who stole
here we go.
Chroniclers?
Wait,
That-
I'm on just tomorrow. I don't want to
Oh,
spoil
you
my
just
pick.
can't see it.
Yeah. Oh, you want to hold it?
Yeah.
Because you're on the desk tomorrow? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not going to make you do it because you'll have to show
So is
tomorrow.
Raz, actually.
Well, Raz, I know, like he likes to cause controversy, so he's just going to go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to see. This is so hard. I'm going to go.
What are you saying?
This feels wrong.
There we go. That's
Wow.
interesting.
I just don't think
Wow.
anything I say feels right in this group. That's the problem. You ready to reveal? Raz, come on. No, only
All right,
top two.
fine,
Only top
fine.
two. We just need
Oh,
top
just
two.
top two?
I mean, he went for the whole group, but only top two. That's all that matters.
You know what? I believe in them.
Wow. That's not how you spell rogue. You want to try that again? you guys should see what is happening over there.
No,
I can
don't
see
worry
from across
about
the
it.
Table. This
Don't
man
worry
just
about it.
misspelled the word
Don't
rogue.
worry about it.
We were
Did you
playing
say
D&D
rouge?
earlier. Yeah, he wrote rouge.
I did.
Okay, you ready for the reveal?
Yeah. Oh,
Ready? 3,
Go.
2, 1, go. Boom. All right, so I am going to go with DRX followed by Rogue.
what are you doing?
This
I'm
guy
looking
over
for
here-
my alpaca. I want
Where is your
to
emotional support?
say that.
His emotional
I got
support.
some
say
for you.
that to
What
Death's
happened to him?
face. Don't you touch him! Don't you touch him!
Things
Don't
are
put him
getting
in front of me.
violent here
Don't
at
put
the
him in front
end
of me.
of day 2,
I'll protect
week
you.
2 for groups. But
Get
the
me
call
away from
is
it.
Rogue and Top Esports. I'm going to try and bring a little bit
Go for it.
order.
Order.
Oh my goodness, order. Thank you for helping me
See, I
find
got
that
you.
word when I was struggling. To the desk. Rogue, Top Esports. Why? Why does DRX fall out?
I think DRX just, especially in the jungle position, have been very, very straightforward. People, you don't really need to do too much prep in what they're going to go for. So just take out the tanks in the draft, and then
Okay.
you can basically attack it. Their
right.
best player is just going to be through mid and AD carry, and I think you can just draft around that.
Both of you
pretty
think
well.
Rogue is going to get it done, but you think DRX will hold on to second place over Top. Why?
Because I don't think Top have looked very good, and I don't expect him to bounce back.
Okay, fair
There
enough.
we go.
I imagine that Rogue will drop a game. I think DRX is going to find the kind of LCK form that we talk about time and time again. I'll remind you, only one team in history out of the LCK hasn't qualified out of groups. So
One
the
last
fact
thing,
that
'cause
you
I
are
only
calling for it.
I only mentioned the draft. I think if we're not seeing the int, Jackie Loves is better.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
what it comes
Just a few thoughts ahead of tomorrow. If you want Emily's predictions, find out tomorrow. Tune in, all right? Now, as we close up shop here, we know that engaging online is a part of all of our lives, and Riot Games is partnering with IDEO to redefine what healthy online spaces can look like through the Designing for Digital Thriving Challenge. Now, through November 1st, we're asking fans worldwide to submit your innovations, designs, or ideas that help build healthy online communities. Winning submissions can take home anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000. So check out IDEO.com for more info. But as we shut down the arena surrounded by friends, I want to leave you with one more important bit of information. This bear fact. On average, bears walk 1 meter per second, in contrast to the human average of 1.4 meters per second. However, bears can achieve short bursts of speeds up to 40 kilometers per hour.
That's
so I guess
terrifying.
all that tells us is challenge
Yeah.
bears to walking races, not to sprinting matches. That's going to do it for us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more Worlds. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and avoid those bears. Catch you later.
I just saved.
Wait, you hit it!
Okay, what the hell?
V-Dog, cut.
Not really a fine ride.
Fucking, I'm calling you V-Dog now.
Don't call me V-Dog. Yeah, we'll run it down.
Land the bubble, there it is. Connects onto the Draven, inspired, canters forward. Will he pick up the Rampage kill? No, he won't because Gallery locks down first blood. The Shen delivery system. And yeah, the taunt's great onto Yankos. He has nowhere to go. All 5 members turn up.
Oh, really? Is Shen your best champion of all time, if you can choose one?
I think so.
Damn.
You know which one's Kaori's?
Which one? I don't know.
Ours.
I still think his Lucian is pretty whatever, no?
Yes, Lucian's alright.
Lucian's alright.
There's EG running for the hills now. 369 dashing forward. Yagao doing the same. Yagao picks it up. The repose comes through. It's a decent ulti. And it's a double for Yagao. There's the ace. And now we're going to get the celebratory kills. We've got hostile takeovers everywhere. And now onto the fountain go EG. JDG just too damn good as they move to 4-0 in this group, looking like the best here. Yankos very, very close to death as Canyon finds himself the backline. Can he get the reset though? Is the question. The answer is absolutely not. But still, it is so much damage from Damwon Kia. They are so far ahead, and Caps just couldn't do enough. It's the Lucian damage here. The riposte is decent, but he doesn't have it available for Blackett, and Broken Blade now has it on cooldown, so he's just dead. A double kill now for Dr. Arm. Lucian Nami today has just been absurd.
Auto Q, one more's gonna get him for sure. No, the shield but they're not going to get him back in time. The bailout, I don't think it's going to happen. There's one, and they're chasing in for the next two. And hit almost nobody. A single auto from Targamas. 369 holds the front line still. Ulti on, finds a huge stun in front of the turret. Caps will die. Caps wants Konovi, but no, he can't get it. And it's another huge set of shutdowns. Ooh, nice pull back though. Bubba's gonna land, duck them. He's low. First blood for EG. He's burning, but he's bailing out. First blood to Kaori. Up by Canyon, 4v5. Likely to be a win for Damwon, but it's actually a single pick coming across. JoJo's alive. Jumps in with a bailout. Means there is no kill to be had. Renata turns it around. Now missing is gone from the lineup. And you got a kick back for Konovi. Into a bunch of damage on a cannon. Cast right back out of the team. And the kills are not found. A free firing AD carry sets up for a second and a third. Back in goes 369, but he cannot solo kill the opposing AD carry. Luluwalt just makes it a freebie. The dive in for the Raspberry 12 for Lucian. Finally a triple kill. A hope has been extinguished, and it's Canyon. Exactly that in the jungle. 8-0 and 2. You cannot step up against this man. Gonna hit Kellen with it. Doesn't mean a ton, but it still means Canyon goes down. Hope drops, stop them. Burns a stopwatch, but has nowhere to go. 369 hits Q3, and he's on for a double kill. Doubles into 6. Looking for the next one. That's gonna be a triple into 9, and it means Baron is the play. If Ults tries to stay alive, flash to safety. Hook's gonna land again. Missing. Just doesn't. It's 3 in a row. There's 4. There's 5. EG will